Yo! What up, gang? James is grabbing rundowns, being a nice guy doing that. It's greatly appreciated. Congrats to Russell on the belt. Yeah, there's no rules on the belt, guys. Whoever's in first gets it. That's the rule. And if there's a tie, if somebody sees it differently, then we go by whatever is on our screen. That's how it goes. If you want to write yo, if you want to write A, if you want to pick a number, you just want to put the number 4 or something in there, just be first in the chat. That's all. Congrats, Russell. Woo! Howdy, babe. Hang on. Here we go. Air horns for Russell. That's right. What up, Dr. David? Spencer? Cut the shit! Morning, Russell. No, he didn't. He was second. Russell got the belt. Oh, here we go. Oh, good morning. Oh, hello.
Good morning, Kyle.
A very happy Thursday morning to everybody. It is the best day of the week. Thursday, that's right. I'm fired up. You know another reason I'm fired up? Well, I got a lot of complaining to do. I have so much to complain
You got a lot
about.
of complaining to do?
Yeah, I always told myself, because when you're starting in radio, you know, for me, there's some people who get to do it in high school, very jealous of those people. I started in college. And when you start jumping into radio, you start really and I'm sure, you listen to radio and stuff growing up, whether it's a music station, maybe maybe in the mornings you're checking out Just in Case on 96.9 The Eagle, or maybe you're listening to the Wake Up Call on 106.5 The End, our sister station here. Maybe you're listening to Sports Talk Radio, maybe you're listening to Greeny, whatever. Maybe we're the first show you listen to. I don't know. But you start picking up things that you like and you don't like, and you try and kind of form your own, not your own personality, but your own style.
Mm-hmm.
And it's typically going to be a mix and match of your own personality plus these different kind of styles that you've heard growing up. For me, I knew very, very quickly that I did not want to be angry about everything guy.
Oh, okay.
If I'm going to be, I want it, because at some point the anger becomes not genuine. And at some point you're now manufacturing reasons to be upset. I'm a mostly positive person. I typically have a pretty optimistic view of the world in general. Probably frustratingly so for some people. But there are times where there's a stack of things and I'm like, you know what? This is making me upset. I don't like it. And I feel a little ranty and a little ravey.
Okay.
So just know that when we talk about these things today, and it's making me not mad, but mad, I guess, for lack of a better word, it comes from a genuine place. I'm actually pissed. I'm not making it up.
You're not making it up. Yeah.
No.
So I've always refused doing this job to be hot take guy. Like that.
Yeah, no.
That's not who I am. I'm straightforward. I'm usually brutally honest.
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty optimistic, but I'm also realistic.
Mm-hmm.
And so I just like to kind of spell it out how it is, in my mind.
Sure, right. And that's, some people will say that's what you should do. There are people, I've heard radio guys get interviewed on podcasts and stuff, guys who have been, successful, and they go, you got to find something to be mad about.
Oh,
and it's typically Boston, it's typically New York, it's Philly. I think that plays there. But I'm with you, man. The hot take thing of, hey, okay, I'm gonna look at this story. Let's see. Okay, what story do we have today? Okay, Knicks Pacers. Let's see. What hot take can I have about this? Like, okay, let's see. The FU Reggie chants last night at the Garden. What's the most inflammatory thing I can say? Like, that sounds exhausting. I don't want to do it. I want to be me and come on the radio and just do that. Anyways, just know that as I'm complaining today, it comes from a genuine place.
Okay.
I'm not just making it up. But before we get to all that, I want to give a huge shout out.
Huge shout out
To Sacramento Kings great, Sacramento Kings legend, Sacramento Kings coach, Doug Christie. It is his it is his birthday today.
Mm-hmm.
Happy birthday to Doug Christie, a legend in Sacramento.
He is a legend. And, the best part about Doug is like what you're just talking about. Everything Doug does is real.
Mm-hmm.
Like he is on a reality TV show on occasion.
Sure.
But in real life, Doug Christie is one of the most genuine, real people you're ever going to meet.
Yes.
Like, to me, I cherish my times being able to drive in a car with him to and from the studio all the way to San Francisco. We were podcast partners for like 3 years. Just literally like one of the best dudes you're ever going to run into. And like his story is incredible, like fighting into the league, the way that, he had a knee injury in college, and then this battle with the Seattle Supersonics when he's first drafted, gets traded to Lakers, gets traded to the Knicks. Like nothing really is going right. And then it starts to go right because of Isaiah Thomas in Toronto. And then he really just finds not only his basketball home, but his real life home here in Sacramento. So yeah, what a genuine dude, and just like happy birthday, dude. Yeah, one of the best.
You know him far better than I do, but just to piggyback off what you were saying, my couple interactions that I had with Doug were professionally, and we've talked about this before, at NBC. He was the only like former player analyst who would sit in the newsroom with us and watch games.
Yeah.
And just answer just any question anybody had. We sat there and watched the end of Game 6 of the 0-2 Western Conference Finals. Watched the last few minutes of that game and just went through it. And he was down. He just wanted to talk hoop. That was what he wanted to do. Just phenomenal dude. And then when we worked in radio together, he was earlier than anyone else was to their show, preparing more than anyone else did for their show. If he was going to do something, he was going to make sure that he was, if not the best at it, working toward being the best at it.
Yeah, he carries a small green book with him, and he takes notes all the time. And then he studies his notes. Like, he's very meticulous. Watching him grow as an analyst was incredible.
Yeah.
And getting to watch him grow as a coach to me is super fun too.
Yeah.
Because, you think you know what you know when you walk into that job, but it's so much more complex. And like having him work for a guy like Mike is spectacular. And I'm glad he's being able to take it all in. And maybe one of these days we'll get our hands on one of his little notebooks and just go through and see his left-handed chicken scratch. Yeah. Meticulous dude.
All right, a big time happy birthday to Doug Christie. All right, that was fun. I want to be pissed about something now. Before we get into NBA playoff stuff from last night, there was so much from that Knicks Pacers game that we will get into, both in the micro of that game and then the macro of kind of what it means for the NBA and the league moving forward. But this NBA players versus NFL players argument that has now started is the most asinine thing I've seen in the 24-hour news media cycle in the social media era, where everything is on video and everybody's got a take on everything. I think this is the most insane thing that I've seen. So if you've missed it, if you've somehow missed it, Micah Parsons said on his podcast he was talking with CJ Stroud, and somebody asked him if he could score a basket in the NBA. Asked them both, CJ Stroud and Micah Parsons. And CJ Stroud is like, I'd be lucky to get a shot off. Like, I think I could, if I got a clean look, I think I could make one, but getting a clean look would be tough. And then you've got Micah Parsons, who's like, I could put up 20 a game.
No.
And so that's exactly what I said. And then Austin Rivers goes on the Pat McAfee show, and Austin Rivers says that if you put 30 NBA players in the NFL, they would succeed more than 30 NFL players in the NBA. And I just want to say this, regardless of how you feel on that, the reality of this situation is 53 NBA players making up an NFL team and 15 NFL players making up an NBA team would lose by a freaking 100 points to the worst team in those respective leagues.
Yes.
But without the Washington Wizards might not allow a point against a 15-man NBA team of NFL players.
I'm with you. Like watching the NBA players, like there are players. Davion Mitchell could play running back in the NFL. He could probably, maybe there was a time where he could play linebacker too. Like you watch De'Aaron Fox. De'Aaron Fox was a quarterback when he was young, lefty, super quick. Probably would be a wide receiver in the NFL. And some guy like I think Harrison Barnes could be a big 6'8" tight end going over the middle.
Defensive end.
Yeah. I don't know defensive end, but
that's right. But that's just the thing is body type. Sure.
Yeah.
But if, with all due respect to Davion Mitchell and his athleticism, it's incredible. It is out of this world. He is basically a superhero. If you put him in pads on an NFL field in training camp, he would get cut probably immediately.
Oh no, of course. Yeah.
Because it's just it's professional. It's professionals who have played this sport for years and trained to play this sport for years and have the mindset to play this sport, and they've been doing it for years. And same thing in the NBA. Micah Parsons wouldn't be able to dribble in the NBA.
No. They would just take it from him every time.
Every single time.
They would just reach in and take it from him every single time.
Before the ball, he could get it on the floor. Before it was back in his hand, it would be gone. Every time. And that's not to disparage his athleticism, and is not to say, yeah, if you get him ahead of steam, maybe he could barrel through somebody and throw the ball at the rim and get it. Maybe. But I also know that if an NBA player decides like, yeah, hey, you know what? He's not going to score a bucket. He's not going to score a bucket. The same way if Micah Parsons decided, hey, Davion Mitchell is not going to gain a yard on this play. He's not gaining a yard on that play.
Yeah.
They're professionals.
No, I totally get it. I would tell you that Micah Parsons would finish with as many points as Royce White did in his career. Not just like, and I think Royce White could have been
zero.
He could have been a defensive tackle easily. Like
he was a hoss.
Yeah, he's a big man. That guy, he easily could have been a nose tackle. Yeah.
So I'm not naive to the idea that like, oh, these are just professionals. They're all alpha male type of personalities. They think they could be the best at whatever they do. That's part of the reason they are where they are.
Yep.
And I totally understand that. But I want to base this in reality now. Because the reality is, well, nobody would do anything in a different league at all.
Yeah.
That's not to say one is a better athlete, one is better at this, one is better at that. Like, no, the athletes are athletes. It's just a different type of athleticism and a different type of mindset to play in the NFL. Same way it is in the NBA. A different skill set to play in the NFL. Same way it is in the NBA.
Yeah.
If you took like you said, Harrison Barnes, if Harrison Barnes at the age of 10 decided, hey, I'm going to be a really good tight end. I'm going to be a football player. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go play football at UNC and go that route. Then yeah, sure. He has the body type and the athleticism to have been really good at that if he had trained and stuck with it.
Yeah, I think
he didn't.
I think Keon Ellis could be like an incredible cornerback in the NFL if he started when he was like 10 years old playing.
No doubt.
Yeah, like just the quick twitch muscle, the like his length and athleticism, like his ability to like be in someone's space. Yeah, he could have been a defensive back without any question.
That would be fascinating. That'd be fascinating. Because what do you think he is? 6'4"?
Yeah, I think they announced him at 6'3.5" in shoes, without shoes. So like 6'5".
See, that's the thing, and that's the other thing is you talk body types. Like he just doesn't have an NFL body type.
No,
like 6'5". That is a massive corner.
No, that's true.
But he's not bulky enough to play like outside linebacker, so he'd just be in a weird spot. And I think that's the case for both of those sports. Like a defensive tackle body type just doesn't have.
Yeah, like at 6'8", like Eric Armstead, Like he's too big to be an
Yeah.
NFL player. Like just think
NBA
of
player.
NBA player.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like look at Trey Lyles
Mhm.
and then add what 40 pounds?
Yeah, probably 30, 40 pounds.
Probably more than that.
Yeah.
What's he play at? Like close to 300, 280, 290?
Yeah, probably.
Okay, and Trey Lyles probably plays
yeah,
at
got you.
230,
You're right.
235.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Eric
It's
Armstead.
like it's crazy.
Yeah, so I just think, Eric Armstead listed at 6'7", 290. Like that's just not an NBA body type, dog.
No.
So anyway, the more I see that and the more I see that debated, I see NFL player putting his video out, an NBA player putting their video, it's like, relax. You all would fail miserably in the other leagues. Stick with what you're doing. You're great at it.
That's right.
That's okay. Anyways. All right, let's talk NBA playoffs. The Knicks took a 2-0 lead on the Pacers last night. Let's get into some of the micro of that game. We'll get into some of the macro as well. Is Tom Thibodeau going to get somebody killed? We'll talk about it on The Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. We're on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Center. Clear.
Trying to see. Tony Gonzalez was at Cal. My wife went there. Like he's way ahead of her, but where's his college stats? Somebody brought up that Tony played college basketball. He was fun in basketball. Oh, he was already gone by the time my wife was there. He was there doing a commercial with Steve Young one day.
And that's right. Like, I understand that Tony Gonzalez played basketball. Julius Peppers played basketball at UNC.
Oh, yeah.
But like, they didn't go to the NBA.
Well, yeah, I mean, Tony Gonzalez averaged 6.8 points and 4.5 rebounds for Cal.
Right. Jimmy Graham played basketball at Miami. He did not go to the NBA. Like, that's the thing. Is there's just a level of, and there's Deion Sanders and Bo Jackson. Like, there's certainly exceptions.
Yeah.
To guys who can play professionally too. But the fact of the matter is Austin Rivers said, if I threw 30 guys from the NBA into the NFL and 30 NFL guys into the NBA guys would succeed more than the NFL guys. Like, no, they wouldn't. Nobody would succeed at all. They wouldn't see the field or the floor. I don't know. I think it's all very silly.
Russell, winner of the belt. Here's a good question. His summer league squad, they'll start practicing. They'll have like a mini camp like 3 days before the California Classic starts. So I think the California Classic starts on the 6th.
30 seconds.
So probably like July 1st, July 2nd, July 3rd, and then, or maybe the 2nd, the 3rd, and the 5th, and then they'll start going. They only get a certain amount of days. And you got to remember, they're building that team on the fly. A lot of it's done in the draft.
All right, here we go.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Knicks 130, Pacers 121. The Knicks take the first two games of that Eastern Conference semifinal. We'll see about the Jalen Brunson foot injury and the OG Anunoby. I think it's a hamstring is what they officially called it. So we'll keep an eye on those two injuries. But, I got to tell you, heck of an effort from the Pacers last night. Or excuse me, the Knicks. A good effort from the Pacers too. But when Jalen Brunson went out, and this is what we talked about a little bit yesterday with KC during the handoff, was how much do you believe in each of these teams to win the title?
Mm-hmm.
And this was my biggest concern with the Knicks is past Jalen Brunson, they don't really have much offensively. And in that first half, when Jalen Brunson goes down 8.5 minutes in, you saw the wheels just come off for New York. And that is my largest concern with them. It also just continues to prove, I've already said my apology, so I'm not going to apologize again. But Jalen Brunson is a 1A. Jalen Brunson is a guy who can lead a title team. And they are going to go to the conference finals. And if you had any doubt about how much he matters in that, you saw it in the first half last night.
Yeah, I don't know when the switch went off with him to become this type of player, but it's such a difficult thing to go from a guy who is, a 6-man sometimes, to a guy who starts sometimes, to a guy who starts to gain some traction, to a guy all of a sudden gets a big contract who can, ends up, averaging 20 a game. And then all of a sudden, boom, you're a star. And you're a star at the Mecca.
Mm-hmm.
Like you become the star in New York City, which is incredible. And then to just be able to continuously take it to another level, to me, that's the biggest surprise. It's not that, like these guys, this doesn't happen. Like this is like in the NBA, it really doesn't happen very often where a guy goes from just like an average dude to something like extremely special. Because if everyone knew he was going to be this good, they would have all been lining up to get him as an unrestricted free agent.
Mm-hmm.
And they didn't. And Dallas would have not lowballed him. They would have given him a massive offer and he would still be in Dallas. But here we are. We're watching a guy who really has created this career for himself. And like kudos to him for really being able to ascend.
Mm-hmm.
But also to not look at limitations. Like, again, we're talking about a guy who's listed at 6'2", which I don't think anyone believes he is.
Mm-mm.
And just to continuously get better and to become such a leader and such, like, really a star is shocking.
And man, you mentioned Dallas. His last season there, averaged 16.3 per game in the regular season, averaged just under 22. They went to the conference finals that year. He averaged just under 22. But then he goes to the Knicks, averages 24 a game last year, which is going from 16 to 24 points a game is insane. And then jumps to 28.7 this year. And then just continued it in the playoffs. And it's so clear when they're in crunch time, when they're in a big spot, it's get it to Jalen and get out of the way. Whether it's a big three, whether it's getting in the lane and hitting a little floater or a little turnaround jumper, he has every single thing in his bag, and there's nothing anybody can do about it. That's the most impressive thing. When he played in the conference finals in 22, you went like, oh, okay, like you said, this is a good player.
Mm-hmm.
He's definitely an effective guy, but man, I'd way rather he be out there dribbling around than Luka. I could much rather that. And now, here he is.
I'll tell you, Davion Mitchell told the media, told us in the media one time, the toughest guy to defend in the NBA without any question is Jalen Brunson.
It looks like a nightmare.
Yeah, he said that he's so low to the ground at like his center of gravity is so low and he plays with so much force that when he stops, he clears so much space like instantly. And the guy, like the other career that kind of somewhat looks like this, and maybe not even to this degree, is Isaiah Thomas. King's Isaiah Thomas, where he goes from being a guy who's undrafted, well, the 60th pick in the draft, that goes to a guy who wins a starting job midway through his rookie season and then ascends to 20 points per game.
Mm-hmm.
But then you're kind of like, okay, what is he? And he goes to Phoenix and doesn't have a good run, goes to Boston, and then all of a sudden they just catch lightning in a bottle. He ends up 4th in the league in MVP balloting and averages 30 a game. And so that's the guy where you're like, okay, undersized guy creates this little pathway for himself. But to see him and just like the moxie he plays with, the confidence he plays with,
so sick.
Yeah, he is so good. And if they lose him for any amount of time, they're going to be in trouble because they don't have like another primary type scorer.
Yeah, you saw it last night. He didn't play in the second quarter because of that foot injury last night. The Pacers outscored the Knicks 37-27 in that quarter. The Knicks in the quarters that Jalen Brunson did play, 36 in the first, 36 in the third, 31 in the fourth.
Yeah.
No Jalen Brunson in the second, 27 points. Against a bad defensive team. I mean,
yeah, the guy's rolling, man. The guy is absolutely rolling, and like good for him. Again, good for him.
Yeah. Hopefully his foot injury is not too bad. On the other side, we talked a lot about Tyrese Halliburton yesterday. Leading into that game, Tyrese Halliburton, very good last night, 34 points, 9 assists, goes 11 of 19 from the field. He goes 7 of 11 from 3. Wrote down his field goals twice. It's fine. My one quibble with that, like that's a remarkable game, and if he continues doing that, they're going to be fine. My one issue with that, and where the next step I would like to see him take as a player, is in that in the third quarter when Jalen Brunson came back and the Knicks outscored Indiana 36-18 and really kind of put that game in a vice. It got to 2 possessions late, but it never felt like New York was going to lose. And they really pulled away in that third quarter. Tyrese Halliburton took 2 shots. He was 1 for 2. He did have 2 assists. He had 3 steals, a couple of rebounds, 1 turnover, but he was a -15. He only scored 2 points. And that's where I would like to see him. We just talked about with Jalen Brunson, how Jalen Brunson, when the Knicks need a bucket, he's like, everybody get out of the way. Give me the damn ball. I'm going to go score it. That's what I would like. That's the next step I would like to see for Tyrese Halliburton. And again, he's in his first real taste of playoff action. So I know there's going to be some growth to happen there. And the jump from game 1 to game 2 is really encouraging. But that's the next thing I would like to see from him is maybe be a little bit more selfish.
Yeah, I think that's always been the knock on him is that he's not selfish enough as a player. And it's kind of crazy because like watching him, like the build up to the draft with him, he was like super toolsy, right? Like he's a great rebounder for a college player, like 5.5 rebounds a game. He's a good assist man for a college player. Like his shot, you kept saying, okay, can he get the shot off? Right? Because it's unorthodox. It takes a while to get a shot off, but you could see how he could score at all 3 levels, really good in the mid range. And then he gets to the pros and the spacing, like nobody saw him as an elite 10 assists, 12 assists per game guy. No one. Like if someone tells you, oh, I saw that, like
Liar.
No. Yeah, that's why he went number 12. Now he should have gone number 5 or number 4. He realistically should have gone number 2, where the Warriors were sitting and drafted James Wiseman and loved him, but just couldn't pull the trigger. And then we have this whole middle of the first round, middle of the lottery, where his agent kind of said no to a bunch of teams because they liked the opportunity later, whether it was in Phoenix or Sacramento or San Antonio, whatever it was. He liked those options better. But like to watch him develop, I just would keep continuously caution people. Like, look, he just played his 8th playoff game last night. He's still learning. He's 24 years old. He still needs to get stronger. He needs, like there are things about his game that need to evolve, but he also needs to be a lot more selfish.
All right. I'm right there with you. Let's zoom out a little bit though. Getting away from player specific stuff. Shout out to Dante DiVincenzo, by the way. Really good again last night. I want to zoom out a little bit and talk about some of the storylines that are coming out of these playoffs. And I would like to talk about Rick Carlisle, who I have always been a fan of as a coach. But the way that he handled his business last night and the way the Pacers are handling their business after these first 2 games, the Pacers are done. This series is over. I know the first 2 games have been relatively close, but that Knicks-Pacers series is over. And we'll talk about why next on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Hitter. Clear.
Sweet. I'm going to grab coffee.
Okay.
I'll be right back, people.
I will also be right back. After these messages. What up, y'all? I don't know. I think they need a player who will take the basketball and go score it. Yep. This is it. He's supposed to be that guy. But instead he's just hanging out. We're going to talk about give me I saw something on the internet today about max players. And I think that players like Siakam and Halliburton, I don't want to, there will be more nuance at the Halliburton discussion, but players like Siakam and potentially Halliburton are players that, to me, a team is going to max, but I'm wondering if smart teams will not want to do that. Could you max Siakam for what? He's gonna not be the dude in a close playoff game. He's not gonna take the ball and go put it in the basket. He's not gonna shut the faucet off on Jalen Brunson. Okay, then what the hell is he doing? He's supposed to be this like defensive stopper and this. Oh man, he can go get you a bucket. Like, okay, then show me, bro. No, this is the right take. More Tyrese Halliburton talking is what we want. Yeah, he is. I think he is. Some team is going to give Pascal Siakam a bunch of money.
Pacers are.
Thanks, man.
They already worked that out, didn't they?
Maybe.
I mean, they haven't.
90 seconds. No, I was just saying that we're going to talk about this later. In fact, you know what? Maybe we can... do you want to start with it here? No, I want to talk about Rick Carlisle.
That's fine.
I got a bunch of stuff I want to get to. But just, I think Pascal Siakam fits perfectly into that Zach LaVine max contract conversation.
Oh, no, totally.
Where Siakam's going to get a max and...
Or even
because I was just saying he's supposed to be defensive stopper. Okay, then why is Jalen Brunson getting 40 a game? He can really score. Okay, then why does Tyrese Halliburton have the ball every possession late?
Yeah, I think it's a good...
He's going to get a max, but for what? He's a player that you know what? I'd feel a lot better about him at like 25 or 30 and not 60.
Yeah, I'd even like 30 to 35 is fine.
Sure.
But that's always been the thing with OG as well.
Yes. I'm with you, Julian. All right, here we go.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
And welcome back in. That's James. I'm Kyle. That's James. I'm Kyle. Yeah, that's right. We're talking NBA playoffs. Talked a little bit about the specifics of last night's game, but I know not that many people in Sacramento give a damn about what's happening between the Knicks and Pacers on a minutia level. On the other hand, there's some big picture kind of NBA-wide stuff that I would like to dive into. The first thing, that series is over. Knicks-Pacers is done. The Knicks are going to the Eastern Conference Finals. And I say that not because of necessarily what's gone on in the court. I think the games have been close enough that if you're a Pacers fan, you can talk yourself into, coming home for 2, we can go back to New York tied 2-2. There's been a couple possessions in each game that have kind of really swung things. It was mostly the third quarter last night that really turned that game around. But Rick Carlisle and the Pacers are broadcasting to the world that the series is over. The first thing, Rick Carlisle last night, after the game, blames his small market, blames the fact that they're a small market team on why they're not getting calls from officials. And that was the reason that he said they are not tied or up 2-0 in this series. It's the small market and not the fact that his star point guard scored 6 points and took 6 shots in game 1, or the fact that he refused to play TJ McConnell in the final 7 minutes last night, even though TJ McConnell was the only player having any success stopping Jalen Brunson. It's not, that Pascal Siakam has been invisible. No, it's the market. It's the market size. And when that is that's for the fans to do, bro. That's for people on radio in Indiana to get on air today and go, you know what? The NBA is hosing us because of the market. Like cool. But for the coach of the team to come out and go, well, the NBA doesn't want us to win, so great message. Great message. I'm sure everybody's fired up to play in game 3.
Okay, so here's the problem. First and foremost, the Knicks are a better team than you are.
Thank you.
Okay, so that's the start. Like, they are a better team than you are. And, like, as a coach, you did a really good job of getting your team to score a bunch of points, but you didn't do a good job the entire season of getting them to play defense whatsoever. So you get into a playoff series where defense matters, and you can't stop one specific player who just keeps running right past you and scoring every single time he wants to score.
Mm-hmm.
That's your fault. It's not the fault of the markets or anything else. We had this discussion yesterday. I did yesterday with D-Long and Casey about just how it is that, the NBA must be really bummed out about the markets and about, the fact that Minnesota is there and OKC and Indiana, and, they don't have an LA team. They don't have a Chicago team. They don't have a Miami team. They don't have their major markets aren't fully represented.
Yeah.
And, like, I don't care. I just want to watch good basketball. And to be honest with you, I don't think the best 8 teams are playing right now, but that doesn't matter. This is the 8 that are there, right? Yes. And so I think the quality of basketball is pretty high. I think the next round is going to be off the charts, like crazy high-level basketball. And I know who's going to be there in the East. I think I know who might be there in the West, but I'm not sure yet. I don't care, though. All I care about is that it's really, really good basketball. And that's what I think the normal basketball fan. So people say, okay, well, but casuals aren't going to want to watch it in a bar.
Right. That's the argument.
Yeah, because it's not the Lakers. It's like, okay, well, it's still going to be on in a bar. And if like maybe someone won't ask to have it turned on, but it's still going to be on. And they're still going to be like, oh, well, who's that kid? Like,
yes, that's the thing that I keep coming back to. When as a fan, you shouldn't give a rip about what the ratings are. It just doesn't. That does not matter to you a lick. The hand wringing over it is always insane. Oh, Miami and Denver, nobody's gonna watch that. Okay, so
yeah,
are you? That's what matters. Are you? So, anyways, if you want to say Miami, Denver, I am uninterested in those teams. Okay, cool. Then don't watch. But that doesn't matter to you. But anyways, there's so much star power that's going to be in the final 2 rounds of the playoffs, the conference championships, and then the finals.
Yeah.
Whether it's Anthony Edwards and Karl Anthony Towns and Rudy Gobert or Luka Doncic and Kyrie Irving or Nikola Jokic and Jamal Murray or Chet Holmgren and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. I mean, that's just in the West. That's a lot of star power. And then you can go to Boston is loaded, and you've got Jalen Brunson and the Villanova guys with the Knicks, that Villanova connection. 47 times they said it on TV last night.
Yeah.
Just
you need a little clicker.
I do. The pitch counter.
The Costco clicker. Every time someone walks in the door. Click,
yeah,
click,
exactly.
Click.
So it just, you can do that for every single team. It's like, man, there are stars available. And except Cleveland's even got Donovan Mitchell, but Boston's probably going to be there in the finals. If not, it's going to be the Knicks. Like the NBA is going to be fine. If the Pacers were the 1 seed and the Knicks were the 8 seed, and the Pacers had won 68 games and the Pacers had won 41, and the Knicks are just winning these games by 1 or 2 because of these brutally bad calls late in games, okay, then maybe let's talk about it. But like you said, the bottom line is the Knicks are better. There were things Rick Carlisle could have done better last night to put his team in a position to win. They lost the third quarter by 18 freaking points. They scored 16 points in a quarter while allowing 36, gave up 36 while scoring 18. Math. Like that's bad. You did a bad job. You were doing a bad job. That should be the focus. And to come out, and I get that he's trying to influence the league and he's trying to influence some calls to go their way. It also came out this morning that Indiana sent 78 calls to the league office from the first 2 games that they thought didn't go their way. It feels like a lot.
Look, at some point, like, you have to take responsibility for where you are as a team.
That's
and
all.
What's happening.
That's all. Thank you.
And like, look, at the end of the day, like, everyone understands that Indiana's not there yet. Like, you're like screaming and yelling like this injustice, but everyone understands that you're not there yet. Like the Knicks are just like further along in the process. Now you can get there. No one is saying that like Indiana can't get there like ever. This is horrible.
Right.
But you have to understand and you have to be realistic about where you are as a basketball team. Like when like Phil Jackson wanted to complain about cowbells back in the early 2000 series with the Kings. That was just to drum up this, like, he was just trying to play into it. He was like having a good time.
Right.
You know, like all of these things that were going on, but that was 2 evenly matched great teams.
Yes.
Going at it like a fierce battle. That's not what this is. It's just not. Your team isn't there yet. And Aaron Nesmith could get there. And Nebhard could get there. And Halliburton can get bigger and stronger and be ready for it next season. And like, you can keep piecing this thing together. Maybe next year they are a team that wins 55 games. But for right now, the NBA doesn't have anything to do with the fact that the better team is winning. Are there questionable calls? Yeah, there are questionable calls in every game.
No doubt.
But one team is playing way more physical than the other team. And the team that's playing more physical keeps winning because they got the memo and no one, and you didn't.
That's it. And if we're going to keep it a stack here, for the Pacers specifically, because the exact quote was, small market teams deserve an equal shot. 100%. They totally do. And that's why the CBA is the way it is.
Yep.
So he's right. But let's keep it a stack. If the NBA really, really wanted to influence what teams were moving on that much, and this is not... Let me say, I don't think the NBA is calling refs and going, hey, make sure this team wins tonight. I don't think that's what happens. I think refs just kind of inherently know. And I think refs kind of have inherently in their head, like, hey, this team has cachet. And it's not a conscious thing, like out of bounds. Let's see what team. Oh, wait, the Knicks. I think it's just a subconscious thing. I don't think they're actively trying to move the Knicks on or the bigger market team over the smaller market team. I don't think that's the case. But if the NBA really wanted to do that, the Bucks would be playing in this series. Giannis and Dame would be playing in this series right now. They would have gotten the Pacers out of here in round 1, and you would have seen the real influence of the league on those games where Giannis and Dame didn't play. That's what you would have seen. But they didn't. So that's why I have a problem with this, is it's not, like I said, I'm not saying that the NBA would rather see the Knicks than the Pacers in the finals. Like 1,000%. Like if you gave every NBA executive truth serum and asked them that, they would tell you, yeah, 100%. Would way rather have New York, LA every single year than any other teams. But they're not going to get that. And so you have to look internally if you're Rick Carlisle, and you're just not there. You're just not good enough. And I know he can't say that outwardly, but outwardly saying like, hey, small market teams, man, they deserve a shot too. Denver won the title last year.
Yeah.
Come on.
Well, that, and I mean, look at that series too. Like, you could say, this is where I think the argument really, I don't think, again, NBA officials are there to swing like one team into the finals and one team not. But I do think that NBA officials are there to make sure that it's as competitive as possible.
Mhm.
And I think let's just go to like the Minnesota Denver series. That like the officiating in that to me has been horrific
Mhm.
because what's going to happen is not Jamal Murray throwing more stuff on the floor. Somebody's going to get punched.
Mhm.
And the only one to blame in that situation is going to be the fact that you let the temperature in the room raise and raise and raise and raise and raise.
Mhm.
And you didn't put the kibosh on it at a certain point. And so I think the NBA, like, do they have a stake in that race? Maybe they do. Like Ant-Man is a guy they want to ascend,
Yep.
clearly. And the only way for him to ascend is for him to keep getting him to be on in a bar that nobody cares about and everybody looks up and goes, "Oh my gosh, I can't believe I just saw that. Who is that guy?"
Yep.
Because that's where the rando catches up and goes, "Wait a sec. Who is that guy? Who does he play for?" And you're like,
Mhm.
"Minnesota." Man, I haven't seen him because he plays in Minnesota.
Mhm.
And then you start like opening up your phone, like, well, now I need to know more about this guy. And that's how the league needs to engage.
Yep.
That might like unfortunately for Jokic, the fact that he just won his third MVP yesterday, it doesn't mean he's interesting to watch. Like for the common fan, someone could be standing there watching the same game and go, man, like who's the big giant white guy? Well, that's just wild. How is he out there
Yeah.
hanging out with the other guys?
Yeah.
Is he any good?
Yeah. Oh, that shot's ugly. Ew.
I can't believe that he just threw that ball off the bottom of the bottom of the scoreboard and it somehow went in. You're like, oh wow, that's crazy.
Mhm.
But you're not like excited about the game like you are when Anthony Edwards flies over everybody and dunks or
Mhm.
hits his shoulder on the backboard because he's jumped too high.
Crazy.
Like all of these things. But I don't think the league is mandating that Denver loses that series. I think the league definitely wants that to be a close series and definitely wants it to highlight what they're building. But like, look at a certain point,
Minnesota is kicking Denver in the teeth.
they're just playing so much better.
That's
it.
Minnesota number 15 television market to Denver's number 17 television market,
Yeah.
by the way.
Sacramento number 19 or number 20?
Number 20 on this list that I'm looking at. Indiana 25.
Yeah.
Or it's Indianapolis specifically. Indianapolis number 25.
Mm,
They are the lowest ranked team left in the playoffs, I think.
yeah. And look,
Oh,
if
no,
this
wait, hang on. Where's Oklahoma City? Oklahoma City's way down here.
Kyle, where is San Antonio? Because I'll tell you, the last thing the league on paper would ever want is
Great
for
point.
Victor Wembanyama to end up in San Antonio,
Number 31
number 31.
with
Yeah.
30 teams in the league.
Yeah.
Oklahoma City, by the way, number 47.
Number 47. Yeah.
Memphis, when Ja Morant was doing his thing, and number 50. Like,
yeah.
come on, man.
It's tough.
I get what Rick Carlisle is saying, but at the same time, I promise that's not the problem here.
No.
I promise you that this is not a market size thing. It is a team better than you thing.
Yes. In
That's
this
all.
case, yes.
That's all. And that's why that irked me. Speaking of big markets, now to flip that conversation to the other side of the coin, I have always hated the phrase, sport A is better when team X is good. College football is better when LSU is good.
Better when Notre Dame is good.
Better when Major League Baseball is better when the Yankees and Red Sox are good. College basketball, Duke and UNC. I have always rejected that idea. I have always been like, that's stupid. There are so many college teams. There are 30 other or 28 other MLB teams besides the Yankees and Red Sox. There are 31 other NFL teams besides the Steelers or whatever, the Cowboys. That said, I get why people say that now by watching the Knicks. Okay. Watching this Knicks team and watching the way the Garden buzzes and watching the way I've never, because you have to understand, the peak of the Knicks in my cognizant life, I went to the finals in what, 2000?
Oh,
99? Whatever that was. I was young, I was 9, 10 years old. So the peak of the Knicks really in my like cognizant life where I was really watching and understanding was the Carmelo Anthony era. Where you looked at that team, like Carmelo's good, Carmelo's incredible, but that team's not winning the finals. All due respect to Steve Novak, salute. That team's not winning the finals. Like, but that was kind of the peak for the Knicks. So when people go, oh, it's the Mecca and it's this and it's that, and the league is better when the Knicks are good. I never got it. Now I get it now. I see the reverence that people have for the Garden. You see the celebrities come out, and in a way that they're not out in LA. Like when a celebrity comes out in LA, it's like a photo op. At least that's how it's viewed to me. I know with Jack Nicholson aside, it's like a photo op for most people.
Yeah.
In New York, it's like, no, those are diehard Knicks fans. Like Jon Stewart, Chris Rock, Ben Stiller, Spike Lee, diehard Knicks fans.
Yes.
And Spike has been. Spike's been about that life. But I never understood. And now I do. And this is the first time in my life that I've gotten to the point where I go, oh, I see why the NBA would be better off if the Knicks were good for like a decade. I see the pop that has for the league.
Well, I think, and again, you've seen it with the Lakers forever. Mm-hmm. So you always see what you're talking about, this star-driven thing. Mm-hmm. But it does feel, I mean, even if like you walk into Staples and people who've never, I suggest everybody try to go to a Kings-Lakers game. It like going into Staples is amazing because you really feel, for the most part, like you're on a Hollywood set. Like the way the lighting is so spectacular. So I'll say, like in Golden 1, right? Mm-hmm. Golden 1 feels almost like a blue light, right? So I don't know if people like know film, but like there's different types. Like even in your home, Golden 1 feels like somebody put a bunch of LED lights that are bright white, right?
I don't want to say hospitalish because that's too.
No, but it does have almost that
sterile
feel, right? You go to Staples and the court itself is lit with like a yellowish light. And then the first like 5 rows you feel like are lit with that same lighting. Mm-hmm. And then it fades to black. And so
it's so sick. It looks so cool.
Everything else, it really looks like you're on a Hollywood set. Man. And everything looks perfect. And stars go there because damn, the lighting's good and I look good sitting courtside. That's why people are like, man, I look good sitting courtside. In Sacramento, like you could be at a Costco. That's what the lighting feels like, right? And I think like it's just a different type of crowd though.
Costco?
Well, I mean, that's what it is. It's like bright, it's fluorescent, and it has a bluish tint. Mm-hmm. You know, like everything feels like it's like you're almost washed out. Mm-hmm. That's not the way it is there. And the other thing about that, the media seating there is some of the best in the league. We have an entire corner behind like the visiting bench that we're just right there. Like it's really spectacular. But that's something that like when you get to New York, it has that similar feel, but nobody's cared for so long. You know, like the size of the digital board doesn't matter in New York.
Right.
Like the ceiling is really cool in New York, where at Golden 1, you look up and if you can see that high, which is like 200 feet, mm-hmm. It's just like all like it's fireproofing. It's monocode. It's like, and like it just disappears into gray and stuff. It's just not the Garden. The Garden is like spectacular. Mm-hmm. But for basketball sight lines and everything else, Golden 1 is better.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. But that's where that's the point I've always missed with the Garden. Mm-hmm. Is okay, it might not be an optimal basketball viewing experience, but it is because of the environment.
Oh yeah.
And that's again what I've never been able to grasp, and now I do now. And so when somebody goes, well, the league is better off when the Knicks, it's like, you know what? I get it. Like the league's fine if the Knicks stink. Like they've stunk for most of the last 50 years. But you know what? Now I understand. Shout out to the Garden. Shout out to Knicks fans. I'm rooting for you.
Yeah, I kind of want to see it. I want to see. And hey, the same with Boston. I want to see it. I want to see the Boston-New York series.
Oh, same.
Yeah,
it's not even. I
think I know who's going to win pretty handedly. Mm-hmm. But I still want to see the ambiance of it. I
Yeah.
want to see because you'll feel it.
Oh,
right?
big time.
Like through your screen, you'll feel the game, and that's something that
there's certain matchups that feel heavy, right? That feel big.
Mhm.
Niners Cowboys just always carries a little extra weight, just as a sports spectacle to me.
Yeah.
Duke UNC just is different.
Yep.
Red Sox Yankees just different. Like those kind of big time matchups.
Even like Packers Bears.
Yes, any NFC North thing just feels a little. That's how a Knicks Celtics series would feel, but on a massive level because they're playing for a trip to the finals.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
No, I'm here for it. I'm here for it.
The other thing that happened, the FU Reggie chant that broke out.
That's so New York.
It was perfect, dude. We talked about man, Reggie's already talking trash. What's that environment going to be like? That's why I sat there, and while that was happening, I was like, dude, I've done this a couple other times in my life. One time during Game 7 of the 2016 finals, they went to break late in that game, and I was like, this is just peak sports. This is why sports are the best thing. And last night, I'm sitting there on my couch, and I'm watching Knicks fans just rain down FU Reggie chants on Reggie Miller. And I'm like, dude, this is why this is the best thing. This is great. And Reggie was loving it. Reggie had a great, at least he outwardly was. I'm sure internally it doesn't feel great. But he rolled with it, leaned into it. He took a picture with Spike Lee with the newspapers from his 8 points in 9 seconds.
Yep.
They had the newspapers and they taking pictures. It's like, dude, that is incredible. That is history of the game brought to right now with a lot of the same fans and the same characters from that major moment in league history. Like, God, I couldn't get enough of it. I hope there's a Game 5. And I hope Reggie Miller's on the call.
That would be phenomenal. I mean, I think it is amazing to see New York in this situation. And again, the only time I've been there was for All-Star Weekend. And I think I've told you this, All-Star Weekend, I was hanging out with the Basketball Jones, J.E. Skeets and Tosh, and where I was standing with them. And I'm like, hey, there's Ben Stiller. Because we're in a media area.
Mm-hmm.
And they're like, where? And I'm like, he literally is from me to you right now.
Oh,
Ben Stiller was there.
Yeah.
I'm like, he's right there. And they're like, I don't see him. So I move him over. They're like, oh my gosh, he's right next to us. They're like, that's Ben Stiller. He's right there. I'm like, he's right there. And then I go to walk to down the tunnel to go to my seats.
Mm-hmm.
And it literally Christina Aguilera and Queen Latifah walk by me. And I'm like, what in the world just happened?
Gravity, dude.
But that's what I'm talking about. That's New York. That was the quintessential New York experience, going to the Garden. I got to see it all in one giant, I can't believe this is happening.
It's like when you walk out of the tunnel at Golden One and Lance Woods walks by, you're like, oh, dang.
Hey.
Lance.
Not to disrespect
Feel the gravity
Lance.
of this. I love Lance.
I love
what a great person.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just last night was the turning point for me of I understand why this is a big deal now.
Mm-hmm.
With, I've been to games at Arco and Golden One and Oracle Arena and Chase Center. It's different. And I never understood it. But last night was the turning point in my head.
Well, and in Game 1, weren't the Yankees sitting courtside?
Yes.
And didn't I tell you
Nestor Cortez, Gleyber Torres.
Could you imagine?
Not Gleyber Torres.
The Yankees sitting courtside at Golden One while they're in a 3-game series against A's across the street, and they're staying right next door.
Yeah.
And I know that's crappy, but that's why that can matter. You got a 3:00 game or a 12:00 game that ends at 4, and everybody's done and coming out to a Kings game. That's
Gleyber.
That's what they're looking for.
Yeah, no doubt. The New York Yankees are going to turn Golden One into Madison Square Garden.
That's right.
All right. I want to talk more about this. I have some other thoughts.
Okay. I'm here for this.
Max contracts. Zach LaVine. That's right. Okay.
Let's do it.
That's what I want to do next. The way teams are building is changing.
Yes.
All right.
We're clear, I take it.
Huh? I started that break a little bit early. That's why I was trying to drag it out there at the end.
Boy. Let's see. David, it depends on the year. If the Kings are in the top 10, I'm in on it early. This year, I haven't. I mean, I've started watching some film, but I haven't like just gone all in yet. I need to, but I also needed a break after a really, really, really long and brutal season. Yeah. I'll get into that. Like again, probably even like this weekend, we'll start dealing with a lot of this. Well, no, that's what I wanted right there. Yeah, Katrina, there's some wild stuff going on in the chat. Absolutely crazy.
What's happening?
There's just like Mark Nash is convinced. I don't know Mark, but Mark is convinced that the Kings should trade Harrison Barnes and Kevin Huerter and a couple of first-round picks for Jonathan Kuminga, and I couldn't disagree with you more, Mark. Like he's just nowhere near ready to be
like Warriors Jonathan Kuminga.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. No,
I don't hate the idea of a team trying to acquire him. But I think it would be a massive overpay for any team because the Warriors like kind of need him, I think. And I think he fits their whatever timeline they're working on. I don't think he fits what the Kings timeline is.
No, and I also don't think that he's ready to play the style of basketball that the Kings play.
Yeah.
And that's pretty clear. He struggled to play the style of basketball that the Warriors play. And yeah, I honestly, I mean, I think he's talented, but I also don't think he's a winning basketball player right now. And the Kings need players that can step on the floor and actually impact winning.
Yeah, the like peak of Jonathan Kuminga, like that's one where the idea of the player is probably better than the player in practice.
The NBA has suspended Bucks guard Patrick Beverly for 4 games.
What a dork.
It's the Kings' first.
Oh, here we go. Hour number 2. Chatty House is lit right now. That's James. I'm Kyle. We're hanging out with you until noon. Then we'll hand it off to D-Lo and KC. If you've never been to the Chatty House before, I recommend you take a jaunt over there right now. Go to youtube.com/ESPN1320 and just read the rolling comments alongside the video. That's the chat. We will pull up some of those chats. Sometimes we'll take topics from the chat. Good group of folks. Love hanging out there. Love reading what's going on. There's a discussion about Jonathan Kuminga happening right now that is
it's a little wild. It's a little wild.
It's not like I don't want to. So Mark Nash in our YouTube chat. Shout out to Mark. Appreciate you watching. He said that the Kings should trade Harrison Barnes, Kevin Huerter, and 2 firsts for Jonathan Kuminga.
Multiple firsts.
So I don't want to. Here's the thing. I don't want. This is not the worst idea I've ever heard in my life. I don't want this to come across in a mocking way. Like, let's break this down and let's talk about it as a concept. Because Mark just said in the chat, Jonathan Kuminga, if you know ball, Jonathan Kuminga can play 4 positions. I watch a lot of Warriors basketball, I promise. No, he can't.
Well, if one of those is left out, he can.
Stop.
Just saying.
So when we're on a little bit different sides of this, because I'm higher on Jonathan Kuminga than you are. You think he's closer to out of the league than being in the starting lineup?
That was a year ago. Like at this point, like he's proven that he's a rotational player, but he's not a rotational player on a good team.
Sure.
At this point in his career, and like I liken him right now to a bunch of dudes who played for the Detroit Pistons. Like he can put up numbers, but can he impact winning at this point in his career? And the answer is probably not nearly as much as like a lot of Warriors fans would think, but also just in general. Like,
well, and that's what Kuminga is still 21.
Yeah.
And that is where that is where his argument lies, I think. And that is where I think he's coming from. And Mark, if you're not, I'm trying to help you out here, pal. But so if you disagree with me here, then I got nothing for you. But I'm trying to get into the eyes of where that makes sense, because you're right. On the surface, it doesn't. Like Jonathan Kuminga, it's really clear, is not ready to take on the role of a player that the Kings need. Now, Jonathan Kuminga in 4 or 5 years, maybe
2 years, maybe 2 years.
Sure.
Yeah.
The idealized version of Jonathan Kuminga, yes, is exactly what the Kings need, because the idealized version of Jonathan Kuminga can handle the ball, can knock down a three. When you're late in the shot clock and you need somebody who is big and strong and jumps high to get into the lane and get you a bucket or get to the free throw line, then 100%. That is the ceiling for Jonathan Kuminga. And then as a defender, I mean, we've seen him lock up Jason Tatum in big spots. It's just not consistent enough. But as a defender, again, you see this super high ceiling, and all of a sudden you're going, dude, there's a two-way superstar here. So I understand where somebody would go, hey, the Kings should acquire this guy for their 2 biggest contracts that could be traded and a bunch of first-round picks, or a couple of first-round picks. I don't want to misconstrue. A couple of first-round picks.
Mm-hmm.
I get why that's enticing, but now let's go to reality. And the reality is what you just said. The reality is, hey, Jonathan Kuminga is probably not there.
No.
At least not yet. Not where he's cutting at the exact right time, and he's taking a dribble handoff, and he's knocking down a three off the dribble, and he's playing really sound defense, and he's just not like, that's what, because look, as much as the Kings could use him like that, so could Golden State.
Yes.
They could really desperately use a player like that, especially where the core of their team is headed age-wise.
Yes.
So if they're willing to give him up, that's probably a sign that he's not the player the Kings need right now. I hope I properly rode the fence there.
Yeah, like, look, I don't think he's a bad player, and like, look, every player has to develop, and that's something that, like, we talked about with even I talked about it about Luka yesterday. Like, people, like, we are harsh on Luka, and as a guy who loves to watch basketball, I don't love watching Luka play, but we also have to understand he's 25 years old and he's getting better, and he's proving that he is the generational talent that people talk about, right? Well, that's not who Kuminga is yet. Kuminga is a player that has a ton of room to grow, which is great. But there's also potential for him to never reach that, and for him to reach the statistical pinnacle that people think he might reach and still not be an impactful basketball player on the court. And that's a problem. Like,
and this ties into, so let's reel this in, because I don't think the Warriors are trading Kuminga to the Kings for that package. I think Golden State, from everything I hear and know, they want to hold on to him. Now, if a team comes in with a Godfather offer because that team is like, we need Jonathan Kuminga, then sure, they'll move him.
Yep.
But I don't think they're aiming to move him. So let's bring this back and let's relate this to the Kings. I think we can take this conversation about Jonathan Kuminga and apply that to pick a young player. Pick a player in the draft.
Any young player?
Just any player that you're going, hey, upside, needs development. I love the upside, though. That's not where Sacramento is. There's too much urgency for them to go, yeah, we'll take a flyer on this guy for a couple of years, and if he doesn't work out, then we'll move on and we'll try this again later. You don't have a couple of years to let a guy like Jonathan Kuminga or any other player. That's why when we talk about a draft pick for them, it's like, yeah, they're way more likely to move that pick because whoever they take in the draft, A, they don't know what he is in the NBA, and B, they don't have time to figure it out. They need to make some kind of substantial jump now.
Yes.
Not in 3 years. And that's, again, to move this away from Jonathan Kuminga and bring it to the Kings and something more relevant, that's going to color a lot of the conversations we have throughout this offseason.
Yes. It's that the number 13 pick is going to take 2 to 3 years, and you don't know if you're getting anything, where the number 13th pick might be worth a guy who is the 6th or 7th man in your rotation, who's 26 years old and can do a bunch of stuff, but isn't a star somewhere. And someone's going to go like, look, I will give up a really good player to go move to 13. He's not a great player, but he's under contract, and you can take him off my hands. And I will continuously go back to this in like the 2016 draft. The Kings traded Marco Bellinelli for the number 22 pick in the NBA draft. Marco Bellinelli is a rotational player in the NBA at that point. He is a 6, 7, 8 man, great shooter off the bench, right? That's what they were able to get. The Kings need to do that trade in reverse, or they need to use that trade, that pick to go get something much bigger, use it in a much bigger package trade to go get a star level player with other first round picks and contracts and stuff like that. That's where the Kings are at. That there is no mistaking like where they are at. They're a team who feels like they are maybe one really, really good piece away from jumping right back into the fray with OKC, with Minnesota, with Denver to get into the top 4 of the Western Conference and stay there for the next 5 years with Domantas Sabonis and De'Aaron Fox and Keegan Murray and hopefully Malik Monk. That's where they're at. So again, Kuminga is a player that's nice. He's nice like a couple of years from now, maybe.
Yeah.
And we don't know yet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's just kind of where it's at. Somebody said it sounds like Kyle, me. It sounds like you want KD or Paul George. Like, yeah, for the right trade package, sure. But I don't think that those teams are going to accept a trade package that the Kings would be willing to give up. I don't.
No. Well, I mean, you never know what's going to be out there. That's what I keep telling you. You never know what's going to be out there. But
right. But so it's not necessarily that. It's just more getting known quantities. It's not necessarily a Paul George or Kevin Durant level player. It's just, I mean, it'd be nice for sure. But it's just getting a player that, hey, this player has had X amount of success in this league, and we know he can do Y and Z on both ends of the floor, and this is where he's going to fit in the rotation. We know this.
Yes.
That matters way more than, upside.
Yeah.
It's just not, it's not where they're at, man. And I think that's an important note, and appreciate Mark for floating that out there so we could
sparking some debate. Yeah.
That said, I would not, if I'm the Kings, I'm not doing that deal.
No.
just to be clear.
No, not at all. I'm not like, again, you can love Kuminga or not, but Kuminga is not to a point where he is a player who impacts winning on a really good team.
Yeah. I'm right there with you, man. Well, I'm clicking too many things. Okay. Anyways, we gotta hit a break. Wow. Okay. Hey, good idea or bad idea next, and then we'll talk about max contracts.
Yeah.
And somebody on Twitter made a really good point about, we talked a little bit about max contracts earlier in this week and why maybe teams are going to start doling them out a little less often. And I think that this is a really, really good point that somebody on the internet made. And I think it ties nicely into what the Kings are doing this offseason. So we will do that coming up as well on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Center.
I was told by someone, again, this season, by someone in the Bay Area that is very, very, very closely affiliated with the Golden State Warriors, that the moment Jonathan Kuminga is as good as he thinks he is, the Warriors will have a superstar on their hands.
Exactly.
there's a disconnect from who he is and who he thinks he is on the court, and like there's a place like he needs some work to get there, and that doesn't mean he won't get there, but even still, he's a player that can lock up Jason Tatum for a stretch, and then give up 6 backdoor cuts because he's not paying attention at all.
That's it.
And that's who, if you're the guy, like realistically, like he's in the realm of player today that Marvin Bagley was when he left the Kings. He's still in that. He's got a ton of upside. He's got a ton of potential. He can average 14 and 7, but we just don't know if he's going to get there.
Yeah,
that's where he's at right now.
There's no question about what he can do there's no question about what he can do over a stretch of 10 games. I think there was a stretch at some point this year over like 2 or 3 weeks. He was averaging 20 a night. And that's great. That's awesome. And that's better than he was last year. There was development, there was growth. But now we talk about this with the Kings. Okay, getting to that level where like, hey, you're great for 2 weeks and then you can't beat the Hornets the next week. Like that's where Kuminga is. Like there's a reason he doesn't start every single night.
Yeah.
I mean, this is now a separate conversation. Now we're talking about him specifically, but yeah, man, I'm high on his upside, but I wouldn't. If the Kings got a player in that realm, I would have questions about where they see this roster going.
Oh, yeah, that would be a definite, like, okay, what are we doing here?
Yeah.
Because that means you're starting to look towards the future. That does not mean that you're looking.
Right. Like if they draft, who's that kid from, is it Colorado?
Oh, yeah.
Like 18-year-old?
Well, no, there's a G League Ignite guy who's 18.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Why is it Colorado?
Well, there's a guy from Colorado who's like 24.
Oh, okay. That.
Yeah.
Just conflating picks. No, but if they pick, and again, to get this away from Jonathan Kuminga, because it's not about him specifically, if they picked that 18-year-old from the G League Ignite, it would be like, what's the plan? What are we doing here?
Well, no, because yes, I agree with you, but
if they picked him and had him on the roster. I know.
You could develop a guy for 2 years, but the other plan would be to make some other monstrous move to go bring in somebody that will make that kid completely irrelevant as a roster player for the next 2 to 3 years.
Yeah.
Right. And that's okay. Good teams have players that are developing on their bench and that can someday become something. But that's not where the Kings are in asset. They're in a mode of they need talent collection, not asset collection. There we go.
Drew Down even gets it, bro.
Yeah.
Shout out to Drew Down. It makes sense. They got money. He wants money. They need somebody to space the floor. He can space the floor.
Yeah.
It'd be a bummer, but I get it. Yeah. Here we go.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
And welcome back in. That's James. I'm Kyle. Some good idea or bad idea? Got some fun ones today. Good idea or bad idea? It's something we do every single day where we take some headlines that we didn't really get to dive all the way into, and we just say whether the thing that happened in that headline was a good idea or bad idea. This is what happens when, you know what? I don't know what I'm allowed to say or not say on the radio. This is what happens when you enjoy yourself on the weekend.
Oh,
you get ideas like this.
Okay.
I'm done talking about Jonathan Kuminga, guys.
Yeah,
I don't want to talk
too.
about Jonathan Kuminga anymore.
I didn't want to talk about him at all today.
I know. Somebody, Secure and DeMonk had a question that we will answer this at the break. If you would like to know what their question is and what our answer is to it, tap in at youtube.com/ESPN1320. We hang out during the breaks, and you can listen there. Also want to remind you, by the way, the James Ham and Kyle Madsen Show is available wherever you get your podcast. That is the podcast version of this show. So if you can only listen for an hour, only listen for a segment, typically, you can get the entire show there. We upload each hour. We upload a clip or two. We upload the entire show. There's so many different ways to listen. So please download or subscribe to the James Ham and Kyle Madsen Show wherever you get your podcasts. All right. Good idea or bad idea? Trading for Jonathan Kuminga. No, I'm joking.
Bad idea, Kyle.
Josh Hart last night, as the FU Reggie chants were raining down at Madison Square Garden, Josh Hart, during a stoppage in play, I think it's during free throws, walks over to Reggie Miller, leans down toward him at the table, their broadcast booth there. Reggie leans up, and into Reggie's mic, Josh Hart goes, "Hey, I don't know if you can hear them, but they're saying F you. I don't know if you can hear them, though." And then walks away laughing. Good idea or bad idea?
I thought it was a hilarious moment.
That makes it a good idea.
I also think it will cost him some cash
Mm-hmm.
because you're not allowed to. Because he didn't say "f you," he said.
He said the actual word.
Yeah, he said the words that we can't say on the air.
He said the no word.
The no word over the air,
like loudly. It wasn't. Sometimes they'll catch it on like the crowd mic.
Yeah.
When someone misses a shot and they'll yell an F-bomb, or especially in baseball, guy strikes out, will yell the F.
Yep.
And you're like, oh, I heard it. He said it like as though he's talking like this into the mic.
Oh yeah.
And just F-bomb. It's like, oh my God.
I thought it was a funny moment, and it captures like the essence of that of Reggie Miller versus Nick fan, like to a T. And not only that, but the fact that it was Josh Hart that did that he is the dude who is going out there and like playing stupid minutes. We'll get to that here in a sec. But the guy who is been he's the second story of this series without any question, and he was the second story of the first series too. Like his ability to impact a game, and for him to be the gritty dude who walks over and says that, I thought it was spectacular.
Yeah, it was so much fun, and just a fun moment. He wasn't being mean or anything, and Reggie laughed about it. I think it was Brian Anderson on the call last night.
I think so.
Was like, whoa, okay. Like it was just a really, really fun moment. And look, I say bad words a lot. You say bad words a lot.
All
Spoiler
the time.
Alert. And I don't even notice it when I'm saying it amongst my friends or whatever. When I hear it on TV, it's like I'm hearing a curse word for the first time every time. I'm like, oh, he said, hey, did you?
He said it.
Rewind it. Oh, it's something I say in my living room. But when Josh Hart says it on TV, there's something special.
Well, it's like, you have that friend who doesn't curse, and then when they do, you go,
"Oh, dude, yes."
Oh,
whoa.
I think I heard Gary Gerald say a word one time, and I'm like,
Gary, stop it.
And I'm like,
you just, bro.
Wait, what?
Hang on.
He didn't drop an F-bomb. No.
If anybody's listening with children in the car, earmuffs, I'll give you 3 seconds to turn it down. 3, 2, 1. I feel like you just told me Santa Claus doesn't exist.
Oh. Well, first of all, he does, Kyle.
Oh, thank God. I thought.
Secondly,
you're telling me
there was a moment where even Gary Gerald had enough and said something, and I was like, wow.
That is stunning.
Wow. And I'm like, hey, now Jerry Reynolds is like what Kyle and I are talking about. Like, you catch me off the air, and I've even had fans sit there and laugh like I can't believe how many F-bombs you just dropped in that statement. I'm like, sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, Mom, if you're listening.
My parents know. So, hey, guys. Tom Thibodeau. Here's number 2. Tom Thibodeau not letting his bench get a ton of burn. Josh Hart averaging nearly 47 minutes a game in this series. He's played all 48, or 47 minutes a game in the playoffs. He's played all 48 in the first 2 games of this series. 48 minutes last night. Dante DiVincenzo, 44 minutes last night. Isaiah Hartenstein, 39 minutes last night. Precious Achiuwa played 28 minutes off the bench. Miles McBride, 20 minutes off the bench. Alec Burks, 44 seconds off the bench. And that's it. They went 7 deep in the rotation last night.
That's not even like 7, like how we do like 9.5 men. That's not even like 7.5 men. That's like you literally just played 7 players.
And the only reason Miles McBride played 20 minutes was because Jalen Brunson was out for 16 of the 24 first half minutes.
Yeah. Okay. So this is a horrible idea. And I feel like Tom Thibodeau is Toonsis the driving cat from Saturday Night Live, and people might not know what that is. But
Nope.
There's a guy who has a cat, and he wants to drive, so he allows the cat, and every time Toonsis the driving cat drives him off a cliff,
Hilarious.
and Toonsis, no, and they car blows up.
Yeah.
That's what I feel like. Man, what are you doing?
I'm sure Adam Silver loves it, because this is players not only playing in the game, but playing 48 minutes and busting their asses. Part of what makes the Knicks so fun is just how freaking hard they try.
It's that Villanova vibe.
It really, you know what? I hate it, but it's true. Shout out to Jay Wright, bro. But no, but that's it. These guys just try super hard, and Jalen Brunson is great, but I mean, Josh Hart is not a superstar. Dante DiVincenzo, not a superstar. Isaiah Hartenstein, not a superstar. No, but they just try so hard, and it's just effort for literally 48 minutes. I'm sure Adam Silver loves it. Jalen Brunson now has a foot injury. OG Anunoby has a hamstring issue of some kind that forced him to miss the rest of last night's game after leaving early in the third quarter. This is the path they're heading down. And man, if you told me that Jalen Brunson wound up missing a game and OG Anunoby was out a couple of games, and look, Josh Hart all of a sudden is out of gas, and Josh Hart by game 2 of their Eastern Conference Final Series is just not quite as effective as he was the first couple of rounds. Yeah, dude, this is why. You're going to extend your minutes in the playoffs, no doubt. That's going to happen. Benches shorten, rotations lengthen, but the amount of minutes these guys are playing, and not just the amount of minutes, but it's the high effort, high intensity, high energy minutes. I can't fathom that this goes for ostensibly 3 more rounds.
To me, it's crazy, and I know this is something that players have done for years. In the olden days, the 90s, the 80s, guys played 48 minutes all the time. Latrell Sprewell played more minutes, and he's the guy that always stood out, that just played.
So many minutes.
But I would go back to the 2010-2011 season. Derrick Rose wins MVP, right? He, for Chicago, in his 3rd season playing under Thibodeau, plays 37.4 minutes a game. Just drove that dude into the ground. The next season, he was averaging 35.3, and then blew out his ACL.
Mm-hmm.
Guys that play for Tom Thibodeau typically don't have very long careers.
Mm-hmm.
It's guys, who was it? It was Tommy Lasorda.
Mm-hmm.
His pitchers never, they lasted 6 seasons.
Yeah.
And then he burned through them,
mm-hmm.
because all he did, it's every 4th day. I'm going to leave you out there in the 8th.
You're pitching 12 innings.
Yeah. These guys are literally going over 300 innings every single year. And you're okay, man, Fernando Valenzuela was not built to pitch that many
mm-hmm.
innings, and you just kept doing it, and now he's gone.
Yep.
So I'm a little leery on that, and I don't like that he's doing it right now in the playoffs, because I don't know if you know this, but if you're good enough, there's 2 more rounds.
Yeah, that's exactly it.
There's 2 more rounds, man. How are you going to do this?
I'm here for it, and I like watching it, and I think the Knicks are super fun. I think it's going to ultimately harm their title chances.
I would agree.
All right. Last one, very quickly here. We got less than a minute. The Pacers are sending 78 calls that they have deemed wrong from the first 2 games of this series, sending all 78 to the NBA office. Good or bad idea?
Bad idea. The league already saw all 78. And then they watched them back, and then they did a 2-minute report, because at least 43 of those 78 came in the last 2 minutes.
Insane.
When they didn't care. They didn't care then. They don't care now. It falls on deaf ears.
I think it's a fine idea, because teams just do this all the time. You can't also be Rick Carlisle complaining about it publicly, and then also send these calls to the NBA, which is also going to go public. It's just it's a fine idea, but in this specific instance, I think it's a bad one. It's just a bad look.
Yeah,
you're getting punched in the mouth.
Yep.
Go play better. All right. We've got the handoff coming up with D'Lo, Damian Marling of D'Lo and KC. He is going to be in today, I believe, and we'll also talk about this max contract stuff that I want to get to, and we've got some NBA playoff games tonight to get into. Plenty coming up in the final segment on ESPN 1320. We're clear, by the way.
Sweet. Things got a little crazy in here.
Somebody asked what the difference is between Keegan's 15 and Kuminga's what Kuminga averages here? 16?
16.
It is the way, well, one, defensively Keegan's better. But two, it is the way they play in the offense, where when Jonathan Kuminga gets his attempts, he's going to dribble the air out of the ball and he's going to find his way into the lane and he's going to score. He's going to get to the free throw line. Keegan Murray is doing so within the scope of the offense. If Keegan Murray had the role that Jonathan Kuminga has for the Warriors, I think he would be like a 20+ per game guy.
Yeah, easy. I'd also say, I know this sounds strange, but it's much more difficult to do what Keegan Murray does in 33.6 minutes per game than it is for Kuminga to do what he does in 26.3 minutes per game.
Yeah, because when he's on the court, it's just like, you go score. Like, he is their second, he was their best shot creator outside of Steph last year.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, there's a lot more responsibility that comes with being a 34 per minute game guy than there does with a 26 per minute guy. And I'd say the same thing.
Stats in front of you?
What's that?
Do you by chance? I never mind. I got him up. Also,
do I have who?
Kuminga.
Yeah, I do.
I got him right here too.
32.1 from 3.
It's the yeah. I'm just gonna stick with, if Keegan had Kuminga's role, he would be more productive.
Yeah.
I do wish, though, that Keegan was as aggressive as Kuminga was sometimes.
Yeah. That's always been, like Paul Westphal described DeMarcus Cousins this way. He said it's so much easier to try to turn down a flame than to start a fire. And that's the one thing about Kuminga. Kuminga has a fire and has a want to be good. Some of it's misdirected. And I know that Keegan does too, but the way it comes across sometimes as that he's not engaged. And I don't think that's the case. He's just a dude who is super chill, but not easy. Somebody asked if I saw Rudy Gobert's comments about Sacramento. I did not see Rudy Gobert's comments about Sacramento. Oh, Rudy Gay's comments. I didn't see Rudy Gay's comments on Sacramento. I do really like Rudy Gay. He was one of the I call him Switzerland. Like he could deal with anybody in the locker room.
Rudy Gay said that part of the reason Sacramento was basketball hell when he played there was he re-signed because of Michael Malone, and then they fired him.
Oh, of course. Yeah.
Okay. At least that's part of it. That's just what I read real quick. We got to get back to the show here. Hang on.
Okay.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Got the handoff coming up in about 10 minutes. I think it's Damian's turn today. D'Lo and Casey coming up at noon right here on Sacramento Sports Leader. I saw a thing online today that I thought was really, really interesting. And it was from @BullsBlogger their Bulls blog is called Blog a Bull, which I think is a great name. They said, quote, the Bulls had a Zach LaVine trade market problem where fledgling teams realized he's not good enough to be your number 2. Now, in the new CBA, it's even worse. He's too expensive to be a number 3 on a contending team. And I think this is something that we're going to come across time and time again this offseason as player names get floated, as rumors start flying, as the Kings are in trade talks about this player, and this player is now available. Should the Kings go get him? This is a calculation that every single team, including Sacramento, is going to have to make and is going to be making, because it's now, there used to be luxury tax thresholds and all that, but now with this first and second apron, the penalties are much harsher, where it's not about like, oh yeah, we're willing to pay the tax. It's going to be, are you willing to A, pay the tax, and B, have to dismantle your team in the next couple of years entirely? Like, it's just a much bigger swing. There's a much bigger risk now to adding a player like Zach LaVine. And again, I don't want to make this necessarily about him in particular. I know he's a name that has come up for the Kings from time to time, but this is why something the Kings are facing this offseason is going to be so tough, because it's much harder when you acquire a guy like Zach LaVine now. Like, hey, maybe he makes sense for the Kings. Maybe you think, yeah, they need another shot creator, another shooter. He would help immensely. Okay, sure. But when you start talking about the next 2 or 3 years, it becomes really, really damaging to have a player like that if he's going to be hurt and if he's going to be your third best guy.
Yeah, so I think people think I don't like Zach LaVine as a player. Like, he doesn't play defense for sure, and he can be inefficient, but he also is the type of shot creator that Kings could really use. If the Kings were to lose Malik Monk, this is a type of player that I think would like make sense before you get to the salary, and that's the problem you have with Zach. And I think when you're building a team, you can make a mistake with a guy's second contract. Like, we're about to get to Keegan Murray extension, not this summer, but next summer, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the Kings are probably going to, there's a good chance that Keegan's going to get the max for his years of service in the league. And the max for his years of service in the league is going to start, De'Aaron Fox jumped from $7 million to $27 million. It's a couple of years later. We're probably looking at 30, 31 million, and it will go up. And,
Mm-hmm.
that's one contract. It's this next contract where I think teams have made like gigantic mistakes in team building. So whether it's, again, the 76ers trading for Tobias Harris and then giving him what it amounted to close to max money, that was crazy. And then the same with LaVine. LaVine, people remember the Kings offered him, they had him signed to an offer sheet with a 4-year, I think, $82 million deal. He signed the offer sheet. The Bulls matched. And then the next contract, I think it was the Bulls that matched. Either that was Minnesota that matched. Then the next contract is when he got this like ridiculous money.
Yeah.
You have to be so good. And at that point, the team has to know that that's who you are. Like right now, we're watching De'Aaron Fox. Like De'Aaron Fox still has to solidify, not that he's a $45 to $50 million a year player, but that he's a guy that you could pay 70 to 80 at the back end of his deal on a monstrous deal.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I think he's there. I think he's really close. I think the Kings will probably do it.
Mm-hmm.
But there's also always that like, okay, what have we won? Like, where have we gone?
That's it, dude.
And with Zach,
That's it.
he's never won anything at all. He hasn't even led teams to some promised land.
They won a dunk contest.
Yeah.
One of the greatest.
He's fun, right? Well,
Yeah.
De'Aaron is a functional two-way player.
Yes.
And a high-end scorer.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we're talking about a guy who's top 10 in the NBA in scoring.
Mm-hmm.
We're talking about a guy who might not make an all-defensive team, but led the league in steals and will be in the top like 15, 20 defensive players.
He's one of the best
league.
two-way players in the league.
Yeah, right now he
Mm-hmm.
is. Like, he's developing
Mm-hmm.
very, very well at, 26, 27. But that next contract, like, that guy has to be a 1A to get that deal.
1,000%.
And that's what's crazy, because even if we look at it's almost called like the Jaylen Brown deal that we're talking about, right?
Mhm.
Jaylen Brown's not a 1A on the Celtics. He's a 1B. He can be the second best player, but at the same time, I don't even know if he's that. There are certainly nights where he's not the second best player, where Derek White is the second best player, or Porzingis is the second best player.
Jaylen Brown was the best player on a finals team, though.
Yeah.
He was their best player in those finals.
No, and that's why he got paid, right? And so I think I'm not putting Jaylen Brown in the same realm I'm going to put Zach LaVine in. But there are these other players out there that just get these contracts, and everyone like.
Can I give you a player who's going to get a max contract this offseason? It's going to be a catastrophic mistake for that team.
Go ahead.
Pascal Siakam.
Catastrophic.
Pascal Siakam is going to get a max contract from the Indiana Pacers, and it is going to be an utter failure. And that's not, and this is where, because max contracts just became like, oh, you get a max and you get a max and you get a max.
Yes.
It's not going to be that way anymore. And that's not because Pascal Siakam is bad or ineffective. It is, hey, he is this level of player, and we need, teams are going to start assessing again. It's not going to be Indiana, because Indiana traded a bunch of stuff to get him. They're going to make sure they keep him.
Mm-hmm.
But I think they're going to fall short year after year because of it, because it becomes harder to build around a player like that when they're that expensive, and you start running up against the cap. You start running up against luxury tax and apron 1 and apron 2 and all that. I think what you're going to start seeing, though, is you're going to see teams start calculating with Zach LaVine level players, where they're looking and going, hey, man, we can keep, again, I don't want to drag Zach LaVine. There are a bunch of players in the league in this tier,
yes,
but we can keep this Zach LaVine type of player for $70 million a year, or we can go add 3 really solid rotation pieces for the same amount of money.
2 of those are guaranteed starters, and one of them is a really, really, really high level 6-man.
Right.
Like,
I think you're going to start seeing that be the way teams are built, instead of just let's get as many max contract guys as we can because of this. You're going to start running up against the apron, where the Pacers, small market team, by the way, the Pacers are going to look in a couple of years and go, well, they're probably going to max out Tyrese Halliburton, I imagine.
Yep.
He's on track to be that. So they're going to have Tyrese Halliburton.
I think they already did give him his max. I think like it hasn't kicked in yet, but he already got the max.
Oh, is he? I always forget that he's like been in the league. In my brain, Tyrese Halliburton's in like year 2. But they're going to have Tyrese Halliburton. They're going to max out Pascal Siakam. They're going to look and they're going to go, hey, that duo is not good enough to win a title, and we have $14 to play with.
Yeah. Tyrese will make 35.5 next season. 38, 3, 41, 44, and 47.
And Tyrese Halliburton, there's, again, like you just mentioned with De'Aaron Fox, if there's a question about De'Aaron Fox, not a question, if De'Aaron Fox still needs to prove it over the next season, more.
Well, that, and what people need to know is that's only Ty's second contract. So
yes,
the next contract is going to be even bigger. It's going to be wildly bigger if he continues the trend of where he's heading.
Yeah.
And you can make a mistake here in the second contract. You can get a guy who you believe his ceiling is going to be one thing, and he caps out maybe a tick below that. What you cannot do is max out an injury-prone guy. You can't max out a guy who you still think might project. The only guy that this kind of worked with is Embiid, where you had so little tape and then had to pay him, and they did. But it's really brutal. Like, even Greg Oden took a bunch of extra money on the way out the door for a player who was never going to play because Portland just couldn't just cut ties. You gave up the number 2 pick in the draft, and the number 1 pick, and you passed on Kevin Durant, and you kept thinking, well, but when he does play, like, he's not going to. And so, I think this is really interesting, because even where we started with this discussion is Zach LaVine probably isn't a number 3 on an NBA championship caliber team. He might be a guy who scores a bunch of points, but he's not a true number 3. That's trouble.
Particularly at his contract number.
No.
Because of where that ties you up financially.
Oh yeah.
So that's something I think that, and we talked about this a little bit the other day. With you could talk about this with football too. When you have a functional quarterback, you're going, okay, well, we have to pay this guy X amount. The Giants looked at Daniel Jones and went, hey, we don't really have another option. We don't really have another option. Zach LaVine's better than Daniel Jones. I don't want to put it in that. But it's that same conversation where the Giants went, hey, we don't really have a better option, and $40 million the going rate for a starting quarterback. So I guess here.
Well, he's like the quarterback that can get you to the playoffs, but can't.
Dak Prescott
Never wins a game. Yeah.
Dak
he can put up a bunch of stats.
And
but
that's the thing. It's like, that's not to say, don't have Dak Prescott as your quarterback, but it's like, no, you have a better shot of winning a title if Dak Prescott is your quarterback at $20 million a year instead of 40. And it's that same, but again, and this is where teams are going to have to adjust their thinking. And I think the team that is first to adjust its thinking in this way, I think will be ahead of the curve of, we have this really good player that we drafted. We think he's kind of at his ceiling as a player. We don't think he's going to impact winning. We think he's going to be like David Lee. David Lee is, when I think good stats, bad team, I think of David Lee. Where, he might get you a double-double every night, and he's going to, go get you, we'll have a 30-20-10 game, and wow, look at how good he is. But, I mean, how good is he really? I think you're going to start seeing teams let those guys walk when in the very recent past and up till now, we've seen teams go, well, we have to pay him.
Well, we have to pay him. Yeah.
I mean, we drafted him. He's got to stay. And I think you might start to see that thinking change.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting in the way that you build a team and everything else. And, again, the Warriors are always going to be like the like shiny beacon, right? And you could make the claim that, like, while, Steph Curry deserves every dollar he ever got, and he deserves a whole lot more for that second contract, that some of the other guys there kept getting max money deals because they're part of a championship team. And, like, they weren't 1As and they were really good players. But if you took Steph off that team, they would be in the same place that a lot of other teams would be, or just like,
But also the Warriors on accident were the first team to kind of do what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
They traded Monte Ellis, and they just hung on to Steph. But
that was a wild
Steph,
one.
because of his ankle injuries, got like $11 million a year on his first on his second contract.
48 or a 4-year 44.
44, 48. Whatever. It was a cheap deal because the Warriors didn't know about his ankles.
Yes.
And that allowed them, and Draymond Green didn't get a max contract. And that allowed them to then go get Kevin Durant. Like they fell backwards into that. There was also a cap spike that year, which was a circumstantial thing. Yeah. But they fell backwards into that on accident. And like I said, with the way the CBA is set up and with these tax aprons now, I think you're going to start to see teams dole out max contracts less and be less willing to take on players of the Zach LaVine caliber. Damian Barling's here. Time for the handoff. D'Lo and KC coming up at noon. What's up, man?
We match.
Yeah, we do match.
You guys have serious conversations on this show. It's like a real sports show.
Yeah, we do sometimes.
That's good.
What are you talking about? We just did an hour and a half on the Drake Kendrick beef.
Oh, we were talking about exfoliating yesterday.
Oh, how'd that go?
It was good. We're just trying to put people up on game. The importance of exfoliating. I showed a picture from my early days in radio where I was with Keisha Cole, where clearly I didn't have a skincare routine, and it shows in a lot of my early memories in radio. They're very bad. It's like, why is your skin shiny like that? It's because I didn't know any better.
Oh. Well, I'm about to turn 73 next week, and so I think I look pretty good for
73. If you're 73, how old did DC turn today?
We did. We don't say we.
Are we allowed to say?
You're allowed to say Doug Christie.
No, I know that.
Oh,
how old he is though? I don't want to put him on blast.
Oh, I don't even know how old Doug is.
He's 54.
54. Yep.
Oh,
54 big one.
Yeah, no, Doug looks fantastic.
He looks great.
That's what bathing in seaweed does for you, or whatever.
Yeah,
I used to think he eats seaweed, but maybe he bathes in it and eats it.
He does. Like, I think every day he drinks
apple cider vinegar.
with honey and cayenne pepper.
Do you do
No,
that too?
Or water.
I do not. That's a gangster move by DC.
I tried it
Like,
for a while, and I'm like, man,
if I'm feeling a little sketchy, I do it because I
Sure.
like get it. But like every day, like Doug does,
That's insane.
yeah. Doug
That's
used to
bananas.
come in with like he'd come in with that apple cider vinegar. He'd have his tall Starbucks drink, which is some sort of tea, I think.
well, a lot of times he drinks soy latte.
Oh, okay. So he'd have that, and then
Spanish for I am latte. Keep going.
he'd have like just a full container of blueberries, and that's what he would eat during his radio show.
That's how guys like Doug become professional athletes, because that's a level of commitment I cannot reach.
Well,
I can't get there.
Well, that's why guys like Doug at 54 still look magnificent.
Exactly.
Like Doug is in phenomenal shape.
Yep.
Oh yeah, top notch shape.
No doubt. All right, let's get this back on track.
See, we would have
Sports.
on our show. We would have done this for like it would have been
Shout
like
out to Doug.
It would have been like 2:15. Like,
Can
all
you
right,
help me?
guys, let's go.
Okay, fine. Can you help me with a skincare routine? I don't have one. I get this
Oh, yeah.
face wash, and I wash my face at night.
No,
That's what I've got.
We can help
Okay.
you with that.
Yeah, I got.
I don't exfoliate. I got nothing
Got
for
to
you.
use some vitamin C oil,
Mhm.
some under the eye stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
I wear glasses all of the time because I'm sensitive about how it looks under my eyes.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
I got like a
Shoot.
four step morning.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
See,
I wear glasses all the time because I just want to wear them.
there you go. Yeah, no, it works too. It works too.
That's right.
Blue light blocking.
Oh, I
To
do
help with
that during the
headaches.
show. Yeah, no, that
Yeah, to help with
absolutely. Like
headaches.
those glasses I wear during the show changed my life. When we started this show, and we be in front of the computer, even for the 2-hour show, it's like, oh man, okay. But when the 4-hour show started, it was like, yo, something is wrong.
Mm-hmm.
And someone said, well, try it. Like for some people it works, for some people it doesn't. It may not be real, but for you it might work, and it absolutely works.
It definitely works. for me.
100%.
Yeah.
Mm.
No doubt. Now I feel weird talking about the NBA playoffs.
Yeah, I just threw the whole.
No, that's fine.
Hang on,
I had a
sorry.
plan.
No, I got you. Let's
This
go.
is
Come
what,
on,
no,
man.
this is
It's a
good. This
radio
is
show.
what that's what I need to be better at.
Better or what? You're great at what you do.
Adapting. Like I need to take this thing because this is clearly a thing
Well,
that you're interested
you
in.
came from a
no.
different school.
No, I know,
of radio than
I know,
did.
right, and that's
And
why I need to
it's-
work on it.
Yeah, it's you. This was huge. Yeah. Hey, TikTok, they're gonna turn away. It's like, okay, all right.
No, but this is but I came from that school, but I'm also a big believer of but largely because of you guys. Well, I've believed this forever, but you guys really drove this home for me. If the people talking give a damn about what they're talking about, it will be interesting.
Mhm.
I give a rip about wrestling. If it disappeared tomorrow, it wouldn't affect my life at all. When you guys talk about it, when you, KC and Jesse, get rolling talking about wrestling, I do not change the radio station because you guys care.
Yeah.
And this is a thing. You walked in and you're like, yeah, hey, skincare routine, da da da. And it's like a thing you care about. And I need to be better about recognizing that that's the thing that you care about and the direction you wanted to take this conversation.
well, no, it
Instead
wasn't.
of trying to stuff it into a box and go, wait, we need to talk about the fact the Celtics are going to win by 40 tonight.
Well, no, the only point I was making is you guys were talking about like something like really like into sports, and it's like, man, good for you guys. We had at least 30 minutes on exfoliating. Like we did a segment on The Office. We wound up doing like an hour and 20 minutes on something Kenny thought of on the way into the show. Like sometimes it's just the Kings didn't play last night,
Yeah,
so
that's all summer.
let's have fun.
Yeah.
I think we talked like when I hopped on with you guys. I like the topic of conversation, like about big markets and star level players and all that stuff.
Yeah, it was. I was happy Kenny brought it up. I had read an article about the first round of the playoffs being, the ratings being down a little bit in comparison to last year. And last year the Lakers made the run to the conference finals. The Warriors, as we unfortunately remember, they got out of the first round of the playoffs. I do think you had an exciting team in Sacramento going against Golden State, which probably helped, a lot of things there. So I read the article. I wasn't particularly surprised that the ratings were down. There's a lot of newness going on right now in the NBA, and it just resulted in a conversation about how it helps that Boston's here. But I think it'll help more if it's Boston versus Minnesota or Boston versus Oklahoma City. I think there's a certain inevitability, Phil, with Boston right now. And not maybe, Boston and New York will do numbers if New York can make it that long. Because I'm really, I have a confession to make at the top of the hour regarding the New York Knicks. But man, it's just what they're going through right now. They're already a team. You know, Thibs is, you know, notorious for the way he plays his main guys. Right now, he doesn't have really an alternative, and it's getting worse by the day. And so, as the guys on the broadcast pointed out last night, they, you know, while Nikola Jokic is on freaking vacation right now, and the Denver Nuggets are off, and the Minnesota Timberwolves are off for a month and a half before Game 3. These guys are playing every other day, and with what happened to OG yesterday, with what happened to Jalen Brunson missing an entire quarter before coming back. You know, it's fascinating, but they're going to do numbers. It's in the West. It's a little bit more. I don't know what to make of this. Jokic is you know, performs his job with the excitement of a, you know, accountant. And then you've got, you know, some really exciting stars out there. Of course, you got Luka, he's a
player,
polarizing. Well, I mean, he's a hell of a player, but he's also a guy that a lot of people are like, oh,
I'm out on.
He's tough to watch. He's a tough watch.
He can be really frustrating,
and that's for sure.
And that's always been my thing with Luka is when you sit down and watch him, you can marvel at his talent. But man, he'll do 10 or 15 things during the game where you just like,
yeah,
will you stop? Like, stop. And he makes it a difficult watch.
Yeah.
I think
so. The NBA is in this weird period right now.
Yeah,
I think so too. And I think
we're going to talk about that tomorrow with something we didn't get to today.
Our entire show was supposed to be based on the handoff of the new stars from the old stars, and we never really got to it.
Yeah, we just never really got into it.
It's okay.
And part of that is because just to finish up what we were talking about there, part of it too is the 2 hour thing. You guys have 4 hours to get to. We're like, there's times where I'm going, okay, hang on. Okay, we can push this back. And then it's like, oh, we have 20 minutes left.
And that's another thing we understood too, because we lived in that world of 2 hours where what we do now, we didn't do then. You know, even as we were trying to find our footing in this, we really picked and chose our spots, especially because we had Danny in San Francisco looking over our shoulder. Once that stopped, and you know, we went to 4 hours. He eased up a little bit.
Shoes off, feet up.
He eased up a little bit when we went to 4 hours and understood what we were doing, and then he went to podcasting, and you know,
shout out 2400 Sports.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, what do you guys got coming up?
Matt George, the final hour of the show. We'll talk some Kings basketball with him. We'll talk about the photo heard around Sacramento. And I got a confession to make about the New York Knicks, and it sucks because my partner's going to eat this up. But, yeah, man.
It's coming up.
I like the New York Knicks, man.
I do, too.
I
think they're really good for the NBA.
I like them a lot.
All right. D-Lo and KC coming up next on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Center.
Goodbye, friends.
Later, y'all. Good show today, by the way, Chatty House. You guys were great. Really appreciate you guys.
What's up, guys?
I got 30 seconds. I need this to go.
My man, Jay.
Jay Harris.
Jay's hair got older, but he didn't.
That's what I'm trying to recreate myself.
How was your show, guys?
Appreciate you, my man.
Yeah.
What's up?
Let's do it.
Hey, Riggs.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
What's good, baby? What's good, baby? Let them hands rock, man. Come on, man. One more time for Thursday. And one more time for that beautiful weather being here.
God,
We
the wind is
welcome,
on.
man. Yeah, that's not a good look. Not a good look. Not a good look at all. We welcome you in here to the Thursday, May 9th edition of D-Lo and KC. I am Damian Barling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And we're so happy you're here with us. Matt George of the Locked On Kings podcast and ABC 10 going to be with us here in the final hour of the show. Got plenty to talk about. Again, happy that you're here with us. You want to be a part of the Chatty House brought to you by Matthews Mattress. Head over to Twitch, YouTube, or Twitter. Shout out to those listening on 98.5 FM HD2. Shout out to those listening on the Odyssey app, the TuneIn app, and on 1320 AM. I was telling the fellas on the Insiders a moment ago during the handoff that I have an unfortunate admission to make live here on this radio show.
What's good?
Not really in front of the world, because the world ain't going to care. Jesse isn't going to care.
I might. That doesn't.
I don't think you will. You might.
I mean, it's not in front of the world. Like, we everywhere. We in the Philippines. We in Australia. We everywhere.
Japan as well.
I don't think they're going to
Japan.
care either. The only person I think who's going to make noise about it, sitting directly in front of me.
It's good.
I really like this Knicks team, man.
That's cool.
Like,
ain't nothing we worried about.
Yeah, I really like this Knicks team. They are tough. They're fun to watch. Like, they got an attitude. They got a vibe. Like, what an adjustment from the first half to the second half. That third quarter started looking at that score like, yo, this feels like a tough route for the New York Knicks. They got away with it on Monday, or excuse me, they got away with it in game 1. I can't remember if that was Monday or not. I think it was.
Monday, yeah.
But yeah, they got away with it. You don't make a habit of this, man. Y'all ain't deep enough for this, pause. Y'all don't have enough, guys that you can run for 20 to 30 minutes. Like, this feels like a really tough route to go against the Indiana Pacers, who thrive in this. Well, that was wrong, as they just unleashed like a 27-6 run or something absurd like that. It might not have been that bad, but it was something bad. And, you had the thing with Jalen Brunson, and I'm watching Brunson and TJ go at it. And now I'm watching TJ go at it with courtside fans at the Garden. And all I'm thinking, buddy, you're not in Indiana. You might not want to do that. You have no clue who you're talking to. Stop it, sir. But, like, that's TJ's personality, right? That's a fun battle to watch. And I just start running through the roster, and we'll talk more about Dante DiVincenzo later. But, man, he's been so good for them over this playoff stretch.
Goodness gracious.
Obviously, what Jalen Brunson is doing is extraordinary. I got a lot of respect for Tom Thibodeau. Josh Hart, 48 minutes, no questions asked, every game. Goes over and tells Reggie Miller 17,000 people are saying F you. Yeah, I like this Knicks team, man.
Oh, yeah, man.
This Knicks team's
It's
fun
a
to watch.
vibe, man.
Yeah.
It's definitely a vibe.
And
Come on, say it to Mecca, man. Say
it's not
say
what I was
what
going
it
to say.
is.
It's not what I was going to say.
It is a movie.
the Garden,
The Mecca. Stop.
the Garden
The Mecca.
is creating something special.
It's the Mecca. Golden One Center is the little Mecca. You know what I mean? Like, that's just what it is.
Okay. I didn't say all that, but the Garden is creating a hell of an atmosphere.
They're turned up.
I still like the Celtics. I'm
with you on the
de
Knicks.
facto rooting for the Celtics and all of this, but I'm really enjoying this Knicks team.
The Knicks are appointment viewing for me in the playoffs right now. Like
Yeah.
besides Boston, like just
Yep.
that MSG, like they're appointment viewing, but they're a year away. Also, I think they don't have the depth to go toe to toe with Boston. I think.
So okay,
Like you do need guys. You can't just play seven
No, I
guys
got
all
you.
year. Like you do need some guys.
I got you.
OG's hamstring is hurt right now too.
Yeah, to be real, I'm worried about them getting past Indiana at this point.
I'll
like
get past Indiana. Indiana don't play enough defense. That's why they lost this game.
I don't disagree with that, but like at some point, like if the Pacers can get the first one in Indiana, I think this could be interesting because these guys, like I don't know what shape Brunson's in. I don't know what OG, according to Reggie, got a cramp. Clearly he did not get a cramp. Like he hurt his hamstring.
Hamstring's not something that's, I'm healed now, guys. Let's go.
No,
Game 4.
it's
like
not.
it's gonna linger.
Like it's not game 3. It's probably not game 4. Especially, game 4 is Sunday.
Yeah.
Like there's 2 more games coming up here in just short order. So I'm a little worried about that, but like we don't have the Pacers got to get one first before we worry anything about that. But this Knicks team, man, it's been Ant-Man, it's been Jalen, but this Knicks team, the collective, they've been a nice story this playoffs.
It really has, man. It really has. It's dope to see, man. Like I said, I love the atmosphere at the Garden. I love keep my ear to the streets and seeing how they talking in New York, seeing how, all these old Knicks who at one time I couldn't stand, but now, as I got older, I really like seeing them back in the Garden, seeing all the celebs.
Is
back
that
in
a
the
way
Garden.
to excuse the fact you're wearing a Dope One shirt of Michael Jordan dunking on Patrick Ewing?
Well, he didn't dunk on Patrick Ewing on this play. This is when he was suspended in air.
Oh, got you,
and then
got
hit
you.
that one. Yeah. So
That's the one we just.
Yeah, exactly. But back in the day.
What might that sound like if Marv Albert was on the call?
Oh, if he was on the call. Oh, Jordan suspended in air gets the bucket over Ewing.
Hey, Zabo, you know what to do. You know what to do, Zabo.
That was pretty good. That was pretty good. You heard that. You heard Marv.
That
there.
was the actual
You heard
call, though,
Marv.
wasn't it?
Oh, no.
Jordan suspended in air. I feel like that was the call.
Because every
I just
time I
don't
would
remember
see
it was
that,
Marv.
it was like in highlight form. Like,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? Like slow-mo, all that.
And they don't always match up.
Right.
The calls don't always match up.
Oh, Jordan just hit a shot over Ewing, suspended in air.
I recognize I invited this, so I can't even be upset. Like this is my fault. I pulled his string.
Back.
I pulled the Marv Albert
Marv
string.
is
like,
coming
I
back.
can't-
My
What if
Marv
we
is
had
coming back.
what if we had Marv Albert and Doc Rivers on the same call?
Now why?
That
Like,
is-
see, I didn't. No one. Now
I'm saying
now,
what is.
Oh, Jordan suspended in air over Ewing. Now, see, if you look at that play, I mean, Jordan, that's why he's one of the top guys out here. Okay. I mean, he just went all the way up to the top elevator, Marv, and they got that one right over Patrick Ewing. And now look at him play defense.
Okay, we got it all out of our system 8 minutes into the show, so we're good.
We will never get this out of our system, by the way. This is forever. This is for life.
The Marv Albert one does kind of make me laugh, though. I can't front. The Marv Albert one is kind of funny.
When I was younger, before my voice changed, I used to do a real good Marv Albert.
I need to hear the voice that you speak of before Reese, because I can't.
Oh man,
I can't. Everyone's heard mine.
Bro, legit. I watched Pros versus Joes. Wait, where's Kenny? Did not even recognize like the way he
That's a
sounded.
good-
Didn't have the beard. I was like, wait.
that's a good callback. Yeah, the pre-Reese voice is on there. Yeah,
I guess I
Yeah, that
didn't.
was
I guess I
2000.
didn't even think about it.
that was
given
2010,
that.
I think. Yeah. So.
It's wild.
I don't know what happened.
All right.
I don't know
No,
what
I
happened.
just I got to hear what it
and
sounds
then,
like.
and then my wife, she's always, on me because my voice is like really raspy and stuff. And like yesterday, mid-show, I don't know if anybody's just out of nowhere, I just kind of lost my voice.
It's Tyrese. Your voice changed in the middle of the show.
Now,
Carl
that
Anthony
is
Towns
special.
too.
Nobody can do Tyrese.
No.
Nobody can do that.
No,
Yeah.
it's insane.
Let me see. Let me try.
I wonder, like, does he hear it? Did you think he like notices and
Well,
he'll, like in mid sentence, like, whoa, did y'all hear that?
I think they asked him about it. He doesn't notice
Yeah,
at
he
all.
doesn't notice. Tyrese will be like, we're out here in the garden and we're just playing. We're doing what we can. I'm trying to play good. And then all of a sudden, Spike Lee's out there and he just does one of those things that just gets everything turned up out here.
Yeah, that's pretty close. That's pretty close. Dr. David brings up a good point. Maybe Carmichael Dave has a recording of Kenny. Weren't you? Isn't there video of or
I think
audio?
there's a picture.
Oh, it's just a picture.
The 75 grand man has the video, I think.
No,
I think there's a video. But you're holding Reese though.
Yeah, it's on the movie.
So that's not pre-Reese because you're holding. So did it change immediately? Like Reese is born and all of a sudden your voice is raspy?
I don't know. I don't know what happened. Maybe. I don't know. Somebody got to check the tape. Maybe Dave can leak it on Twitter again, and then we'll be able to see it.
Casey's just been pulling a bit for the last 10 years.
What's
talking
funny?
deep voice.
What's funny, I think, about the both of us is Kimberly came in here while we were on KSFM the other day, and we do what we do, go to commercial, and she goes, "Has anyone ever told you how loud you are?" And she's talking to me, and I'm like, "Well, yeah, like we have a beat playing under us, like we're projecting over the music."
Yeah.
But I also realized this happens with both of us, and I picked up on it like 2 months ago. When we're not here, we talk in a tone where it forces the people we're talking to lean in and listen.
Oh man, the wife hates it.
What's funny is you do that to me at like 4. Like you'll have something like, or you'll start talking about a video and it'll probably be like 10 seconds before I realize you're actually like you're talking to me. So it's like I turn the music down and have to like lean in. Oh, word. And then I realize that's what people do to me when I talk.
They do. I'm believe it or not, pretty soft spoken, everybody. I'm not really that loud. I just do whatever it's called for. Like now I'm on the radio, it's showtime. All right, we got to do what we got to do.
We're loud
catch me in the
We're loud
streets.
for 7 hours.
Yeah, it's like I don't really need to be that loud.
The second Complex wraps up that mix, our voice immediately changes.
Like, I don't need to be that loud. I'm here, right here. And it just drives my mom, my wife, everybody up on the wall. Can you speak up? Why are you mumbling? I wasn't mumbling. I was speaking normal.
You're just speaking lower. That's all. We'll come back, man. There's a lot more to talk about with the New York Knicks. There's some things to talk about Tyrese, too. Shout out Tyrese. He recognized he had to be more aggressive.
Mm-hmm.
But I actually had to check to see if he was hurt in the second half. It's not shade, but you can't do that. You can't do that. We'll talk about it. And Nikola Jokic wins his 3rd MVP. And Shaquille O'Neal apparently is really upset about it. We'll talk about it. Yeah, we'll talk about it. Steelo and Casey, brought to you by Sky River Casino. We're so happy you're here with us on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
Am I yeller as a coach? Securing the Monk says. I can be. I'm typically not. Like, I guess when you think about like regular coaching, not really. Like some of these coaches be just like yelling, doing stuff for no reason. It's not really.
Chetty House was asking that Pros vs. Joe's episode was like season 5, huh?
Yeah, whatever the last season is. It's like the second to last.
Look for the one with Chris Mullins.
Yeah. I think it's on Prime Video.
Julius Halliburton doesn't get any shade, but if he's going to be a top-tier player, we got to talk about him like he's a top-tier player. Not going to coddle him because he played here. You can't disappear in the second half the way that he did, and you can't have 6 shots in game 1. You can't. That's not shade.
Yeah, it's not shade when you talk about the guy not playing well.
Yeah, like that's what we would. If Jason Tatum did it, we do the same thing. If Jaylen Brown did it, we do the same thing. If Jamal Murray did it, if anybody did it, that's what we would do. It's just people on a hyper like sensitive thing. Like Tyrese doesn't play here anymore. Great ball player. We're going to discuss him like he's a great ball player. You can't disappear in the second half the way that you did. I think he had like 24 in the first half-ish. Maybe that was a little bit of the second half. And I think he ended with 33, and a lot of that came when they were behind. And he hit a garbage three at the it was a garbage three at the end. He shot incredibly efficient yesterday. He should have kept going. I don't know what that is, but that looks awful. Oh, well.
I'm about to give y'all the business. He's a customer service rep for a cable company in Sacramento. Let's bring out Ice Cold Kenny Caraway. Let's go, baby. Let's go. It's that time, baby. What's up, baby? All right, doing, man?
See, there's no raspiness there. It's just a voice.
Here's so y'all can see it, man. What's up?
All right, big boy. Let's go meet our Joes. You ready? Our first Joe played for Cal State East Bay, where he led the conference in scoring.
That's facts.
He claims to be a clutch shooter and therefore nicknamed himself Ice Cold Kenny. I'm about to give y'all the business. He's the customer service rep for a cable company in Sacramento. Let's bring out Ice Cold Kenny Caraway. Let's go, baby. Let's go. It's that time, baby.
Yeah.
Kenny, all right? How you doing, man? How you doing? I'm good, Ice baby. Cold. Why Ice Cold? I'm cooler than being cool, baby. All right. All right. Yes, sir. All right. Next Joe. 3 years.
Hey, get all that shit onto the soundboard. I need all of that on the soundboard.
July 6th, tune in for the 2 o'clock hour. We watch pros versus Joes.
Hey, and look, here's the thing about it. I said I was a customer service rep from Sacramento. I haven't been living in Sacramento for 2 years. I'm always putting on for my city. Stop playing. Always. Sacramento. I wasn't even living here at the time, and I said I'm from Sacramento. Stop it.
KC's team did have a point shaver, though.
That jackass.
We should string together some audio of your voice talking to my voice.
Was there a point in time when you felt your voice changed?
Ooh. I don't know, to be honest. Casey just asked me if there was a point where I thought my voice changed. It's like, I don't know when it was. It was definitely between the two stints in radio, though. It was between the end of KSFM and
when was the end of KSM? Like KSFM, like how?
It was October of 2008. It was right after the Olympics. It was shortly after the 2008 Olympics. It was like November. 2008. At that time, it's 28 years old. Yeah, 28 years old.
I might be in for a voice change soon then.
I'm saying it seems like like 30's the new 13.
But what my well, there's a Drake joke in there somewhere. I just don't know where to.
Drizzy never go.
You see the librarians that made the video with the BBL Drizzy beat?
Who did?
A bunch of librarians. Like a library made one.
That's tough.
Hey, I saw CM Punk dancing the
Yo, that was funny. That was funny. It wasn't really CM Punk for those who are going to try to Google it, but it's the video where it says Santa Monica got a hold of Not Like Us. The dude in the middle looks like CM Punk. A little chunkier, but he looks like CM Punk. I also think there might have been a slight shift when I went from mornings to middays, because mornings is, DJ Envy. Oh, it's the Breakfast Club. Good morning. Yeah. It's very, energetic and get people up and the whole deal. The middays is a little bit more, people are at work, people are vibing, just chill. So there might have been a slight shift there, but I think the big shift happened between the two stints in radio.
I wonder why that is. I don't know.
I don't. But them
know what happened.
I found it's a CD, so I didn't hear it. But I found my very first show as I was packing the other day.
Oh, snap.
Yeah, my very first show. I think it was labeled March 2nd, 2002.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I found that CD.
What's great? I don't even think I don't have this first show because we weren't streaming at the time.
Mm-hmm.
I don't really know how you would get that. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I don't even know.
I
if they
have
the first shot.
the only thing I have is the test show that we did. I have that saved somewhere. We should throw that on one day. I think you're in your car.
Yeah, I'm in my car leaving my job
because we're on video and we're just like we're doing a full test where we talk, and I think Charlie was here and he was like, okay, we're gonna break in 1 minute or whatever, and we'd break for 5 minutes, and then we did a second segment just trying to get the feel for everything down. I think I have that like in the Odyssey hard drive somewhere. But yeah, the first actual show, I don't remember anything about the first actual show except the first
that's it
30 seconds.
Are we on?
Yeah, that's all I remember.
Was that the day we talked to Kenny Smith, or was it the next day?
Oh, good question.
That was the next day.
That
was one of the next few days.
And why did we talk to Kenny again?
He said
something.
No, he said something in regards to Steph and Dame. Because
that's what it was. I was like, why? What in the world would he have said about the Kings? Nothing. Like he didn't say anything about the Kings.
He hates the Kings.
Yeah, well,
he hates that he was drafted by the Kings.
Yeah. It makes me laugh when we bring him up, because like when you texted so and so, like, hey, you want to come on and talk about? You should have told Kenny Smith on about this.
Kenny got stories.
Well, I texted you.
Oh, that was when Bill Russell passed away. Hey, you want to come on the show? You guys should text Kenny Smith. Is that a no? All right. Yeah. Most creative excuses for not joining the show belong to our dear friend that we're speaking of.
I'm on vacation, brother. You're on the radio right now.
Bro, I'm on vacation. On the radio. Bro, you're on TV. Like I'm looking at you. Where'd you go on vacation?
In the studio, bro. He's literally in the studio. He ain't even went.
I can see you replying to my text right now.
You should have taken a snapshot of him in the studio and sent it back. All right, bro. This is the lamest vacation I've ever seen.
But that's our guy, though.
That's our guy for sure. Nikola Jokic won his third MVP yesterday. He was elated to find out the news. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander finished second. Luka Doncic third. Nikola Jokic is the 8th guy to win 3 or more MVPs. He joins Bill Russell, Wilt Chamberlain, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Moses Malone, Larry Bird, who won 3 in a row, Magic Johnson, Michael Jordan, and of course LeBron James. The story, though, wasn't the overwhelming excitement that Nikola Jokic had following being named the MVP. It was that Shaq decided to tell him on television he didn't think he should have won. He thought that Shai Gilgeous-Alexander should have won. And, of course, there were a variety of different things going on there where the inside crew was talking about MVPs, multiple MVPs, which is a very, very sore subject for Shaquille O'Neal. And he very, very much gets in his feelings every time he's called out about it. He hates the fact that he has the same amount of MVP awards that Charles Barkley has. He hates that Charles Barkley can throw that on him. In hindsight, it is pretty amazing, given, I've said it a million times, I was not alive for Wilt Chamberlain. I did live through Dwight Howard, and I think he's in the conversation. But Shaquille O'Neal is the most physically dominant basketball player I've ever seen. He's the most physically dominant basketball player that I've lived to watch.
He was way better than Dwight Howard. He was way more skilled
he was.
than Dwight Howard.
He was. Yeah.
And
but Dwight I thought was
Dwight
physically dominant.
No, Dwight was unreal.
Yeah, Shaq was 1 of 1.
Yeah.
1 of 1. It is amazing to think he only has 1 MVP. If we can argue the different reasons why Shaq might only have 1, if we're keeping it a stack, there are people who make the argument Kobe Bryant is the greatest player to ever live. There are people who make sure that Kobe Bryant is in the discussion with LeBron James and Michael Jordan. Kobe Bryant has 1 MVP. That is astonishing. But Shaq taking this moment to tell everyone that he's bitter about only having one MVP and telling Nikola Jokic he thought SGA should win and he hopes that motivates him to win an NBA championship, I thought was trash.
No, I thought it was whack too.
Now, to be clear, when Nikola Jokic is gone, you got a show to do.
Mm-hmm.
Do whatever you want. He said that to Nikola Jokic in that moment where he's being told he's the MVP, and I thought that was whack.
I thought that was whack. I wouldn't have done it. Maybe I'm stalling Shaq out just a little bit, but maybe his mindset was, I'm not going to get up here and talk about not congratulate. You know what I mean? I'm not going to have this fake dialogue with you, and then when you get off this Zoom, talk about how you shouldn't have won it. So I'm going to let you know.
Yeah, it's not the time for that in my
opinion. I agree. I'm just saying that's probably was his mindset. Like, I'm going to say it here to you, as opposed to saying it, quote unquote, behind your back. Still shouldn't have done it. Wasn't the time for it. I mean, regardless of what you thought about him winning the MVP, he is the MVP. And, you know, I don't think he should have necessarily won it, but he is a worthy MVP. It wasn't like he just didn't deserve it.
It's not outrageous.
Yeah.
Nobody was robbed in this thing.
Right.
Exactly. So, yeah, that was whack by Shaq, man. That was not the time nor the place for that comment. I didn't think.
No, I didn't either. But this will be an interesting stretch for Nikola Jokic here. He has a championship. He has 3 MVPs. Everyone was all in on this Denver Nuggets team, just kind of cruise into the NBA Finals. Mm-hmm. Some people had the Denver Nuggets cruise into an NBA championship confidence and expectations of winning or winning is just a way of life or whatever that line Nikola Jokic had a couple of days ago was. To me, given what happened yesterday, and I'm not talking about Shaquille O'Neal, given what happened yesterday with Nikola Jokic winning that award, given the fact that they're down 0-2 to the Minnesota Timberwolves, given the fact a lot of people right now think Minnesota's the better team, that this just isn't the flow of the series, that like the Timberwolves are better. This could be the defining moment in Nikola Jokic's run here. Because if he gets treated like other star players do, he falls short here. No matter what he does next year, we're not having a conversation about Nikola Jokic winning the MVP. We can pull up, you know, there's not new. There's extenuating circumstances around Joel Embiid. Joel Embiid was having a phenomenal season, better than the one he had last year. He got knocked out of the discussion. Those are the rules. Got it. No problem. I think he was the favorite to win the MVP prior to his injury. Could be wrong, but I believe that he was. Giannis has had like 3 seasons better than the ones where he's won the MVP award. They don't even talk about that dude like he's a top-tier NBA player anymore. There was more talk about Dame Lillard playing video games and watching boxing on YouTube, looking for the 13th round, than there was about the season that Giannis Antetokounmpo was having. Y'all who are so enamored with this dude, and I think I've developed a theory as to why, but y'all who are so enamored with this dude, y'all better hold him to the fire if they fall short against the Minnesota Timberwolves. After all of these expectations, these same writers, these same television personalities put on him, you better treat him the same exact way you treat Joel Embiid and Giannis Antetokounmpo and all of these other guys.
I don't think they will, though. Jokic won nothing for years or whatever, but they still hooked him up with the MVPs. Like, he never played by those rules, I think.
So that was my initial feeling too, is they won't. And I think I was reading something about him. It was a very nice article, by the way. And it, by all accounts, you know, I make my jokes about Nikola Jokic treating basketball as a job. There's nothing wrong with that. It's rather unique, but there's nothing wrong with it. He's really good at something. He shows up every day to do his job. Like if I hire somebody to build a fence, they don't like building fences, but they're really good at building fences. That's all I care about. Nikola Jokic is really good at playing basketball. By all accounts, he's a really nice guy. And I think that's what the writers like. They like nice guys. And I think that's why they treat Nikola Jokic the way that they do. He's just a really nice guy. He's a family guy. Didn't you see the video with his wife and his kids and his brothers? And I guess nothing came about of his brothers punching a couple of Lakers fans in the face.
Yeah,
Not that we all haven't wanted to punch Laker fans in the face, but you can't do it, I guess, unless you're a Jokic brother.
Yeah.
But that's the image they present, right? This just loving family guy. All right, man. I think that factors into voting. They need a quote. Nikola Jokic gives it to him. They need an interview. Nikola Jokic gives it to him. I think that helps.
I mean, you're probably right. I don't want to go too far on Nikola Jokic, and I'm not saying that you are, but like I don't want to go too far on it because once again, I don't want to make it like he had no business winning.
No,
the MVP.
He's a worthy MVP.
Like he had an MVP season. He's one of the great players already that we've ever seen. With that being said, I don't know how you could vote for him number one this year. You know what I mean? I don't know how we're doing that. Luka's got better numbers. SGA has better numbers, and his team has a better record. They talk about the timing of the vote, and some of them had to get it in before the last day or waited to the last day, whatever. Like wait for the last day then. Like if
waiting till the last day is too much for you, you can't have a vote.
Yeah, I guess
if it's that difficult.
If it's the winning and everything matters to you, like it should. Like yeah, wait for everything, all the chips to fall into place. I just don't know how you can look at the season SGA had and say that Jokic should get the MVP over him. Do not understand
that. Okay. I have a I hear you. I don't even disagree with you. I think these guys made their minds up like 3 months ago.
Oh, definitely.
Like Joe's
they
out.
Said Tatum
all right.
had no chance.
They said
that was like February, January.
After he lost to Denver.
Jason Tatum
was the MVP decided that week?
Best player on the best team. The funny thing is Tatum, what year, what month? That was February?
February.
Where they lost those like 2 games. He was never in the conversation. They're using that as an excuse, which again, it's a dumbass excuse. You're eliminating a player because of like a game of 3 games in a row or whatever it was, 2 games in a row. Mm-hmm. They were the best team in the league all year. And again, said this yesterday, it wasn't particularly close, and there was never a conversation about Jason Tatum being the MVP. The bar moves depending on who these guys want to win the award. And
that's crazy.
What's also crazy is that Luka put up the season he had, and this was their moment. Mm-hmm. They've been waiting for this moment. Stick with Jokic.
I've seen it before. I won't name names or whatever because we had this person on the show, but like I've seen someone on ESPN like, yeah, I vote based off of narratives and stuff like that. Like legit was watching whatever the show was before NBA Today, whatever they used to call it, The Jump or whatever. Like, yeah, I vote based on narratives too. It's not just who's having the best season.
That's crazy. And I say all this stuff about SGA. You guys know, like I like his game or whatever, but you guys know I'm not this crazy SGA fan or anything like that. Like I just like his game. Like it's nothing. I don't feel like I feel with Anthony Edwards about SGA, but it is what it is. Like this guy should be the MVP, best player on the best team.
You know what SGA's season feels like to me? Steph's first MVP. Where it was like, yo, there's something special. Not the second one, because the second one, there's no conversation. There's nothing to think about. Yeah. But the first one, it was like, man, this dude's really, this is exciting. Yeah. This dude's good. That's what SGA felt like this year.
He went out of his world. One thing I wanna say, a couple of comments in the Chatty House presented by Matthews Mattress. John Paul says Shaq's just upset that Jokic is going to have more awards.
He already does.
And that. So when I saw the rundown and we were talking about this and thought about Shaq, I said, let me go back and look at his career. He's got one MVP.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, maybe it's a Russell Wilson thing where, we're always like, Russell Wilson should have been MVP. And then you actually go to the seasons.
Then you realize his last 7 games of the season were awful.
Well, and even if you like go to that season, it's like the year they're like, oh man, what did Russell Wilson do 2 years ago? And it was like phenomenal, but that was the same year as Patrick Mahomes' first year started. Like there's a bunch of years like that with Russell Wilson, right? So I wonder if that was the case with Shaq. And I looked at Shaq. Shaq got 1. You probably can make the argument he should have at least 3 more. In his second season, he went 29.3, 13.2, 2.9 blocks. He lost MVP to Hakeem that year.
So I hear you, but how many guys can do the same thing? Like LeBron's been the best player in the league since he stepped on the floor. He can't win the MVP anymore.
Yeah, but at least he's got 4. Shaq's got 1. Like that seems crazy.
Yeah, but that's a relative conversation.
Yeah.
It's 4. Like it's 4. Like you're saying he has 1. It could be 3. Bron could have 8. Like Bron has a claim to win the MVP award virtually every year.
I understand. Before, if like for instance, if
Kobe
Jordan
can make the claim.
If Jordan has 6, 4 matches up with LeBron's career, right? Like because you could have said, like you said, LeBron should have had 8 or Jordan should have had 10. But if Jordan has 6, another all-time great, another top 5 player should probably have 4 to 6, right? Like that makes sense. When you go down the history of the game and be like, if I'm telling Reese, like, look at all these great players that had MVPs, and I'm saying, Shaq might have been better than all of them. Like, how? He only had 1 MVP. These other guys are talking about 3, 4, 5, 6. He's only got 1. How? And it's like, nah, that doesn't match up with history. Does what I'm saying make sense? Like
it does.
4 for LeBron kind of matches. It's not 100% fair, but that kind of matches up. Like 4 seasons were just like, nah, it's undeniable.
Do you think Kobe would have done what Shaq did yesterday?
Nah, I don't think so. No, I can't think of anybody who would have done what Shaq did yesterday.
Shaq is a little, I don't mean
Shaq
to
is insecure.
You said it right there.
He's always been insecure. I think it's because he knows he squandered years of his career. He knows that. He's acknowledged that.
He knows that, but there are years that he didn't squander that. He like that year. Like I said, there's 3, 4 years in front of me. He didn't squander. He was balling, and he didn't get the respect he deserved, maybe because he was too big or
so. Last night on TV with Nikola Jokic winning the award isn't the time to air those grievances.
Yeah, that's not even a discussion we're having because we all agree.
See, I feel like Shaq though is also he's kind of inserted himself as like that OG big like vet or whatever. Like I'm gonna motivate the players now. Like that's my job.
Oh yeah, I remember he was going to teach DeMarcus Cousins about being a center.
Well, that, and then I think he said something to Donovan.
Still waiting.
I think he said something to Donovan Mitchell post game, and Donovan Mitchell's like, "Yeah, okay." Like Shaq has always just kind of tried to like be that guy or whatever. It was like, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna motivate the younger guy," but it's like that's just not like you're forcing that. I think that's a little bit what yesterday was too.
But a lot of stuff like when I hear Shaq, like it usually lines up with how I feel. But see, here's the problem. Like you got guys like Steven, right? There's literally something called hack a Shaq. Shaq should be happy he has any. Steven, I don't know how old you are, but that sounds like this is what I'm talking about. Like people who, and I'm just gonna assume, Steven, you can tell me if I'm wrong, but people who weren't there looking at there's a hack a Shaq and he's got 1 MVP. What the hell is he talking about? Nah, like that's what I mean when I said it doesn't match up with what really happened. History and the record books don't match up with who this guy really was. And I understand.
I feel like I feel like we're dancing around something. Let's get Peyton though. If you want to get in on the conversation, many of you are in the Matthews Mattress Chatty House over there. But you can get on the phone lines also, 916-909-1320. Our man Peyton. Peyton, appreciate you holding. What's up, man?
Hey, what's happening, y'all? How you doing?
What's up, Peyton?
Hey, y'all dancing around him, man. And the thing is, he's not just a nice player, but he's also a player. And you know, it's a different standard. And that's what makes me upset, because you could be the best player in the year, but if you got the MVP last year, you might not get the next year. You could be clearly the best player, and I would say Joker is clearly not the best player this year, but he got the MVP for the third time, and like that's what kind of got me upset. I didn't hear what Shaq said, and I just don't like the different standards. I feel like Ant-Man's going to dog him out. If Ant-Man dogs out and watch him, man, let's say Ant-Man sweeps him under the rug this playoff, this series, this is going to be an excuse for him.
Yeah, there better be if Peyton's prophecy comes true, there better be a change in tone next year. What we're really dancing around is Steve Nash. Steve Nash won 2 MVPs.
Yeah.
Like Steve Nash won back-to-back MVPs. Shaq didn't. Kobe didn't. Steve Nash did. It went Nash and
this is kind of crazy.
It went Nash, Dirk. So there's a lot at play there. Part of it is Colorado. It is. Like, that's part of what we're talking about. That's part of the reason Kobe Bryant didn't win one of those 3 MVPs that we're talking about right there. There's no question. Dirk was phenomenal. Dirk, but much like we're talking about with Jokic, Dirk's MVP was essentially ruined by what happened in the playoffs. That's what everyone remembers. Dirk had to come back. Dirk couldn't even go on vacation after he got eliminated because he had to show up at an arena to get his MVP award because his team got eliminated.
The season that you're talking about is one of the, I don't want to say like not impressive Shaq seasons, but it's not one of his best. But in 04-05, Shaq went for 22.9, 10.4 rebounds, 2.3 blocks a game. If my memory serves me correct, this was his first season with Miami. So they made it to the Eastern Conference Finals, ended up losing the Game 7 to the Detroit Pistons. Steve Nash, for a hell of a Phoenix team, won the MVP at 15.5 points per game, 11.5 assists. Come on, man. Come on, man.
But what was their argument then? Do you remember? I get no. I'll tell you. It was a 60-something win Phoenix Suns team. Talk of the league, right? What was it? Was 6 seconds or less? What's the line?
7 seconds.
7 seconds or less. Okay, cool. But that's what we're talking about, and that was Shaq's. The one thing that Shaq said that I do. Don't call it the most valuable player award then, because if Steve Nash, this is what we're talking about, was the best player on the best team, but y'all worked overtime to avoid Jason Tatum this year, you can't tell me that's the argument. Talk about the best player on the best team, leading to wins. Once SGA like came in a distant second.
That's crazy.
It doesn't check out.
That's crazy, man.
I think some of the
Steve Nash, I was there. I know what that year was like. I know what Phoenix did. He shouldn't have won that MVP.
He was, I don't know if the architect is the right word, but he was the lead. Like I get like what his role was on that team. But that when you read those numbers back in,
those numbers are crazy.
That's nuts.
And then I know we got to dip out, but the mad scientists behind it all looked to be Mike D'Antoni. And you saw what Mike D'Antoni did with another point guard. Like the way Steve Nash won the MVP, you would have thought he had James Harden numbers. And those aren't even close. Those are borderline pedestrian numbers. Great season, but no way he should have beat Shaq that year.
Get in on this conversation, 916-909-1320. Stilo and KC brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Patrick, what makes you say Jokic is a better player than Joel, Giannis, SGA, or Luka? I'm not even necessarily saying you're wrong. I don't know why it's just hands down like Jokic is the best player.
You gotta check out Zabo's tweet.
My bad.
You gotta check Twitter for Zabo. He cooked with this one.
Oh snap! Oh snap! I mean, it's
watch the whole thing.
Oh, hold on. Oh snap!
Rogan talking, there's the best part.
That's tremendous.
Oh man, no, he did go crazy. He went crazy with this one.
We're gonna take Zay's internet away. That's amazing.
Oh, you snap.
Big perk.
Come on. Hey man, Steven's always in the chat presented by Matthews Mattress. He's always in the chat, and this is our dude. But come on, man. I don't know how old Steven was, but it don't sound like he was around. He said Shaq was one-dimensional, dominant, but he got played off the court in crunch time.
Oh, Steven's 18 years old, man. We're happy to have you.
If he's talking Celtics, Shaq, he's not wrong.
He's like,
have Shaq.
He's like, man, I saw Shaq's whole Cleveland career.
Come on, Steven. That's like if and I think this is kind of what I was saying. If Shaq had 3 to 4 MVPs, you might not be able to say that.
Did Shaq have more MVPs if Jordan wasn't around? I mean, he came back for those last few years or whatever. Shaq was dominant.
I don't know. He shouldn't.
I don't think so.
He'd
have more if Tim Duncan wasn't around.
Even the one Tim Duncan got, he probably should have got.
Well, Chris Webber, I think, should have gotten one of those, but
the ones in his second, and that's crazy. This was his second and third year. He went 29.3 and back-to-back.
What year was that?
This was 93-94 and 94-95.
Yeah, that was David Robinson.
And look and listen, and David Robinson, great. Shaq goes 23.9, 11.4, 2.4 blocks. David Robinson goes 27.6, 10.8, 3.2 blocks. Shaq's team got to the finals too. And it wasn't even close. It was just David Robinson. That's why Elijah one mixed them up. and Shaq was pissed the same way. That's 2. Steve Nash. Like we like you said earlier, we could be doing this with LeBron and he has 8. Like I get that. But that's 3 to 4 that Shaq should have.
We could be doing it with Jordan too.
Well, you should have 2 more for sure.
It's really cute that they gave that guy in Utah an MVP. They gave him 2.
Yeah, you should have 2 more for sure.
Let's get Steve-O in here, 916-909-1320. Steve-O, what up, boy?
Hey, what's happening, guys? Thanks for taking my call. I listen to you guys all the time, but first-time caller. And I'm listening about what you guys are saying, and I feel more that you got to look at who's actually doing the voting is why some of these people are getting selected as they are. You got to take it out of some writer's hand, and I think put it more in maybe ex-NBA players' hands that do the voting.
Yeah, but the players, they do even worse on All-Star voting. So I don't know if I necessarily.
Well, he said ex-NBA players.
Oh, ex-NBA
Yeah,
players.
he said ex-NBA players.
I will say this about voting, right, to a certain degree. And especially like in this situation, if you vote for Jokic, like it's not like you're voting for Kelly Oubre. No
Right.
shade. Like it's Jokic. Like if you in your mind believe that Jokic should be the MVP, that's not the craziest thing in the world. It's not crazy at all. So they didn't get necessarily the wrong guy. But you also, when you talk about like voting and taking people votes away and stuff like, especially for like you voted for Jokic, so you get your vote taken away, like, nah, like it's still all to a certain degree kind of subjective, right? You know what I mean? So I have my opinion and how I feel. My opinion and how I feel isn't better than Jesse's or better than yours. It's just my opinion. You know what I mean? So those people who voted for him, like I don't think this is where you take away a vote. You know what I'm saying? Like not voting for Jokic isn't where you take away a vote, in my opinion.
Yeah, and I'm also not sure that I want Gilbert Arenas or JJ Redick.
Definitely
voting
don't
for
want
the
Gilbert
MVP.
Arenas. Definitely don't.
Shaq would just vote for himself.
Shaq, the
Shaq's
MVP,
like, we're going to rectify this.
the MVP of 2023, 2024, Shaquille O'Neal.
You see, Domas got a third place vote.
He did. I saw that.
So that's the same guy, right? That gave Monty the vote, that gave Domas the Defensive Player of the Year vote, and then this, we're like, this got to be the same guy.
Monty, I think, is an executive.
Well, the executive, I mean.
So someone, an executive voted for Monty. But yeah, it's got to be the same person who gave him the
Are we being trolled, or is someone having our back here, though?
Nah, we being trolled.
Kevin O'Condor says it's not him.
We being trolled.
No, I don't think we're being trolled.
The Defensive Player of the Year.
Maybe a little bit. This
one maybe not. Maybe it's not the same person. Maybe the MVP makes a ton more assists than the Defensive Player of the Year.
I'm sorry, I said third place votes. He got a fourth place vote.
Huh? Drew Mattress Down makes a good point. He says it was Bonte Hill.
Well, may have been. It may have
Does
been.
Bonte get a vote?
I don't know. Ask him.
I'm asking right now.
I mean, he is NBA media to a certain degree.
He's, the host of a pre- and post-game show.
99. How many voters are there? Is it 99? I think it's 99. And don't we get a spreadsheet of who these guys voted for? Is that do we get an official release?
I hope so.
I don't think we get an official release, but sometimes people on Twitter will keep track of that stuff.
Yeah,
the guys who announce it.
There's definitely
say who they voted for.
Yeah, there's definitely like a Reddit sheet somewhere that makes the rounds, but they need to publicly, if they don't, they need to publicly
maybe that's how you fix it.
Votes.
Like once you got guys just out,
I told you my problem with that.
What is it?
Someone's going to waste away a vote. Then when it comes out, when the spreadsheet comes out, it's here's why I voted for Derek White as MVP.
And it's easy to do. I didn't do that just yet.
Well, soon enough. No MVP award, NBA award voting for our man Bonte Hill.
No,
he responded.
Yeah, no.
So it was not Bonte who voted for Domantas Sabonis. Text him back that we thought he was the one who voted for Domas. There's no, as much as we see, he got on that quick. He said if I had a vote, it wouldn't have gone to no empty calories. Bonte listening. Get out of here. Bonte listening. We see you, Bonte. Looking back, Steve Nash isn't an egregious MVP selection, especially in the moment. It looks kind of funny today. There's no real oh my God, this guy won the MVP. There's nothing wrong with Harden having it. Russ had an historic season. Steph got to him. KD got one. KD
That's
got
crazy,
one
too.
MVP.
That's crazy too. That he's
But
only got
like,
one.
but
And
again,
he's got a lot of injuries and stuff.
But again, KD has the one MVP. There's no argument for Steph not having him. Russell Westbrook had a historic season. James Harden's MVP, this isn't shade, was a culmination of like 4 seasons. Had a phenomenal year that year for sure, but had a phenomenal year the prior 3 years as well. Giannis, any doubts? Jokic's first 2? Joe? No. Even this year for Jokic. There's nothing egregious about it. We can create conversation out of this, and in hindsight, like Kevin Durant's not winning an MVP again. It's pretty amazing he only has one. Shaq, you're in good company, bro. KD's got one. Kobe's got one. I honestly think it pisses him off that Charles has one. Him and Charles have the same MVP. So all of this champion, no, Chuck, no, Chuck. Hey man, I won an MVP award too.
I think you're right with that, and I also think it's like kind of what I talked about when we've been talking. He probably should have 3 or 4, and he's only got the one. Like Charles got the one, and that's the only one he should have.
You know which one out of all of these?
The Steve Nash one looks crazy.
It does. It does. Whew, man, I forgot how good he was.
So wait, real quick, because you're looking at him. Steve.
I'm not looking at Steve Nash.
Well, Steve robbed Shaq and then Kobe. That's how he got the back-to-backs?
Wasn't Steve Nash's second? Wasn't that the year Kobe went nuts?
Yeah, that was the crazy Kobe year.
Yeah, but it was a little soon. Yeah, I wasn't looking at Kobe's numbers. I was looking at David Robinson's. Boy, I forgot David Robinson was a beast.
Oh, he was.
David Robinson, the year he won MVP.
He was a problem.
He averaged 29.8. 29.8 and 10.7. Played 80 games that year.
What year? Because I'm look. He's got one, right?
He's got one, yeah. Now, is it 94, 95?
94, 95. Yeah, I got him at
27.6. He had 29.8 the year before.
That's the year I think he beat Shaq on the last day in that 71.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And he didn't win MVP that year, right? It was
no, Olajuwon did. You were just talking about that. Yeah,
90,
yeah. He was just talking about that.
Man.
But we all know why those two won the MVP. And Jordan came back to claim it the following year.
Shaq probably should have won both of those. 94, I give it to Olajuwon because Olajuwon, that was his time. That's a narrative situation as well. This second year, David Robinson should have won. It's a little hindsight.
Man.
Little hindsight,
really?
But he shouldn't have won. I mean,
wow, why do you hate the Admiral? Why do you hate America?
I mean, Shaq, I'm not looking at the standings right now, but I know Orlando is probably a top 2 team in the East. And all Shaq's numbers are better. Except for blocks.
What's funny too is the Olajuwon Robinson numbers are almost identical. Which is pretty crazy too, the conversation we're having because we're talking about 3 centers.
Mm-hmm.
Shaq, Olajuwon, and David Robinson is the best players in the league.
In 1994-95, Cedric Sabonis got a vote.
Was that the year he did that fake dunk?
I'm not sure. Damn, I didn't even realize he did this, though. He did average 21.7 points per game, 8 rebounds. I would have never thought Cedric ever did that. Wow.
Wait, he did what?
He averaged 21.7 and 8 rebounds in 94-95 for the Lakers.
Wow.
I would have never guessed.
Well, that definitely wasn't the year he did the fake dunk.
Yeah, he was with Phoenix that year. That was 92 in Orlando, I think.
Oh, that was in Orlando?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was.
But if you would have asked All-Star game.
If you would have asked me what was Cedric Sabonis like high scoring average for a season, I probably would have said like 15.
Yeah, there's no way I would have said 21.
21.7, 8 rebounds.
There's no way I would have said that.
He was cooking. I was all ready to laugh at him.
Wait, what year was that?
94-95.
Oh, okay. So that must have been his first year with the Lakers because wasn't he on that Phoenix Suns team that went to the – well, that was 92, 93.
Yeah.
But he was on that team, right?
think
With
so.
Kevin
I
Johnson and
think
Chuck
so.
and
KJ Sabalas, Dan Marley, Danny
yeah,
Ainge, Richard Dumas, Oliver Miller. I think he was.
Wasn't
yeah,
he
I'm
on
pretty
that
sure.
team?
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I thought so.
I
Man,
mean,
that
it's
was
not like I don't have his career right here.
that team.
Yeah, he was on that team.
That team was that team better than Steve Nash's team, Phoenix Suns team.
Yeah,
that team that '93 team was cold.
I was scared that year.
Paxson hitting that shot. Yeah, Paxson hitting that shot, shutting that arena down, turning and giving them the business. Oh man! And then Horace Grant's block.
Horace Grant's block on
KJ.
KJ.
Kevin Johnson. Yeah.
The Suns didn't win a home game.
Don't let anyone tell you they don't think about that stuff, because we like
hell yeah.
Now think about what we just said. Kevin Johnson talking to Chris Webber, two guys who saw titles slip through their fingers. Oh, don't let any of them dudes tell you they don't think about that, because you could see the hurt, and the disgust that those series didn't go their way.
I don't try to compare myself to NBA players, but like when you're a competitor and an athlete, I still think about losing at UOP to Jesuit my senior year.
Yeah, no doubt.
I'll be on the shooting gun talking about, damn it, what I only had 8 points in the game. I should have had 15. We would have won.
I thought the shooting gun was for Reese, though.
It is. He can get on it. He ain't on it all the time. You need to be.
He can get on it.
He actually got in trouble for not being on the gun all the time. Thing wasn't cheap. You better get these shots up. What's wrong with you?
Dad, you made me sign up for the 11 p.m. slot. I need to go to sleep, Dad. You're listening to D-Lo and Casey on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM KRXQ HD2 Sacramento. ESPN 1320, always live on the free Odyssey app. You can watch the show as well on Twitch, YouTube, and Twitter. Take part in the conversation in the Matthews Mattress Chatty House. Head over to MatthewsMattress.com. Find the location nearest you. And for those who are unaware, Memorial Day is right around the corner.
Yes.
Memorial Day is when we celebrate savings on things like that's literally what the holiday is for. It's to celebrate savings on mattresses, appliances, and so on. Matthews Mattress is where you need to go.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
Feel like Memorial Day is for something else too, but gosh, if I can't turn on the TV for 20 seconds without seeing an ad for our biggest sale of the year.
Until Labor Day.
They've co-opted.
4th of July.
Exactly. Every holiday has been co-opted for some sort of big sale.
Yeah.
Not that as a consumer I'm against it.
Come on now. I'm with it.
Just tell them D-Lo and KC sent you.
Got to tell them D-Lo and KC sent you.
Extra points if you tell them.
That's the key to it all.
Extra points if you tell them we're part of the Chatty House.
Oh, yeah. Now you're cooking.
You think SGA gets an MVP? Think about think about the conversation we just had.
It's going to be tough because I don't know if he has a season better than this, team-wise and personally.
The conversation we just had today regarding, how many LeBron could have, Kobe, Shaquille, someone, Kevin Durant. And then think about the conversation we had yesterday. Anthony Edwards, Jalen Brunson,
Wemby,
Luka Doncic, Victor Wembanyama. Like you talk about narratives, there's some narratives being put in place for guys like Victor Wembanyama. There are narratives being put in place for guys like Anthony Edwards. And if we get a showdown between the Oklahoma City Thunder and the Minnesota Timberwolves in the Western Conference Finals, that could go a long way as to a narrative that will be put in place at the start of next season for next year's MVP winner.
Yeah, it could happen because it's a good young team, but this might have been his best chance to win.
SGA is kind of quiet, isn't he?
He's quiet verbally, but I mean, obviously, he's not quiet walking into the arenas.
Harden missed out the year he scored 35 a game, right? He didn't win MVP that year, I don't think.
Was that 15?
I think that was Steph.
Yeah, that's why I think Shea can get one at least. Like if Harden got his, I think Shea will get at least one.
Yeah. So okay. So you said something right there. You don't think he's going to have a better? He might. It's going to be tough for him to have a better year. That might not matter. Like because for James, again, James Harden was worthy of winning the MVP. He was worthy of winning the MVP the year that he did. But it was also a accumulation of years that he had played really, really well. Maybe they won't admit that when they're voting, but he had played phenomenal basketball for like 4 straight years. Joel Embiid was the same thing. It was Jokic, Giannis, and Joel for like 3 straight years. And Joel finally had enough to stand out a little bit above. It's like, okay, well, we've got some equity here. Like, yeah, he absolutely deserves this. I think now with Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, he starts to build that equity. It's just what happens next with Anthony Edwards. What happens next with Victor Wembanyama? What happens next with Jaden Tatum? What if the Celtics do win the title? Do people start to look at Jason Tatum differently? Because I feel like they're looking at him a certain way right now. The Celtics get over that hump, get a championship. Do they start to look at him differently headed into next year? If he has a big NBA Finals, if he's named the NBA Finals MVP, what does that do for him next season? You start to shape narratives at the end of the NBA Finals.
So one of the things I was listening to everything you said, but one of the things I was looking at was the year Harden won. That was the year. I wish I could find what happened. The year he lost to Steph was Steph's first year, right? When it was like a true question on whether or not he could win.
I don't remember Steph's. I remember the second one.
The second one was
but James. I feel like James had a huge year that year, and if maybe it's just because of the way I think about James Harden. I thought he was raising a stink about it.
No, he was. He definitely was.
The year Steph won the unit. Yeah.
Oh, it was a campaign. Yeah.
Yeah.
So the first 14-15, that was the year with Steph and Harden. 15-16, I think KD might have been second, or LeBron. No, it was probably LeBron second that year. And 15-16, it was Steph, Kawhi, LeBron. So the year it was Harden and Steph, that was Steph's first championship or first MVP and championship. But the whole point is Harden didn't win it until his team was the best. They had number 1 seed. He went crazy statistically. SGA already did that and didn't win it.
It's kind of where I don't get why. Like I'm fine with Jokic winning, but I'm not sure exactly why SGA didn't get it.
I don't know either. So I mean, he could because he's a great player.
Kawhi finished second to Steph.
Yeah. Steph, Kawhi, LeBron that year, huh?
Yeah.
So like SGA could win another one, but it feels like this was his best opportunity to win an MVP because maybe they will. Maybe this is a run that they're going to go on. But if Ant is who we think he is, if Luka's figured some things out, if Wemby is who we think he's going to be, I don't know when OKC and Jokic is still around. I don't know when OKC is going to get the number 1 seed and SGA is going to average 30-something again.
There's a level too, I think, of like, I don't know, groupthink. These aren't particularly close. Like I'm looking for a close MVP race, and there isn't one. Like I cannot find one.
Was Russ? Was his close?
No, not at all. The conversation all year was that they might go with James. It wasn't even close. They went with Russell Westbrook. I'm back to 2007, 2008. Kobe Bryant won the MVP that year. Chris Paul was second. Not close. I have not found an MVP voting. Dirk was first. Steve Nash finished second.
Come on, man. Steve Nash almost won 3 in a row.
Steve Nash
I
finished
don't
first.
like to do this for Steve Nash because I like him, but damn, it ain't looking
So that's
right.
the closest one.
It ain't looking right.
So this is why Shaq is in his feelings a little bit. This is by far, this is 20 years ago, the closest MVP voting I can find. 65 first place votes for Steve Nash. 58 for Shaquille O'Neal. It was a difference in total points won of 34. There is nothing in the last 20 years that is even remotely as close as this race was.
And it's by far the worst decision. I don't know if you have the same. I'm on Basketball Reference.
That's where I'm at.
I know it's not everything. But just look at the points per game of all these MVPs, and then look at Steve Nash. It sticks out like a sore thumb.
Yeah,
like it's kind of crazy that he's a 2-time MVP.
Tim Duncan and Jay Kidd were close.
That's kind of crazy. And even like, so you talk about like his assists and stuff like that. He averaged 11.5 and 10.5. Not even like that crazy, but that's still double. Like compare that to like some of the rebounding numbers that some of these bigs have, right? Like if you want to talk about doubles, we got people averaging almost 14. Jokic is 27 and 14 damn near. Giannis is 30 and 13.6. Tim Duncan is 23.3, 12.9. Kevin Garnett, 24.2, 13.9. Like the doubles are even. I'm sorry we did this to Steve Nash. I'm sorry because it looks awful at this point. It looks awful.
Alonzo Mourning almost won an MVP.
He was second the year Shaq won it, huh?
No, he was second the year Karl Malone won it.
He might have been third the year Shaq. I saw him on that list.
That was a really close race between Malone, Alonzo Mourning, and Tim Duncan. It was 827 to 773 to 740. Yeah, so the point being is just not a lot of these races are close. Karl Malone beat Michael Jordan that first year 986 to 957, 63 first place votes to 52. The year before, Jordan beat David Robinson by 600 total points.
Steph Curry's first one is a little bit in question. Now that I look at what his numbers were, what James did.
Team success? That were there was 1 seed Warriors that year?
Yeah, James they might have been like because they beat the Clippers, who were the 2nd or 3rd seed. So James and them might have been, they weren't 4 or 5. They might have been the 3rd seed, actually. I take that back. The Clippers might have been 2. 3rd seed Rockets beat the Clippers. But James went 27.4, 7 assists compared to Steph's 23.8, 7.7 assists. James had more rebounds as well.
It feels like
but it wasn't close. Like that's the crazy part about it. Like it wasn't. What if I'm reading this right? Steph got 100% of the first place votes.
No, that's the second year. Steph got 100%. He was the unanimous MVP. I think it was,
or maybe just
year.
or maybe just 100 first place votes. Because the one I'm looking at is 14-15. He got 100 first place votes. I guess Harden got 25. If I'm reading this right.
I'm like at 84, 85. I'm just fascinated at this. This is just so interesting to go. Bernard King almost won an MVP. I wonder how, like, would we look at any of these guys different? Would we look at Alonzo Mourning differently if he had won an MVP?
Yeah.
Because I don't think of Alonzo Mourning like that. Yeah. But he was. Like, Alonzo was the real deal.
Alonzo was the real deal, but it probably would have been more like it doesn't fit history. Like, it doesn't fit history if he would have won an MVP. He was not – at no point was he ever better than Shaq. So he was up there. Like, he was one of the top players in the league. So, yeah, you're an MVP consideration. But at no point should he have been looked at as being better than Shaq or having a better year than Shaq.
All right, we'll come back. There's a lot. There's a lot with this. We're gonna leave this alone. I'm gonna be back looking at like 1973.
When did Cousy win the MVP? Did Cousy win the MVP?
The hell did Pistol Pete win it this year?
Oh, bro, Cousy in 56, 57. I'm looking.
I'm gonna get the voting. Yeah, we got to get the voting of that. We'll come back. Stilo and KC brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Oh, hell no. Oh, Cousy should have won it. Cousy shouldn't have. Oh, come on.
Who did they give it to him over?
Bob Pettit should have got this one.
Bob Pettit was a bum.
Cousy robbed him.
Kareem barely beat out Bob McAdoo in 1976.
Not the old Giants
Bob
coach.
McAdoo was. He was a bucket though. He was a bucket. He wasn't Kareem.
He's a bucket.
Let's say the Kings get really good one day. Does Fox have a chance at MVP, or is it always going to be Sabonis? Because even with the NBA MVP ladders this season, like Sabonis was sixth, as high as sixth at one point, but like Fox was never up there at once.
It'll be Fox because if they're good, like last year, were they this? Did they rank the same or was Fox higher?
As far as what?
MVP voting.
I think everything that happened last year was exactly the same. All-star reserves, all-NBA third team.
Well, Sabonis was like sixth in MVP voting last year, I think, or fifth.
That's what I was saying. He was higher last year?
Yeah.
Yeah. I forgot about that.
Yeah, Sabonis was 7, Fox was 11.
Will Chamberlain beat Lenny Wilkins. Oh boy, these lists get smaller as you roll along. There's only 5 players nominated.
We should go back to that.
Like 9 Celtics nominated for the MVP award.
Not enough.
Fascinating. Derrick Rose deserved that MVP. Derrick Rose had a hell of a year.
Although I could be saying it wrong. It's Anunoby. How do you say it?
OG Anunoby?
Anunoby. Oof. Oh, yeah.
I thought it might have been somebody else.
Might have to fix that on the updates.
Bob Cousy. Is that his one MVP award? We might have to take that away, bro.
Oh man, he gonna go on Newsmax. I think he got 2. Go to 58, 59. I think he got 2.
They got right here. They got him at 1, 56, 57.
No, I think he's got 2.
He's got 2 All-Star game MVPs.
You said Bob
Cousy.
Oh, Bob Cousy. My bad.
Yeah, we taking that one MVP away, bro.
No.
And he stopped Bob Pettit from going back to back.
Great Bob Pettit. Man, Tatum. They hate Tatum.
I don't know how to feel about this. Let me see.
Giannis finished 7th last year. Donovan finished 6th. Almost had better MVP voting than Luka did last year.
How do you guys feel about this? If the Celtics don't win, is it a Tatum thing or is it a Boston thing?
Yep.
Both?
Yeah.
It's a Boston thing. It ain't Tatum.
Yeah. Yeah, like, I mean, I think it'll be tough, though. I can't imagine this, but if Tatum averages like 19 points per game, that's going to be tough.
If he averages 19 in the finals, I might be getting him out of there.
That's tough.
Oh, trade him here. Shit. He averaged 19 in the
For De'Aaron Fox.
Well, he's the second best player on the team.
Who said that? Hey, stop. You guys hold my worst moments against me.
That's what we do.
It was a bad night, okay? I was frustrated.
Yeah, Jesse had it that night.
I might be taking one of Bill Russell's MVPs away.
Oh, wow. Wow. Nah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, say what you
Take
said.
it. No, that is fine. Bill Russell ain't bothering nobody.
Well, let's start where we need
Man's
to start.
just resting in peace.
Don't take it back now. Let's do the statement.
I'm gonna get there. But let's start where we need to start. Bob Cousy, 1956-57 MVP. We might have to take that.
Who we giving it to?
Bob Cousy went for 20.6, 4 points per game, 4.8 rebounds, 7.5 assists. He had a good season. Bob Cousy was getting buckets. 20.6, he was getting buckets. I'm not going to shade him. But Bob Pettit went for 24.7, 14.6 rebounds a night, 1.9 assists. It's Bob Pettit's award. They had the second best record in the league.
I don't disagree.
With no Bill Russell.
No, are we okay?
Bob Pettit's grandkid right now
We're
listening to the show.
yeah,
Finally.
we're taking people like this is the 60s and it might be the 50s and we're taking their MVPs away.
George Mikan, you're next.
So I don't even think they had it at that time. Looks like the first one was 55, 56, and well, maybe it was. I don't know, but this is the last one listed, and Bob Pettit won that one. So all right, man. So Bill Russell in 64, 65. I look at the numbers, and the reason that jumped out was 14.1 points per game. I was like, damn.
What's the rebounds
but
looking
then
like?
the rebounds were 24.1 rebounds a night. That man was killing. I can't shade that. But then I go into the voting. Oscar Robinson for the Royals, aka Kings, 30.4, 9 rebounds, 11.5 assists. Wilt Chamberlain, 34.7 points per game, 22.9 rebounds a night. I don't know, man. What's up, man? We getting Bill's MVP out of here? I'm gonna let you guys.
Back then, rebounds were just as valuable as points. So,
You know what's really fun? I went back to 55, 56, the first MVP year, and clicked on everyone's pictures.
Oh man, that's probably gold. That's probably gold.
let's play a game called Who the Hell Is That?
Yo, what about the NBA logo? Did you see that?
Where am I gonna see that at?
Just click on like the voting, I think. Or no. Click on the year. Click on the year.
Click on.
It looks like Major League Baseball. Click on the year. What kind of logo is this?
It's not working for me. I don't see
Yeah.
it.
Well, did you pay did you pay the $12,000 for access to this? Right next to Bob Cousy. Move over to the left, click on 56, 57.
Right next to Bob Cousy. Yeah, I don't.
Over to the left.
I'm out of left. I don't have any more left. All I got is Bob Cousy's face.
No. Go back to the MVPs.
Okay, I'm here. I'm on the MVPs.
And you see Bob Cousy's name.
Oh no, I'm not on a list of MVPs.
Oh,
I'm on the years.
Got you. Okay.
Boy, this.
And then that thing looking like Major League Baseball's logo.
Well, now I need to. Oh, here we go. Okay, I think I can see it now. Let's go all the way down to Bob Cousy. Oh man. Oh, that is tough.
MLB.
That is tough. That is awful. Graphic designers of the 50s were a disaster.
You did have to draw it.
Oh, that is a mess. When did that change? Holy
That's
crap.
a good question. When did they get the NBA logo?
So I just clicked.
Oh my God, 69, 70. They still got the old one.
So I just clicked on, I think it was 71, 72. It looks like it was 71, 72.
Thank God.
That's pretty wild that Jerry West was playing while his likeness.
That's how much of the GOAT he was.
Mr. Clutch.
That is a wild nickname.
Don't do that.
Nah. Hey,
What?
don't do that. Don't
Mr.
do that.
Clutch.
Don't do that.
Won all the time.
That nickname would not fly this year. Yo, they killed Paul George because of a Gatorade commercial.
Ball game.
What would they do to
in the backboard?
What would they do to Jerry West? Wow, the Suns fired Frank Vogel.
Oh, snap.
Wow, they really did it.
Wow.
Mike Budenholzer, come on down.
Bidding war for Mike Budenholzer now.
So it starts at 10 million. Shout out Monty Williams for that.
Man. Frank Vogel is out as the head coach of the Phoenix Suns.
That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy.
So
okay, let me say, I don't think that he was necessarily the problem. But if you don't think it's going to work with him, you can't worry about the optics.
But here's my problem. Again, I've said this before and I'll repeat it. I didn't think he was the right coach for the job. You didn't even give him a chance, though. But look, I'm with you. If you feel like it's not going to work, then fine. But to me, I'm not looking at Frank Vogel funny. I heard he have my opinion of Frank Vogel. I don't think he's a bad coach at all by any stretch of the imagination.
I don't either.
But I don't think he was the right coach for this endeavor that Matt Ishbia and perhaps Isaiah Thomas is on. But man, that's he's got to wear that now. Yeah. That's a tough look
because it's so.
He's been fired from 2 teams in like 3 years.
Man, that might be his last job. But it's like
I said that after the Lakers job.
So like, and what you're saying is right. It's unfair. It's 100% unfair. But if you were having dinner with Matt Ishbia and a year ago, and he's like, "We're gonna hire Frank Vogel," and you're like, "Oh man, I don't think that's the right move." He's like, "Nah, it's gonna work. We're gonna hire Frank Vogel." You're like, "Bruh, I don't think that's the right move." It's like, "All right, you'll see." And then we get here a year later, and Ishbia's like, "Damn, I think Damian was right. I don't think he's the right guy." Like, do you hold on to him just to save face, or because it'd be the fair thing to do, or if you know, like, damn, he's not the guy for this, and this is the ultimate. You can't get rid of the player situation because they. Oh my god! You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So like the players might be the real issue. You know, coaches, this is not on you. Players, this is. You know what I mean? They might be the real issue, but this is the ultimate. There's nothing I can do here.
Mm-hmm.
I can do something here and see if we can salvage anything out of this group of players. It's unfair, but I do understand it.
No, I hear you. Yeah, I hear you and I understand. I just and that's just a tough look for me. That's a tough look. And I don't know who the right person is for that job.
Figure out your point guard situation first, huh?
I don't even know how you'd fix that.
I mean, that's probably why Frank Vogel couldn't make it work. He had no point guard to work with.
Yeah, no point guard.
I mean, of course, you know, when this thing goes south, everyone's got to shape their narratives. And one of the first reports after the Suns told everyone who would listen that they're going to evaluate Frank Vogel, there was another report. Frank was begging for a point guard all year. Just give me someone to run the point guard position.
Yeah.
But they let him sign Isaiah Thomas for 10 days at the end of the season. And that's not a shot at Isaiah at all. We all know how much we love Isaiah Thomas. It's like, you made me wait till the last 10 days of the season.
Right. Yeah.
I was begging you in January.
I don't know I don't know what they can do financially. I don't know what their draft pick situation necessarily looks like. I don't know if it's just outright gone or if this is a pick swap. I don't know.
Matt Ishbia told you at the press conference, guys, we're fine. We're fine. Nothing wrong here.
Because Jesse talking about getting a point guard. How do you even get that player? How do you sign him?
Ish Smith, come on down.
That's a good. I don't know how they sign anyone.
I don't know.
I don't know how they sign anybody with their because they're a second apron team.
And they just gave what's his name some money too, Grayson
Allen. Your boy.
And if you don't get a point guard, that means like this thing is a mess because you need a point guard. But say you get a point guard, say you get Ish Smith to come and start. So now you're just gonna go really small as a basketball team and have Bill as your 3, Booker your 2, KD at the 4, Nurkic at the 5. That doesn't really seem like it fits. So there's that. But then if you do that, the guy you just gave almost $80 million to is your 6th man, and he may finish games, but if he finishes games, that means you're taking your point guard out.
Nothing wrong with the 6th man getting $80 million, just for the record.
Oh,
specifically $78 million.
No, there's nothing wrong with that at all. But if it happened here, that guy would be finishing games.
Every one of them.
I don't know. Like if Grayson is finishing games, that means you're not having your point guard, or you're not having Bill or Booker out there, which we know isn't the case, or you're going like crazy small and putting KD at the 5. This thing's a mess.
Yeah, the Suns sound like a team whose owner is running the show.
This thing is a mess.
Or the owner's friend.
Could be.
Well,
Might be worse too.
Could just be the owner.
You love that dude, man.
I
I,
don't love
swear to
him.
God, you
This
love
is
that
boy.
dude.
This
You
is boy.
love that dude. He could do no wrong in your eyes. That is just fascinating.
No, he definitely does some wrong.
I'm looking. Chris Paul.
Come
Feels
on.
like they could use Chris Paul.
Yeah, could use Chris Paul.
Chris Paul, Landry Shamet, and draft assets is what they gave up for Bradley Beal. That's not as egregious as the James Harden deal in Brooklyn, where I feel like you blew up, like you had a chance with Kevin Durant, Kyrie Irving, and that Brooklyn Nets team. This isn't that. I don't know how much better the team would have been, but it sure feels like Chris Paul would have helped.
They
They
didn't.
traded for the wrong guy, if anything. If you need to make a splash, that's fine. But Bradley Beal probably wasn't the one.
Well, Brad was available.
That's true.
Brad was available.
That's the thing.
And what they gave up wasn't necessarily the killer. It was being locked into that team. I think that's like you got
What do you
no
mean?
wiggle room. Like money.
Oh, being locked into this. Yeah,
like
yeah.
getting Bill
Mhm.
locked you
Yeah,
into
you
this
can't do
situation.
anything. Yeah. And you can't just trade Brad.
Right.
You have to. Hey, Brad,
Hey man,
we need
you
to
know,
talk to you. How do you feel about Sacramento? They offered us Harrison Barnes.
Yeah, Harrison Barnes and Jordan Ford. You need a point guard.
Yeah, we have no leverage. So we asked for Davion and Monty said no. So what do you think about Sacramento? How do you feel about lighting the beam, sir?
Hey, I was gonna. No, you can't have my boy Mason Jones though. He a point guard.
I
You
can't have Mason Jones.
And I like Jordan Ford too. Folsom stand up. I'm just saying. I'm just trying to make the deal. You know.
Well, it's because you're friends with Mason Jones now.
I mean, that's my boy. I gotta hit Mason up. He said after the season.
We'll call up Stanley Johnson from Stockton and send him to Phoenix.
There you go.
Stan the man.
There you
No,
go.
our Stockton team was kind of lit. Oh, no,
It was
wanna
lit. Yeah.
Go doing that. I feel bad for Frank Vogel. But that's the Frank Vogel, Darvin Ham. It's the difficulties, with those jobs. Obviously, every head coaching job in the NBA is extremely difficult. But when you got that amount of money wrapped up into three players like the Suns do, when you got LeBron James and Anthony Davis on your team like the Lakers do, man, the expectations are through the roof.
So also help me out with this, understanding this as well. Second apron for this team, right?
Mhm.
That means they're in the tax right now.
It means they're in the tax. And like I saw, I think it was Kyle, someone asked, can they get Tyus Jones? I don't know who they can get because the second apron restricts you like what's the mid-level? Like all of that stuff is restricted when you're in the second apron.
So I'm trying to figure it out. So say Tyus Jones for the mid-level for $12 million.
I don't think they can do that.
I don't think
Basically
I'm
what
with
the
you.
mid-level
I
is
don't
right
think
there.
they can either. But let's just say, for argument's sake, if they could, that $12 million really wouldn't be $12 million because of all the taxes. It'd be like $30 million a year.
Right.
So anybody they sign, that whatever place they can sign somebody, it's whatever they sign them for, it's going to be like 5 times that, right? That's kind of what that means.
Yes, but it's also they don't have what the second apron has done is eliminated the ability to even sign guys. So I tried to, man, this is really like jarring to see in graph form. So shout out to Bright Side of the Sun who has this cap sheet put together. Booker makes 50.
Hurry up, take a screenshot. You don't know.
I know
what's gonna happen here.
$15,000 page here. $52.4 million for Booker, $51.2 million for KD, $50.2 million for Bradley Beal. Then you got Nurkic at 18.1, Grayson Allen at 15.6, and this was put together. I don't know where this was. May 9th. So this today. This was put together today. Salute.
Yeah, Grayson's money on there, huh?
The second apron caught the total Suns payroll with all of the penalties is $208.9 million.
That's extra that he's got to pay.
No, that's just the total.
Oh, okay.
If all choose to opt in, the Suns have 11 players under contract to start their offseason with 15 total players available. Suns need to fill 2/3 of their roster. I'm trying to see the specific penalties for their being a second apron team. And yeah, my God, this is crazy. When you get like up to like the realm of what you're talking about, a repeat offender, which is what Phoenix would be charged $4.25 for every dollar.
God. Oh man.
And that's if you're 15 to 20 million over, which they are.
And that's before they sign anybody.
Yeah. So that's so there's the first apron restrictions. Here are the second apron restrictions.
That's the first. There's second apron.
Second apron.
Oh my God. Oh man.
So here's what I was looking for. Teams in the second apron can no longer use the tax player mid-level exception. If a team remains in the second apron, so 3 out of the 5 seasons, that doesn't matter. Outgoing salaries cannot be aggregated or combined in trades. We knew that. Cannot acquire a player in return in an outgoing sign and trade. Teams can't use trade exceptions created from a prior year. Oh, here comes the alert to charge $12,000. Hang on.
Oh,
teams can no longer use cash in trades either. Like Matt Ishbia made it seem like, hey, it's okay, guys. It's okay. We have assets. We're in good shape. Bro, no, you don't. No, you don't. You absolutely do not. You have a $50 million player who you couldn't trade if you wanted to unless he said you could. And now, see, here's the thing that really, really agitates me. Now, what went on in the days leading into Game 4 is crystal clear. You and your people ran to Shams and anyone who would listen and said, we think this is Frank Vogel's fault. We're going to fire him. I get it. It's one of 30 jobs. Someone is going to take it. This is a trash job right now. It's a trash job with a, at best, sketchy owner. Y'all thought the owner before was bad. This dude's bad in a different way.
Yeah. That's all bad.
Yeah, it's not it's a Phoenix, in my estimation, and you can cut this and we'll run it back if we have to when they make a fool of me. They are not a threat in this conference.
No.
You could talk about the Oklahoma Cities and the Minnesotas and the Denvers. You could talk about Phoenix is not, when it comes to winning a championship, the Phoenix Suns are not a threat.
Not as presently constituted.
And that's the thing. How is this going to change?
I don't know.
They're the biggest tax offender in the league.
That's saying something when the Warriors are still in the NBA.
Yeah, I don't even see the Warriors. Well, part of that could be because there's only there might just be a cap hold on Clay. Jordan's gone.
Chris
Paul.
He's
technically doesn't.
Yeah.
You
can make a decision.
You can make a decision on Chris Paul, right? Yeah, good luck to Phoenix. Sorry to Frank Vogel. I don't know what Frank Vogel. This has got to be it, right?
I think so. This is
his fourth team. Right? Orlando or Indiana, Orlando, LA, and Phoenix, and like he got fired within 3 years.
Yeah, he
with the Lakers.
Yeah, the third.
He got fired his third year.
Yeah, his third year,
and the second year with Phoenix.
1 year.
Yeah, right. He didn't even make it to his second year in Phoenix. Man, oh man. That team is in no man's land. And here, bro, it was so predictable. You telling me this wasn't look, all of these dudes have changed their tone over the last few weeks. This was predictable.
Yeah.
This team, the collective wasn't good. What'd we say when it happened? Well, man, you're asking a lot. You're asking guys to be healthy who have never been healthy for an entire season before. Brad gets hurt immediately. This isn't shade. It's just what happens. Brad gets hurt immediately. Shout out to Kevin Durant. Played basically the entire season. Brad gets hurt. Brad comes back. Booker gets hurt. Booker comes back. Brad gets hurt again. And these guys wind up
Booker
playing.
gets hurt again, too.
These guys wind up playing like 30 games together, 30-something games together. Then you piece everything together. You try to make some trades and go, well, look, they don't have G League guys anymore. They have actual NBA players. All right. Who are left to figure out how to play with a combination of Kevin Durant, Bradley Beal, and Devin Booker at various different times throughout the year when Bradley Beal, Devin Booker, and Kevin Durant aren't actually playing together. And you expect these guys to have it figured out when the playoffs get here and you have these teams that have played 82 games together? Stop it, man. Stop it.
We said when the trade happened, we were both on here and we were like, I mean, I like those players. I like them making that move. But one of the first things we said was like, who's going to play point guard? This doesn't match up. They got two shooting guards there, and neither one of them are necessarily big enough to be a small forward. So how is that supposed to work? And it's literally what played out here. And then Dr. David, I don't know, maybe you can find this for me. I think after they won on opening night in Golden State. And I think Eric Gordon played really well. I feel like Okogie might have played really well as well.
I really like Josh Okogie. If y'all are shaking things up, I'll
hey, Sacramento.
Yeah, in a heartbeat.
But I was like, after they won, I was like, if that's how they're gonna have to win, this is not gonna be it. Like, we're relying on Okogie and Gordon to have 25 points. Like, that's not sustainable. And it wasn't.
No.
They somehow got to the 6th seed. I can't believe they got to the 6th seed, man. I really,
you know what I think that's a testament
really
to?
Surprised that happened.
I think it's a testament to Kevin Durant playing 70 some odd games this year. It's not a knock on Book, but I think that's what it is.
Yeah,
it's Kevin Durant.
And then also,
y'all know who I am.
And down the stretch, those guys, when they were there, they played well enough to scratch out the 6th seed. I remember, that one East Coast trip they had, Booker was playing really well and was doing some things, and Bradley Beal played really well the 2 times they beat Denver in Denver or something like. So, man, it's kind of frustrating as a Kings fan looking back, like knowing this team wasn't good enough. The Suns team wasn't good enough, but they found these moments. Even the game where they came into Sacramento and ended up getting that win.
How did that end?
Which one?
It was a 1-point game, wasn't it?
In Sac?
Yeah.
Yeah, 1-point game because Fox could have won it with a shot. Yeah, they made like 1 or 2 free throws or something like that at the end.
Feel like Jimmy Butler.
that was frustrating, man. That was a tough loss.
That was the deflating one.
That was a tough loss.
We'll come back. Frank Vogel out as the head coach of the Phoenix Suns. Meanwhile, Charlotte's made their hire. We'll talk about that. Steelo and Casey, brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Frank Vogel can go coach the Eagles.
Kings need a defensive guy now, right?
A defensive guy?
Yeah, Jordy left.
Oh. Yeah, but I don't think the Kings I don't think they're hiring someone. I think they're just moving someone up. No, I don't know. I mean, if you get a chance to add Frank Vogel, like, I wouldn't hate it. Or Darvin Ham, for that matter, I wouldn't hate it. It just didn't sound like that's what Mike was going to do. Hell, maybe Alvin needs an assistant. Just get the guys around here.
That's my job.
I can't imagine Frank Vogel being like a fraction of as cool as Alvin, but maybe when you don't have the stress of the Phoenix Suns, you can be. Or the Los Angeles Lakers, for that matter. All right, let's see what Bobby Marks got here.
Getting fired and making like $24 million after that feels like a dream.
Okogie is a free agent. Yeah, for real.
I would have shook Matt Ishbia's hand. Like, thank you. You have a great day, sir.
And suck it. Yeah, because he's getting every penny. I think Josh Okogie's a player option. Eric Gordon's a player option. Drew Eubanks player option.
Drew Eubanks would be a good guy in Sacramento.
Yeah, not the worst. Not the worst. Just pillage the Suns roster. Monty calling Ishbia. Look, man, you got nothing, bro.
No, Bobby Marks is out here.
Mm-hmm. They not like us. They not like us.
Ball.
Mm-hmm. KD trade request. Hey, he can come to Sacramento too. Kevin Huerter and Harrison Barnes. Man, what's Big Boy's name? Oh, Dayball. That's what it is. Oh, good call, Russell. Everybody hit the thumbs up. Mattress Cow King, hit the thumbs up, everybody. I've been really lazy at asking you guys to do that. I see me. Very fair question from Andrew Sterling. He says, who catches more strays on this show, Shavano or Bob Cousy?
Buddy, but Bob is top 5.
I should apologize to Bob Cousy.
You don't need to apologize.
Although didn't Bob Cousy start this by saying something crazy?
Yeah. He was answering back.
Yeah, I think he talked crazy like on Newsmax. So
he said if we were playing with plumbers and whatever back then explain Wilt Chamberlain.
No,
shot back at Jay Reddick. Yeah.
Wait a minute. Shout out to Jesse's Bob Cousy though, bro. Hold on. What did Bob Cousy say again, bro?
Yeah, back then if we were playing against plumbers and firemen, then explain Wilt, huh? Bill Russell and those guys. That one's not better than my bread, I don't think, but
what's your bread again?
Yeah, those guys back then, they played pretty well. They played pretty well back then. They were good workers back then. Goldberg's a jackass, though.
It's like my Macho Man impression. It's not good, but you say something and in the end it makes it very funny. Like all of our impressions are bad, except your.
We're
Marv
not good
Albert.
at this.
Your
But
Marv Albert really makes me laugh. I hate it. Like it's mad, but I don't like laughing at your jokes.
Marv is coming up, man. It's
no,
Marv. I've been working on the Marv. It's got a boom.
No,
now.
and your Shaq gets a.
When he yells when he's Shaq is when it's the best.
That's what makes it funny.
Nicola.
Now to be clear, I wasn't calling for it. I was just saying when you escalate like that, it's
Nicola,
funny.
I just want to let you know. I mean, you won the MVP today, and congratulations to that. But I want to say, right in front of you, in front of your face, I think you shouldn't have won. I think you sucked this year, and I think SGA definitely should have won over your
like
sorry
a
ass.
Shot clock
and
in
that's
your head.
just what it is. But I want to say, how do you come back from 0-2 right now down in this series? He said, I don't think you should have won. I think you should have went to SGA. Well, but how do you bounce back from
the other
down?
part? You forgot the other part. I hope SGA uses this as motivation to win a championship. I might have told Shaq to F off right there in the middle of the interview.
Said, I hope SGA kicks your ass, Jokic.
That's essentially what he said.
And then says, so what do you guys do now in your mindset being down 0-2? No, go to hell.
First off, Shaq, kiss my ass. Yeah. Shout out Kobe who carried you to titles. Get out of my face.
Oh,
Yeah, Dwayne Wade too.
I'll just sit here like I'm only talking to Ernie. Well, with the cool part about Dwayne Wade is actually be true. like Shaq with Kobe, there's a little revisionist history. Dwayne Wade, like Shaq got finished somewhere around the second round of the playoffs.
well, don't do that.
Hey,
D-Wade was the best player on that team, but I mean, they didn't win nothing with or since Shaq, just like LeBron. Just like the people that said,
what do you mean they won title? What are you talking about? They won 2 titles.
Yeah, when LeBron came,
They went to 2
Well,
finals
Dwayne Wade
after
was
that.
still there.
they didn't go to when LeBron was there.
But after that, they still went to finals with Jimmy Butler and stuff.
D-Wade didn't go to no finals.
Oh, I got you.
D-Wade didn't go. D-Wade.
You can't do that. Dwayne Wade went to 4 more finals. You can't do
No,
that.
I'm with LeBron there.
No, I get it, but we can't pretend like Dwayne Wade wasn't there.
When Kobe lost Shaq, he won championships. He went to finals.
Of course he did.
That's
Kobe
the
Bean.
argument. That's the argument to say Kobe carried Shaq. It'd be wrong.
Yeah,
but
I agree.
but saying D-Wade carried, I'm like, all right, settle down.
No,
D-Wade didn't do anything before or after
Wow,
Shaq was
your
there.
hate
Paul
for
Pierce
Dwayne Wade
agrees
is
with you.
wild. And any time you agree with Paul Pierce,
I'm not
not
doing all that.
good.
D-Wade's like top 3 at his position.
Anytime you
No, he
agree
really
with
is though.
Paul
I
Pierce,
don't
it's not
really.
good.
I'm not like a crazy D-Wade guy, but
No, you
I mean,
hate
there's-
Dwayne Wade.
broke Rondo's
I don't
arm.
hate D-Wade.
You hate
But-
Dwayne Wade.
I mean, it's hard to think of 5 better shooting guards ever. Like,
Well,
he
it's
was
the
amazing.
thing. Yeah, it's the thing we talk about with James Harden. You get jokes off with James Harden like he's one of the best at his position ever.
Yeah, that's how I feel about D-Wade. D-Wade was, come on, man. I think he averaged like 27 for his career or something like that. At the
For his
2
career?
I feel like maybe it got skewed a little bit because he ended up having some rough.
Yeah, he did go to Chicago.
He went to Cleveland.
Well,
He averaged 22. I think that's
27 is crazy.
that's really what messed him up was
Those last 3 years.
well,
4,
yeah
5,
I would look
6.
Hey, once
Not 7, not 8.
once LeBron left, it was
Well, how old was he when LeBron left?
LeBron left in 14-15. He was 33. He played. It looks about because there's some trades and stuff like that. It looks like he played 4 or 5 more seasons.
Shout
I
out
mean,
Pat
and he
Riley.
eventually lost Bosh too. What, like a year later?
Yeah.
Shout out Pat Riley. That guy has no favorites at all. Because I remember when that whole
Oh.
thing was going down, it's like, pay D-Wade, he's your legend. We're not doing that.
Yeah, no, screw that. I think Dwayne Wade is the one guy that Pat Riley was ever like, yeah, that was my bad. That was my bad.
D-Wade.
He kept Alonzo Mourning around forever, but threw Dwayne Wade out like
Hornets
he was
legend.
trash. That's crazy. That
D-Wade,
is
Dwayne Wade
crazy.
was cooked.
Hey, no, I get it, but still, you brought him
I
back
think-
when he was more cooked.
But I think what happened there was Dwayne Wade wanted to be paid like he was.
Mhm. Like he wasn't cooked.
And Pat was like, "Come on, bro. I can give you this Alonzo Mourning contract and you can come back, but
Alonzo Mourning's basically Alvin Gentry, I think.
yeah,
I think he's basically the Alvin Gentry of the Miami Heat.
D Wade
kind of kicking it.
in 2008, 2009 averaged 30.2 points per game.
Oh,
He was a problem. I mean, like,
well, we didn't
but he
reel
was a
his name
problem.
off as an MVP.
He didn't win one, did he?
No,
Oh no,
no, that's what I mean.
Who's the best player that never did?
The best player that never won an MVP award.
Carmelo. Off the top of my head,
Really?
Melo's better than D-Wade?
The best
Yeah,
player
Carmelo.
ever that never won an MVP
Carmelo
is
better.
Carmelo Anthony?
Carmelo better than D-Wade. You don't think Carmelo better than D-Wade?
Wade's got rings.
Oh,
Wade's got one. One
All right.
before one before Bron.
All right, yeah, he would have won if he played with Shaq that year too. Carmelo was
Is
running around
Carmelo-
with
I'm
Allen
kinda-
Iverson in the last year of his career, damn near.
Oh, let's not act like that Denver team wasn't fire.
They weren't fired. They were
That
cool.
Denver team was
It
good.
was
You
all
want
right.
to pocket watch D-Wade?
Oh, wow.
Shout out Dr. David for the suggestion.
Wow.
Let's go. Let's get it.
All right. Dwayne Wade. I'm kind of shook, to be honest.
And the people in the
I'm kinda
chat
shook.
in the
Like,
chatty
I-
house presented by Matthews Mattress, they bugging. Melo ain't better than D Wade. Y'all,
I don't know.
bugging.
Hey, I love Carmelo. I don't know that they're wrong.
I think Wade.
Melo, top 10 scorer of all time. What we doing?
But what is Dwayne Wade trash?
He ain't top 10.
Wade's all around though. All around.
All around
dad.
what? What? Melo a rebounder
okay.
too.
All right. I'm a little shook. I'm still stuck. Like, Carmelo Anthony's the best player to never win an MVP
Somebody
award?
said Isaiah Thomas. That's a good one.
Okay, I'm not doing
Oh wow!
I'm
Whoa!
not
No,
Well, that is the right answer. Yeah,
Come on.
come on. Show some
Yeah.
respect. Yeah. There's the answer though. It's Isaiah Thomas then.
16 years in the National Basketball Association for the former number 5 overall pick out of Marquette in the 2003 NBA draft. Dwayne Wade, his peak year in earnings was $23.2 million.
We're gonna be talking about him like he's Rick Barry one day.
Yeah, that one day isn't too far away. $23.2 million in the 2016 season.
Damn. Yo, that's why Pat Riley's like, I'm not doing this anymore.
Career earnings for Dwayne Wade, 16 years in the league, 23.2 is his peak.
We'll go 232 million.
$232 million for Jesse Tapia, who, by the way, he is the Denver Nuggets right now. He is in desperate need of a victory. Kenny Caraway, I've lost the score sheet. The whole season could be thrown out if I can't find the score sheet.
13-2 right now.
No, that is
Might be
not
14
correct. That is not correct, sir.
I mean, 13-2 in my last 15 is what I was saying.
I legit lost the score sheet.
Oh man, see how they sabotage me, man?
Wow.
Come on, man.
About to throw the
See how
whole
they
season
sabotage
out.
me? Come on.
Jesse's guess is at $232 million. $232 million. Kenny Caraway, to keep this win streak going. Here we are. You are actually 14-12.
That's what I was about to say. 14-12.
You're on a
last film.
win streak
11 in a
of
row.
11 in a row.
And I'm gonna go to extend this win streak to 12. I'm gonna go $215 million.
So that's the tricky part about going first.
How far off was I?
Kenny knew that number was just way too high.
How much did he make?
$196,388,473.
I feel like that was a good guess. That's more Dwayne Wade's problem than it is mine.
Oh, this is what we're doing now?
Yeah. No, get
No,
your
this
money
is-
up.
this
Get your
is-
money up,
this
Dwayne.
is what we're doing now, Jesse. Jesse is.
Oh boy.
Jesse has now lost 12 in a row.
Again. I'm never gonna lose again, bro. I'm never gonna lose again.
Actually,
I'm never gonna lose again.
KC, you should leave the scorekeeping to me. You've actually won 13 games in a row.
Oh yeah. I'm losing count.
Well, that's understandable. Come on, man.
I'm not gonna lie, bro. Like, really, Dwayne Wade made 190 million. That feels low. Let's be real here.
This is tough. This is tough to watch. It's tough to watch.
I would have said it wasn't for that guess. I probably would have been like 205.
Yeah, I was thinking the 200s at least.
I would have said 205.
I feel better about that guess than my last 2 weeks. My last 2
Well,
weeks, I
this
was like
is it,
100
man.
million off. Like this one, hold on, this one's
No,
like
this
50
is
million
sad.
off. My last
No,
2
this
weeks,
is
I've been
sad.
at least a couple hundred off.
This is tough. This is tough. This is what we're doing now.
Hey.
Jesse's coddling his losses.
Hey, look, I'm gonna talk about this. We didn't talk about this at all. This is organic. And Jesse, go ahead and get the marker ready because we just need to go ahead and put this on socials. The question was, who is the best player who didn't win MVP
Mm-hmm.
to play.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if these two are the best. I say he's the best, but it ended up being this thing between Melo and D Wade. Melo's better than D Wade. He is. And it's not no shade at D Wade or anything else like that. Carmelo Anthony was a better player than D Wade.
Okay. Like I'm not fighting you on that. I think what shocked me the most was when Jesse asked who's the best player to never win an MVP, like you didn't even skip a beat. You said it was Carmelo Anthony.
Yeah.
Like you didn't even think about it. Like you had been plotting the response to that question.
Well, I mean, because it's right. It's right.
Melo's
might
better than
be.
Isaiah?
Huh?
Melo's better than Isaiah? Well, no, Isaiah won. I'm tripping. Yeah, never mind. I thought someone
no.
brought
Isaiah hasn't won an MVP.
No, he went
MVP, yeah.
Isaiah
I
didn't
with
win an
titles. Yeah,
MVP.
MVP then, yeah.
Yeah, Isaiah didn't win an
I would
MVP.
say, and I think Isaiah's like maybe at one point he was the best point guard to ever play. Well, not behind. Well, he's behind Magic, but yes. To answer your question, yes. Melo is the best player the NBA's ever seen to not win MVP.
Like,
okay, well, okay. Let me ask you guys this then: Is Melo better than Dame Lillard?
Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah.
I think Melo's probably better than Dwayne Wade too, but and I guess what year would you give the award to Carmelo Anthony?
Oh, I don't know.
So
I don't know if
that's
there
the,
was
like-
a year where he deserved to win MVP. I don't,
So that's
I don't know that.
yeah.
But I don't. There was one year maybe when D Wade could have an argument. It was a year I think they lost in 5 to Boston in the first round.
Highest Melo ever finished in MVP voting was 6. That was in 08, 09, I believe. He averaged 28 that season.
Yeah, he was always a dominant scorer. He was always a big
2009, 2010 season, excuse me.
D Wade got his highest third. That's the year I think I'm talking about when they lost to Boston in the first round.
Third in MVP voting?
Yeah, third in MVP voting. He was 5th the following year. I think that was the first year of LeBron. But yeah,
I don't think I have a better answer.
Yeah, Carmelo. And I just look.
Chris Webber.
Chris Webber a good one.
I mean, Chris
Webber's a
Webber
good
had
one.
some years, but
I don't know if Chris Webber was better than Carmelo though.
Brian Keevan in the chat. Does Chris Paul? I mean, he
Oh,
talked about
I
one of
think
the
that's
best
a
of
fair
all.
question.
That is-
Yeah, like
that's
one
a
of the
fair
best point guards
question.
ever.
I know who I'd give it. I know who I'd rank Chris Paul above.
Isaiah?
Yeah.
That's not. I don't have an argument for that. Chris Paul is
Might be CP3.
Chris
Duvall. Yeah, KG won in 04.
Yeah, KG did. KG
03,
won.
04 season. He won MVP. Yeah, Carmelo.
Melo and Chris
Come on, man.
Paul are up there.
People tripping.
Isaiah's up there.
People tripping talking about Melo wasn't better than D Wade. The people in the chat, y'all
wait a minute,
tripping,
man.
man.
You're talking about Dwayne Wade like he's trash.
I'm
Like,
not, but they
that's
talking
a
about-
fair comp.
They talking about Melo like he trash.
No, they're not. That's a fair
Yeah,
comp.
they are.
Well, that's their problem then. I think Melo and Dwayne Wade is a perfectly fair comp.
No, that's fair. It's fair.
But I do
Melo
think
went
Melo's
crazy.
better.
Yeah, Melo.
Yeah, I think Melo's better.
Melo went crazy. Melo, top 10 scorer of all time. And you can say whatever you want about KC only likes defense or whatever the case may be. But
I'm sorry,
he's-
Casey only likes what?
Or KC only likes offense.
Oh, okay.
But he's still top 10 scorer of all time. Like, it's whatever. It's not like I'm saying Kelly Oubre at this point. I'm talking about one of the greatest scorers of all time. It's the second time I mentioned Kelly Oubre. I apologize to him because I want him to come to Sacramento. So no shade.
Let's get Chris here. 916-909-1320. Who's Carmelo? I'm a little shook by this conversation. What's up, Chris?
Hey, I was going to say Jerry West. I didn't look this up before I called, and I probably should have, but I don't think Jerry West won one.
That's a good
You're
question.
correct.
Yeah.
Jerry West
Jerry
has
West.
never won an MVP before. Nope, he hasn't.
Is Jerry West
Oh, that reminds me. That reminds me of something.
what's that?
I don't want to take away from his point, though. Jerry West has never won an MVP.
Jerry West could have been the best to never win.
Is Jerry West the answer?
He might be. Yeah,
Y'all, he's the logo. He's missed the clutch.
Because I was trying to think, and I know the numbers don't necessarily back that up. At least I don't think. Is Jerry West better than Carmelo Anthony? Is he better than Dwayne Wade?
Yeah,
Eras,
I'm not doing that. Yeah,
eras.
I'm not doing that.
Yeah.
You can't that in conversation.
But
I
got a crazy amount of respect for what Jerry West did.
like
he got
Jerry West
that
is in
dude
that
was a
conversation. We could say
bucket.
that. I mean, whether you think he's
sure,
better than
sure.
Melo or not.
Yeah, so was Isaiah.
Jerry
like,
was a bucket, bro. Man, Jerry.
I'll take your word for it. I saw the black and whites too, I guess. Can we I need one thing. I'm looking at 1969, 1970. There's something we have to collectively, not us. We haven't said it once today. But they said it all night last night. They said it on SportsCenter this morning. Something that collectively needs to stop happening. Every time a player comes back from an injury, please do not refer to it as a Willis Reed moment. Jalen Brunson missed an entire quarter, came back, and won the game for the New York Knicks. Willis Reed hobbled out onto the floor, made the first basket of the game, and just basically stood there the rest of the night.
He made the first two.
Listen, everyone said it was a big moral. That's all fantastic. If Jalen Brunson takes the floor on tomorrow and can't move, makes one basket, hits a couple of free throws, the Knicks win, and Josh Hart says post-game, man, Jalen Brunson being out there really lifted the whole team. That's a Willis Reed moment. Coming back and scoring like 20 in the fourth quarter, that's not a Willis Reed moment. That's an entirely different. He didn't score 20 last night in the fourth quarter, but that's an entirely different type of moment. Every time a player comes back from an injury during the playoffs doesn't mean it's a Willis Reed moment. Stop overusing that phrase. Some of you have ruined it. That's not a Willis Reed moment. Stop it. I don't care if it was at the Garden or not. I don't care if Willis Reed was there or not. Doesn't count. It's not a Willis Reed moment.
So was it more impressive or less impressive?
What Jalen did?
Yeah.
Well, it was different. I don't know the degree of the injuries for the two. Willis Reed could barely move.
Mm-hmm.
Willis Reed took the floor, and everybody said, and that's why I don't knock this moment. Everyone, it was a huge boost just him being out there. Salute. Okay, I got you. Jalen went out there and made sure you won. Again, I don't know how to compare the two moments because of the injuries, but they're not the same moments. He went out there and won the basketball game for the New York Knicks last night. It wasn't an emotional lift. It was a lift in the scoreboard.
Well,
it was a lift.
Dante had some big moments too.
Absolutely. Jalen didn't win that game for them last night.
I think Dante and Jalen.
All right. You're splitting hairs to have an argument. That's fine.
No,
that's fine. I know I'm talking about your beloved New York Knicks. That wasn't a Willis Reed.
It's not like he had
last night.
45.
Okay.
He had 28. And he had some big buckets. And Dante.
And he had 28 and 3/4.
Dante had some big buckets too.
No, that's fine. He had 28 and 3/4.
True.
His team was down double digits when he entered the game.
Let him call it a Willis Reed.
No, that's not what it is. It's a Jalen Brunson moment. It's something entirely different. It's not the same. It's not a Willis Reed moment.
We need a sore foot, right?
It's not a Jalen.
Yeah.
Jalen had an entirely different type of situation last night. It was not a Willis Reed moment. That term is so stupidly overused. Oh, he came back. It's Willis Reed. No, it's not shades of Willis Reed. It's not. If he's out there with a damn cast on and a cane, okay, fine. Shades of Willis Reed. I got you. That's not what that was last night. That's goofy. But it was New York. It was the Garden. We got to make it more than what it is. Let Jalen cook, man. Jalen's having a moment.
I'm confused about what that was. Are they overhyping Jalen or are they underhyping it?
They're equating it to the wrong thing. It's not overhyping or underhyping. It's not what Willis Reed did. It's not the same thing.
I think Dame's saying stop comparing everything to Willis Reed when a guy comes in.
Every time someone gets hurt and comes back, it doesn't mean he's Willis Reed.
No. But
Willis Reed could barely move, and he took the floor. If you find a player who can barely move, and everyone says, oh, he lifted the team emotionally. He couldn't do nothing worth a damn physically, but he lifted the team emotionally. That's one thing. That's not what Jalen Brunson did last night. It's not a Willis Reed moment.
Okay.
I don't even know what a Willis Reed moment is at this point. Y'all have overused it so damn much.
It's when somebody the way I look at it. Somebody's hurt, plays to injury, and comes out and plays. What they do, what they literally do after that doesn't matter. That's how I look at a Willis Reed moment.
I just looked something up. Willis Reed might be the second worst MVP ever.
Oh
no.
Damn.
Willis.
Damn.
I was like, man, I knew Willis was. I didn't realize Willis Reed really won an MVP. I clicked on the year. I was like, oh.
What year was it? 70, 72, 73?
69, 70?
Man, that was the first championship.
69, 70. 21.7 points per game.
Okay, that's not bad.
13.9 rebounds.
That's not bad either. Come on, what are you getting at? Who else is in that?
Well,
race?
I'm just looking at.
Sure as hell ain't no Steve Nash.
Well, Steve Nash remains the worst.
I averaged 12 points a game, won the MVP.
I understand.
Guy was the sixth man and won the MVP.
Wait, what?
No.
What? Hold on. Wow. Hey, shout out. Who just called a second ago? Chris?
Yeah.
Shout out to Chris. Jerry West lost that award. 498 total points to 457 total points.
So Willis Reed?
To Willis Reed. Jerry.
Jerry went crazy. I'm already knowing
Jerry West in 1970 averaged 31.2 points per game and 7.5 assists.
Woo.
He did it on 50% from the field.
Jerry West, the first player for the voters to hold losing in the finals against.
Oh, man.
That's
Willis
crazy.
Reed took Jerry West MVP from him.
Jerry. What was
Steve Nash had a Willis Reed moment.
But what was the standings that year? What was that looking like? We won't even go to who won the finals.
How do I find that out?
Just go to the year. Go to the year.
See, we was looking at different pages. You go to the year. I'm looking at the voting. That's what I was looking at. I wanted to see the voting. Willis Reed got 61 first place votes. Jerry West got 51, and Kareem got 30. I think the answer to our earlier question, by the way, is Jerry West.
I
think that's the answer.
The Lakers were second in the Western Division. They were 14 games worse than the Knicks, who was a 61 team. The Knicks were 60-22. The Lakers were 46-36.
Jerry West, 14-time All-Star, 5-time All-Defense, 12-time All-NBA.
It actually seemed like Jerry West was the best player in basketball that year. That seems a little bit more justifiable, though.
I'm not even trying to make jokes at this point. Ramsey says he finished second in MVP voting 4 times in his career. He's the ultimate runner-up.
Wow. Jerry West won 1 championship, right? 1972?
Yeah, he's got 1.
Jerry West won the finals MVP in 68-69.
That was the year they lost, huh?
They lost all of them except 1.
Wow.
Gave us some great scenes on Winning Time.
Well, yeah.
I was going to leave.
Well, shout out. Yeah.
What are we watching next? Clipped?
Yeah, we're watching Clip
next. I can't wait for Clip. When does Clip start again?
I have no clue, but I can't wait for it.
I cannot.
I can't believe Willis Reed took Jerry West MVP award. Unbelievable.
Okay, so hear what I'm saying, though. Does that seem a little bit more justifiable?
What?
Like how we've always talked about narratives and stuff like that. His team was 14 games better, Willis Reed, and he had really good numbers. Jerry West had better numbers.
Oh, so it was the best player on the best team?
Yeah. Yeah.
All right.
That's what it sounds like to me.
Okay.
And that's probably what it should be a lot of the times. It's not a steadfast rule, but that's what it should be a lot of the time.
What was the Lakers record again?
46-36, 10 games over. But the Knicks were 14 games better than the Lakers that year.
31.7 assists.
No, Jerry West went crazy. He went crazy. And he's definitely the answer. He never won an MVP?
No.
That's crazy.
No. Ramsey just said he finished second 4 times. Only MVP he won was the finals MVP when he lost.
I'm not gonna lie, that would.
Can you imagine giving a man an MVP? Hey, Jerry, I'm sorry, it's covered in champagne. I'm sorry. We've decided this award belongs to you. Like what?
That would eat at me forever.
Is that what he threw through the window?
Yeah, I think he did though.
Was it the finals MVP that he lost?
Yeah. I think it was. That's crazy.
We are destroying legends one at a time here on D-Lo and
Randy
KC.
Orton here on Legend Killers.
It's an all-time run, by the way.
It's ESPN 1320.
I'm so distracted. I can't even do a kicking it with KC.
You think they gave Jerry the logo? Shoe was in there that says they gave him the logo. You think they gave Jerry the logo? Like, hey, you didn't win, but like, here's this, Jerry.
Yeah, they probably gave it to him. Just
we're gonna make up for the
sympathy.
Willis Reed MVP here.
Now I'm gonna. I don't even know how did I get here before. I don't even know. I should know this. Oh, there we go. And though this ain't gonna tell me when he finished second.
You see Canelo basically say, if you want Benavidez to whoop my ass, you got to give me $200 million.
No, that's crazy.
I get it.
No, I don't.
I get it. No, yeah, because like that's what everyone's waiting for is for Benavidez to beat him up, and Canelo knows what it is. I get it. You want me to go in with this monster that's 40 pounds, 30 pounds above me or whatever? Like, pay me for it.
Why doesn't he just say, I'm gonna lose, make it worth my while?
Well, you can't do that. We can say that, but he can't.
Yeah. So, hold on. Jerry West might be Russell Wilson. So I'm looking for the fourth season. I don't know when you know what I could do to find the fourth season? Dumbass. 1, 2, 3. Where's 4? No. Poor Jerry West. He never had a chance. He never had a chance. He wasn't winning no MVP. The Willis Reed year was his year.
Yeah. And I just think his comment right has me thinking, like, what do you think Scottie Pippen would have been if he didn't play with Jordan? You can put him on the Bulls or whatever, some other team. Like, as far as the kind of player he was, who would he have been? Is he top 5 in the league?
So
is he in MVPs or something?
So the year 94, when Jordan was gone, Pippen was like top 3 player in the league when Jordan was gone. So there's that. Would he have been that the entire time? Maybe Scottie was really good. At 94, Scottie was really, really good. He was really good. Yeah.
Michigan, I think so too. I think Crawford will be at the end of the year.
Yeah, what the Saudi prince keeps throwing around the money.
I like that they're paying for the fights, but they're putting him over here though.
Yeah, if he does that, then we're good. We're good. I'm okay with that.
I might need to get to LA for that one fight.
That one's gonna be crazy.
Yeah,
LA card gonna be crazy.
That's insane. It's August 3rd, I think, right?
Mm-hmm. Michigan asked me, do I like Lomachenko this Saturday? Sure. Lomachenko, he don't get no run, man. You don't get no run, man. You done lost to all the best. So you don't get no run, bro. Great fighter. But when you went against the best of the best, he didn't get the job done.
Garcia is trying to distract us from all the nonsense he's got going on with the steroids.
Yeah, you're gonna distract us by getting flattened by Errol Spence. Errol Spence would make him cough up blood. Is T.O. the best in 140? No, Devin Haney's better. Devin Haney better than T.O.
Ryan might be better than Teo.
Facts.
Alfonso, I think they said it was inconclusive or something like that. I don't think he's like cleared yet. Also, boxing Twitter is a mess.
Mhm.
It's Tank. I think Alicia Bumgarner's in there. Clarissa Shields. They're all just taking shots at each other every day.
That's all they do.
Devin Haney.
That's all they're doing. So check it out. Did a little investigating during the break. Jerry West finished second 4 times.
Mm-hmm.
He wasn't going to win any of those,
Mm.
except for Willis Reed. Willis Reed that was his chance,
Mm-hmm.
but he has 2 losses to Kareem and 1 to
Mhm.
Wilt.
And Kareem has 7.
That's a good question. I do not know.
I think
Sounds
Kareem
about
has. I think Kareem has 7. And Wilt 4.
That's a good question as well. Let me see. I'll find it right now.
Wilt has 4.
Has 4. Yeah, Kareem has 7.
I apologize.
7.
Kareem might have 6.
Or no,
Kareem-
6 time. Yeah, 6
Yeah,
time.
Kareem might
MVP.
have 6. Okay.
6 time MVP.
And that's the most. And Jordan is second with 5.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. Well, so is Bill Russell. He has 5. Bill Russell.
Or Jerry.
Bill Russell won 3 in a row. Wilt won 3 in a row. Larry won 3 in a row. And that's it. Jordan never did it. Bron never did it. Bron won back-to-back that was bookended with Derrick Rose in 10 and 11.
Bron
And
won 4 and 5 years.
yeah.
Goodness.
Yep.
Goodness.
And hasn't won since?
Nope.
Boy, he fell off. This guy sucks.
This LeBron, since he won the MVP, he's had a 2nd place finish, 3rd place, 4th, 2nd, 11th, 2nd, 13th, 10th.
Probably didn't even place this year.
Yeah, I don't see him here. Or last year.
Wow. Frank Vogel out as the Phoenix Suns head coach. Charles Lee in as the Charlotte Hornets.
Good for him.
New head coach. Charles Lee
Good luck.
currently an assistant for Jesse's Boston Celtics. A guy whose name has been out there in the coaching, hiring circles for a handful of cycles now. He certainly was in the conversation when Mike Brown was brought in as the Kings coach a couple of years ago.
Mm-hmm.
So he's going to get a shot. Uphill climb. We could talk about the difficulties Frank Vogel has of coaching the Phoenix Suns, the difficulties Darvin Ham has of coaching the Los Angeles Lakers. It's difficulty. It's just a completely different kind when you're coaching a team like the Charlotte Hornets.
Yeah, you got a lot of things that you got to deal with. And I wish him the best of luck because I want to see him succeed. I like Charlotte because I like LaMelo. So I'm hoping it works out, but there's a lot going on there.
Didn't mention this earlier today either as we were destroying legends one at a time here on D'Lo and KC. Patrick Beverly suspended 4 games by the NBA for his interaction with the Indiana Pacers fan a couple of nights ago.
Too little, too much, or just right? Thought it might. That probably should have been closer to 10. You threw the ball into the stands twice.
Yeah, yeah. So we talked about this the other day with Jamal Murray. The act or the intent. I think about Steph. This was brought up the other day when Steph, threw his mouthpiece, but he threw it in the stands. If he had thrown it on the floor, he probably would have gotten a technical foul, but he threw it in the stands. So that's an immediately, Steph, you're out. Now, he wasn't suspended the next game, but he was thrown out of that game. Whether there were 2 minutes left or 42 minutes left, he was thrown out of the game. Patrick Beverly threw the ball twice into the stands with clear intentions. Like, Steph wasn't trying to do anything other than throw his mouthpiece. It just, unfortunately for him in that moment, went into the stands. I kind of feel like it wasn't enough. And I called for Jamal Murray's suspension the other day. I thought the NBA got that wrong. I was even more infuriated when I saw Jamal Murray's reaction. But this, I hate to do it again. I don't think this was the right call. I thought it should have been more. And Patrick Beverly, to a certain degree, at least in terms of league discipline, is a repeat offender.
Mm-hmm. Somebody said this is the second year he's going to start the season suspended. I guess the first time was when he pushed Chris Paul, and he started the season suspended.
Yeah,
this is the second time.
Patrick Beverly, never there on the first day of school.
Man, wow.
Yeah, he that's
he needs to reel it back.
He's a repeat offender. Like
that should have been closer to 10, in my opinion.
I'm with you. Four almost feels like, well, we have to do something.
I wonder how they got to 4. Like what made them say 4 was the move?
2 for each throw into the stands?
Maybe.
He should have gotten suspended the other 6 for hitting the girl in the side of the head.
Well, they said
you get 6 for having bad aim, idiot.
They said that with the 4 games too, that includes his I don't even know what his confrontation with the reporter, the way he was dissing her and stuff like that. So that's part of this too.
That's even worse.
Yeah. They tripping.
Maybe Adam's like, no one's gonna sign.
Right, he gone anyway. He gone anyway.
I still think they should have done better. How old is Patrick Beverly?
My guess is 35.
Nailed it. He'll be 36 on July 12th.
Guess that's another win for Kenny.
Wow.
I got the 4 o'clock today too. You know what
I mean? You did. You having a day.
Crazy, bro.
You having a day.
It's crazy what I'm doing now.
Yeah, and it had been a Biggie record in a while. You got that one.
It's time.
Kenny's hey man, hey, when you're hot, you're hot. And in your case,
I need a dub, man. I need a dub.
Secure.
Help me.
Hey, change it. Can you change your screen name? Securing to Tapia. Can we get my man a dub here somewhere?
Needs to be securing the mattress.
Well, that's a good one. That's a good one. Well, no, actually, leave it at securing the
until we get
until mission accomplished.
Business first.
Yeah, until mission is accomplished with Malik. Let's leave it at securing.
Now that I think about it, we definitely didn't secure the Bagley. So, do we want him securing the Monk?
That was his. Well, that was his own personal.
Well, we did secure the Bagley, but the Bagley just escaped.
Securing the Bagley for us was getting him out of here.
Yeah, I think we won. Shout out to that podcast.
The great thing is, I don't even know Securing the Monk's name. Like, that's the great thing about these screen names.
Yeah, man. The securing the Monk, he would be repping for Bags. He would come in repping.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, our guy Securing the Monk missed
Bags,
out.
Bags will refuse to come into the game, and he'd be like, "Nah, y'all just don't understand." What? This guy can't stay healthy. We have to go into the game. He don't want to do it.
Securing the Monk sponsored by Matthews Mattress now. Chatty House.
The Chatty House is like
Chatty
you've got a sponsor.
We got love for you, man. We got love for you, dog. Come on, man. You know you family, man.
No, he's saying leave my man alone. He's saying
I thought he said leave me alone.
No, he's saying leave Bagley alone.
You tripping, bro?
No.
You tripping?
Oh, leave Marvin alone. I don't know what's.
I don't have no problem with Marvin, but we can't act like these things didn't happen.
Bro, the funniest story is when he hits that shot when he's on the Kings, and when he was on the Kings and he turned around and was yelling at the fans.
Yeah, no, he was a Sacramento King when he did that. And he wasn't yelling at them. He was cussing them out.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if that was exactly how it went down.
For all of us to hear.
I even understood that moment. Like, people talking crazy about you. You finally hit a shot.
Yeah.
The win, like, talk your talk, but you can't.
What's your little big league line or rookie of the year line or whatever?
Little big league.
You that worked up over hitting a jumper, huh? All right, bro.
I want to say, I don't want to disparage, I don't know, but it feels like one of the next games is when he refused to go into the game.
Was that all in the same season where his agent put out that statement?
I don't think that timeline doesn't work because Marvin was sitting for a while, wasn't he? But when he was asked to go in and didn't.
That game he hit a shot.
Because why in the world wouldn't he have gone in?
I don't know. It's a good question. That game he hit a shot was around Thanksgiving of that season. So let me see. because I think
that doesn't even sound well. Your memory is stupid, so I'm not going to argue with you.
And the
on
game
this.
he declined to go in was the game when you got a text message about Luke Walton.
Well, they were giving the free jerseys, the free Bagley jerseys away that game too, right? I think James tells that story too.
What did that text message say again?
I don't know what it said.
This idiot.
It's
from a courtside seat. I was like, who's sending me this? Oh, that's right.
Come on.
Sherilyn L. Grove.
You see, it was. I don't know. I'm gonna see if I can find.
That was you were so you were at that game. He refused to go in.
Yeah.
Courtside. Did you ask Marvin when he sat down next to you? How come he didn't go in?
I did not ask him.
Oh.
No, that timeline doesn't line up because
I didn't think so because I don't feel like he had been playing when he was asked to go in the game.
So he refused to go into the game on November 8th. He hit the shot on the day before Thanksgiving, November 24th.
Okay. Oh yeah, because the noise around him got really loud because of course Sean, Abraham Zapruder catches everything, and he caught the whole interaction
and then,
with his 8K camera.
Do you remember? This is really nondescript, but do you remember the next game? So remember, he hits the three the day before Thanksgiving. Do you remember the next game the Kings played after that?
After Thanksgiving? No, I don't.
Friday night in Los Angeles, 3 overtimes against the Lakers. Kings win. You remember that game?
Of course.
Yeah. I think Fox had.
But that didn't have it. Did Marvin play?
I think he did. And he played good defense on LeBron, and they were like, see.
And by they, you mean securing the Bagley.
Where's the box score? Fox had, where's it at? Fox had 34 on the night. Tyrese Halliburton had 19 and 9. Buddy Hield with 25 on
flamethrower.
Marvin had 13.7 rebounds on the night. He was 5 of 5 from the field.
Hey, salute.
Go snap.
Salute.
TT had 13 points.
Oh, well.
Still getting minutes in the playoffs this year.
Yo, that's crazy.
It's embarrassing.
That is crazy. Tristan Thompson is getting minutes.
He tried to guard Tatum on one. He just kind of froze.
Yo, put this series out of its misery. Is game 2 tonight?
Game 2 tonight.
Oh, get this over with.
TT had 13 points, 5 rebounds that game.
Wasn't he suspended for PEDs this year too?
Yeah. Like 50 games. Tristan Thompson took steroids.
Oh man, hey man, I hate
or
to be
HGH or something.
I hate to be this way.
No, you don't.
Breaking news: Shams has OG and Anunoby out for Game 3 with a hamstring.
Okay, so the fact that he's already ruled out is a problem.
Yeah, he might not come back.
Yeah, period.
For a couple games. Well, period, but for at least till they get back to New York. That's the best case scenario, I think.
That is the very, 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 very best case scenario. Game ain't till tomorrow, and they already ruled him out. They know he's not playing for a minute.
Honestly, when you bring him back too, like Tibbs, like I need you to play 45 minutes today.
Pretty much.
Right.
Pretty much.
But
Tibbs out here trying to acquire Tristan Thompson for the playoffs at this point.
Shout out Andrew Sterling. Remember TT's speech? God, that had us in a chokehold.
Oh, man.
Hook, line, and sinker.
Forget the speech. Remember the video of Tristan
I was
talking
hyped.
to Marvin?
I was hyped about the video. I was like, let's go. That's
Like the
what
coach is
we need.
fixed, guys. The coach is fixed. We finally
That's
got a
what
bet.
we need. Check out this game with the Kings and the Lakers. Game, what are we looking at here? Because they went to 8-12, so this was, this was game 19 or 20. Excuse me. They won this game to go to 8-12. They started the game. Fox, Halliburton, Lynn, Metu, and Hart.
Oh my God.
We need to apologize to Luke Walton.
Wow. You know what? We might.
Say what you want, but those rosters were not good.
Oh man.
I said Tristan was suspended 50 games. He was suspended 25.
Could have been 50, wouldn't have made a
He
difference.
played 50 games this year. That's crazy.
Yo,
that line. Hey,
tough.
You know what?
That's
Luke,
tough.
Luke.
Let me read that
Luke.
again. Starting lineup for your. Oh, I'll do it in tomorrow.
What's the
first.
day? No.
You got a Scott Moak in that bag?
No.
For your Sacramento Kings.
What was the day again of this game?
November 26th.
Okay, November 26th. Starting lineup.
De'Aaron Fox.
Okay,
Nice.
very good.
Tyrese Halliburton.
All right.
NBA team.
At center, out of Maryland, Alex Lynn.
Someone might be hurt that day.
Okay, yep, definitely an injury. That's fine. Alex Lynn, good.
At
Good.
power forward,
Yep.
out of USC, Chemezi Metu.
Okay. Well, let's
Probably playing well in Stockton.
little-
Let's see what he's got.
a little sketchy. It's getting. Is this a game where the standings don't count? What's next?
And at small forward, out of St. John's, Maurice Harkless.
That would have meant something 5 years before that.
Your Kings.
Wow. That it's funny, and this is the great thing about like hindsight is
Bro, we were on the show talking about Mo Harkless could play defense.
like we had that was the starting lineup, and we were really wondering about De'Aaron and Tyrese playing together. Like the conversation.
No
was
wonder
if-
they couldn't play together.
The conversation was if De'Aaron and Tyrese would work together, but they're out there with Mo Harkless, who I think beat Buddy's ass on the annual, Alex Lynn, and Freeport.
But look, what's even crazier to like further your point is,
was it Buddy or was it Marvin? Who did Mo Harkless always want to fight? Was it Buddy?
Probably
You
Buddy.
can take your pick, probably.
Yeah, either one of them. Like to further your point, we would see the Kings go out there with that starting lineup and be like, well, no, you just don't understand. Fox and Halliburton can't play together.
Oh my God.
That's the reason. That's the reason. This doesn't work with Fox and Halliburton. No, it doesn't work with Metu, Harkless, and Lynn as your other three.
Peg Junk's got it right there. Oh, brother, these guys stink.
We need to get that on the board. We need the SpongeBob on the board.
Oh man.
Wow.
Here's a question I'm looking up if anyone wants to answer it. Has Mo Harkless played in the league since Sacramento?
No.
I'm pretty sure he retired.
My guess is no.
Retired?
Out the NBA,
He was
think.
like 29 when he was here. Mo Harkless. No, he wasn't. Mo Harkless is 30 right now.
Oh man.
Mo Harkless's last season, it was with Sacramento.
Damn. Now
He played for the Rip City Remix.
Now to be fair here,
Waved.
to be fair to Monty McNair, the game before against Portland, Harrison Barnes was the starting forward.
Harrison Barnes doesn't miss many games. What happened?
I don't know. He
Was
played
this,
20.
was this COVID era?
No, because we were there. So it was COVID-ish, but it wasn't.
Oh, it was one of those.
I don't even know. Actually, probably
What year
even
was
COVID
it?
is. It was
21, 22?
21, 22. We were in Portland. Everybody. The
So
place
19,
went crazy.
so 2021, 21, 22. Okay.
Yeah, 21. The place went crazy when Marvin started cursing us out. So
Yeah, I remember.
like,
Yeah,
we
that's right.
was all in there.
That's right. Yeah.
Now we're just looking back. Didn't we have a Mo Harkless scoop at one point when he was trying to decide whether or not he was signing back with the Kings or something like that?
Well, yeah, we did.
How'd that go?
He signed back?
Yeah, he did. I remember.
Yeah.
He signed back. Like, oh, we could have said this a couple months
then
ago or
after
whatever.
the fact, I was like, oh yeah. Well, no, I didn't know this. I talked to somebody I know,
Sister's baby mama cousin Tracy.
and it was like, yeah, he had been telling me for a long time he wanted to come back. So, you know what I do for a living, don't you?
Yeah, they were the only team that offered him a deal. Of course he was going to go back. He's like, there's only one team that's going to pay me. I'm going to Sacramento.
Shout out Colin. Shout out to the core. Gosh,
Oh,
that
the
was
core
obliterated.
Was
Wow.
Tyrese in the core? Tyrese was in the core.
Yeah, Tyrese is core.
But
Yeah,
that
sure.
meant like we weren't going to trade him though.
Yeah.
But we never thought they would trade Tyrese.
I didn't. No, absolutely.
We didn't
Did
think
not
so.
think they would trade Tyrese Halliburton.
Yeah.
No, absolutely not.
Nah, this is a shoot. Yeah, I did talk about
Yo, buddy.
And that was too. Like KC was just like Buddy had like 3 good games or something.
Buddy had 1 good game and like 3 years left on his deal.
Now,
and KC came in here trying to give him a contract.
now
A lifetime contract.
Now what happened? What happened though? What happened? If I recall, he had those games coming off the bench.
That's right.
And I said, if he accepts this,
Yeah.
he can be a good 6 man.
Yeah, that's what you said. You said no. Don't do that. Don't act like
I wanted him to be
no,
a starter.
Don't act like no. Don't do that. Don't act like you didn't bring up contract
Oh
extension.
no, I did.
But
he had 3 years left on his deal.
It was as a bench guy.
You 3 games in a bench.
I was looking in the future. If he accepts this role in his career, yes.
But he's been on
bring him
3
back.
teams since that.
And he's come off the bench for them too.
He didn't even come off the bench for the Sixers.
Well, he did in game 6.
Yeah, finally got that glue off his shorts to come in.
Damn.
You see Daryl Morey after too. Yeah, that didn't really work out the way I thought it would.
Yeah, that's the line that's most associated with Buddy's career. Yeah, that didn't really work out like we thought it would. Pelicans said it. Kings said it. Pacers said it. Sixers said it.
Oh man,
that man's been on 4 basketball teams.
Buddy, in this game that we got cursed out.
Shout out. By the way, can we just acknowledge shout out JV for being with us this long?
Yeah, shout
out
JV.
to everybody referencing these
Shout out
early G-Lo
JV.
and KC
Shout out
conversations.
I think
These are years ago.
I think they were definitely after that triple OT game, they were asking for a splash. I think they might have been asking for Drake bars too.
Remember Drake bars?
Well, those are dead.
Well, not dead.
Well,
I mean, I'm not doing them, but
no, they're dead.
I'm not doing
You dead.
Drake
You dead.
That's one of the more frustrating things about this. That Family Matters is an unbelievable track, but it just got blown away. Blown away.
Yeah.
Shout out Joe Budden and them boys, man. I was talking to Dame about this. Their breakdown of that weekend is
like 4.5 hours.
Man, and I was tapped into all. That's why they get paid the big buck. They did a phenomenal job.
I think you stepped out yesterday when I asked Damian this Family Matters. Like, can you still listen to that in the future without remembering Kendrick came in 10 minutes after and just stepped on everything? Like, is there always going to be that context to it? Because it is a fire song too.
I can. What might mess it up for me a little bit was the Joe Budden show. How they broke down, like they was like, it's fire, but this right here, he shouldn't have said that. Like, he kind of slipped up. When they broke that down, I was like, oh yeah, I kind of see that now that you're mentioning it. But I could still listen to Family. I really like Family Matters.
I can't listen to it now. It's like whatever.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It was great. It was great for, like I said,
the only song that will for me, Euphoria is going to live. Euphoria is so cold,
crazy,
but Not Like Us is the record. Like Not Like Us. That's
here forever.
Going to be around.
That is
forever.
ether. That is back to back.
Yeah,
like in the future, they're going to be like they did a Not Like Us.
Yeah,
when somebody's beefing. And
did you see it was trending last night?
Well,
to the tune of like 100,000 some odd tweets.
What?
Not Like Us. You didn't see what was going on last night? Nah. So what they're doing now? Your boys, go to your boys' Twitter account. The Michigan.
Oh,
sports teams are using the phrase "they not like us."
That's the one thing I don't like about this whole thing is this song has kind of got what's the word? Is it co-opt a little bit? Like
because
with CM Punk doing it and everything.
Well,
like,
that wasn't CM Punk.
It's like, all right, man. Like
that wasn't CM Punk.
That's part of it now, though.
My brother was just dancing. He was two-stepping.
I don't need them in Santa Monica.
Well, that's Santa Monica. Santa Monica likes music. Don't do that.
I don't like that. I didn't like it when the song came out.
You hated
it. I did hate it when the song came out. By Sunday, I started to like it more. Sunday, Monday, and everything. And then, like I said, when I saw CM Punk doing it, I said, well, all right, I don't need that.
But how did you not know that was a fire record?
I did. It's the second thing I said to you. I said it's a bop and it's gonna play everywhere. I didn't like it for the beef, but I even like it a little bit better now for the beef than I did when I first heard it. I was looking for something else though. I wanted something else. I wanted something more like Euphoria.
No, but it was over. I think at that point it was over. It ended with Meet the Grams. That was the end.
Yeah.
And then
Kendrick ran up the score with Not Like Us.
pretty much.
Yeah,
He's like in the worst way.
Rigged the game. Like,
in the worst way.
He took it to another level.
And Drake made it worse a couple of hours later.
He shouldn't have done that.
Well,
it's time to stop posting, Drake.
Come on over to the Kendrick side, man. We got you over here.
There's no Kendrick side to go to. I always like Kendrick. Stop. Don't do that.
Yeah.
Unlike both for you two.
Whoa.
Like both of these guys. You didn't like Drake.
Oh, come on. Every time Drake dropped the disc, was I not in the group chat? This is fire. His first was like, oh, Kendrick better get back in the booth.
Now you just said that. I liked them both. I liked the whole beef until the stuff that was talked about.
We're not throwing a flag on that. Though.
Well, geez,
we got to go to break, actually.
Come on, man. Come on.
We'll be back.
Come on.
It sounded like the whole beef.
Come on, man.
Hey. OVO Kenny.
Oh, man.
OVO Kenny. Oh, man. Oh, I'm crying. I love this show. At no point did we meet before the show and say, hey, let's destroy NBA legends for 3 hours. Kenny was the mole. Aldrin, I saw that. I didn't know if it was real or not, but I saw it. That was pretty. Hey, shout out J. Cole.
There's nothing wrong with staying out the drama.
Not at all.
I did not see this, Russell. Was he cooking or what was going on?
Yeah, I'm really behind Russ. Like I haven't really
seen lately. They're hyping up that Jacob Fatu guy too. Like he's next. And I saw some highlights of him. Like if I'm happy Redacted's not there because he would have just turned him into some big guy who does some own drops or whatever. But like he can go.
Yeah.
Hopefully Triple H lets them.
I don't know how old he would be. It was a long time ago. He'd probably be too Umaga. If we had like a version of Umaga now.
Umaga had middle school me fearing for my life.
Which I think is what's probably Solo's the closest, but Umaga was. So I saw the clip of that. Punk needs to stop referencing shit that happened in AEW because
it never gets a pop,
ever. It's the second time he's done that, and it's the second time the crowd didn't react. Who's hurt? I know Dominic is hurt. All right, settle down. Who else is hurt? Hey, but I read this too. I mean, think about it though. Someone pulls you aside and says, "Hey, I just want to give you a heads up. Kendrick really fucking hates this dude."
That is called a friend right there.
Yeah, like, look, man, I know you and Kendrick are cool, but like, he really hates this dude. You might want to step out of this. Oh, Bobby Lashley's hurt too. Damn.
Trick Williams is the
Bobby's like 50.
Trick Williams is the new guy from NXT, right?
Mm-hmm.
He was tweeting at Bobby Lashley. That's like they're going back and forth, and Bobby's like, "Yeah, go check my tape, my matches back in 06 or whatever, and see like what real wrestling, blah blah blah." And then Trick Williams quote tweets that. It's like, "Anyone have a VHS around for that?"
That was awesome. Oh yeah, of course.
She said she could do my job.
Okay.
Talk about the
Ow.
2021
God,
Sacramento Kings.
please tell me nobody saw that.
Would you hit your?
Yeah.
Oh well.
Are we all right? Kenny just told me that he's actually a Warriors fan and he wants the whole world to know. That's what he brought me in here.
What do you guys think of Kimberly's puffy shoulders?
Hey.
We're going back on the radio right now. You ready?
Yeah.
All right. Back here on D-Lo and KT.
Oh my gosh, I love the name.
Oh, this is a good name, right?
Yeah,
I thought of that right on the spot.
It's definitely sellable.
Yeah. Okay. Well, let's get going. It's D-Lo and KT here on Sacramento Sports Leader.
Reminder not to cuss, please. She can't hear me.
Yeah, that's right. You don't have headphones on. Yeah, you don't have headphones on. So you don't know that Jesse just reminded you that we're on the radio. So don't.
I know that. I know. Okay. Only to say good words.
Yeah, good words. Yep.
What are you doing?
Goodbye. You don't have headphones.
Wow, you're getting thrown out. I thought you were doing a good job. The H word? What's the H word?
Hell yeah, brother.
Hell yeah, brother. That's one word.
Hulk Hogan in studio too.
Like, what are you, Hulk Hogan? What are you talking about?
Kim said, I was outside for a break and she said, I could easily talk about the 2021 Sacramento Kings.
Oh, 2021?
Yeah.
Why are we going back?
I'm sorry. Could you talk about the Kings today? Who's the best NBA player? Did you get?
I didn't even hear it. But you made the foot. Yeah,
Get
you gotta
out.
go.
Get out.
I didn't even hear it, but the
Get
faces.
out. God bless it.
Cam, take a lap.
That's the last time.
No, yeah.
That's the last
We
time.
gotta put a lock on the door.
That's the last time. Oh man.
Honestly, I didn't even hear it. Thank you for the looks, because as soon as I saw the looks, I hit the thumb.
For those who can't, like, there's strong comparisons to the pirate shirt episode of Seinfeld.
I hadn't seen that. I thought you were gonna say pirate shirt. Wasn't there a pirate Fresh Prince?
Well, there was a pirate fresh. I think he was working at a restaurant.
Well, no, you know what I'm thinking of. I take that back. It wasn't. It was when they were on the game show, and they were fighting in the booth, and the guy, the other guy, was like, they made up in the booth, and then the other guy was like, "I'm sorry, man, I gotta go join the homies."
Oh yeah,
they had a shirt like that.
Yeah.
Speaking of, since Kim cussed, I believe, because we're just gonna put Rick Ross and Brett Barish in the Hall of Fame. She's now tied with Matt George for the lead, I believe.
Hey, all right, well done, Kimberly. Wait, has Matt George cussed twice?
Twice, I'm pretty sure.
Oh
twice.
Man, well, Matt's got
a potty mouth on this show.
Man, he might try and go for the lead.
Well, that's what we do.
Speaking of Rick Ross and Brett Barish and
BBL Drizzy.
BBL Drizzy, why'd you try to shoot down my plane? I was just seeing during the break, game is not going to stop till he gets some interaction with Rick Ross.
I actually like the idea of Rick just ignoring him.
Well, that's what Eminem did.
Just pretend like he's not even there.
Game, I don't know why you were addressing me.
Yeah, don't even say that. Just get your plane fixed. Like,
yeah. First things first.
Get your plane. Just get your plane.
That was
fixed.
crazy. That was
that was wild. After spending a week on social media talking about Drake's plane, yours skids off the runway or whatever it does. Come on, man.
Somebody beef with the game, please. So he's just done after that. He's been searching. He's been searching for a sparring partner.
He's ready.
The game's one of those guys who would text someone, "Hey, let's start a beef to see if we can get things."
Well, that was his whole thing with 50, right?
And here's the thing: like, if anyone wants,
they really didn't like it.
Well, I mean, he didn't text him, but like going into it was already premeditated. He was going to diss 50 no matter what.
Well, here's the thing: if you're thinking about doing that, don't do it now. Don't follow those two.
Well,
let it wait. Just wait a while.
You probably should let the whole summer go by.
That's a good idea.
The whole summer go. I used to play not like a lot, like it was probably once or twice, like the same way I did with Kevin Durant. I used to play basketball with the game. He used to come into that sports facility. The basketball facility I used to work at, and he would always like be arguing.
Was he any good?
He wasn't awful.
Was he better than Master P?
I don't remember. I remember Master P's accolades and stuff, but I don't remember watching him play. The game is okay. Game's just like a regular basketball player. Like he's fine. He's fine.
I've seen him punch people in basketball.
That was crazy.
Did I tell you the autograph story with the game when he came through KSM years ago?
Story time.
Yeah, you never told this story.
Well, no, he came through. When the documentary dropped and it was hot and had these posters signed, and our promotions person at the time handed him a blue pen. He's like, I can't sign with that. He's like, and the funny thing was he was trying to be like, he was trying not to make it a big deal.
Yeah.
Like he didn't go nuts over it. He was
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
I'm really sorry, I can't sign with that. Like, do you have a black pen?
What did they say?
We just
Why,
got him a
Mr.
black. No, I think it was like, oh, and got him a black pen. But he wouldn't sign with a he wouldn't sign
That's funny.
the posters with a blue pen.
That's funny, and that's literally on brand.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey,
I still have that autograph with the black pen.
Did you find it when you're like moving stuff?
Yeah, I found like autographs from Queen Latifah. I found a Polaroid
What's the coolest autograph you
with
got?
me and Mariah Carey.
Oh,
That I'm actually I know exactly what it is. I have this. It's it's not a table. I guess it is a tablecloth. It's a table cover that we had at the Radio Music Award. Maybe it was the MTV Video Music Awards, and it was the Radio Music Awards in Las Vegas, and everyone who came through signed it. And there's one area, so it's a giant tablecloth. So I'm going to, I like looked at it, like I examined the whole thing, and there's a way I can take it, fold it, and pin it in like a shadow box to where you could see autographs from Hulk Hogan, DMC, Beyonce, Cat Williams, Kelly and Michelle, like they're all on there. And like a handful of others, but those are the big ones. There's Hulk Hogan's right here and Beyonce's right here. I was like, all right, I got to get those two. And I start looking around like, oh, that's Cat Williams right there. Wow. Oh, that's Shaman Moore over there. Then there's like Alex Thomas is on it. Your girl Keisha Cole is on it.
Shout out Keisha.
Yeah, they're all over the place. Wow. I found my Faith Evans autograph too.
Hey,
I have
Faith,
a jersey autograph. I have a Biggie jersey, like size 5X that I used to wear, signed by Faith, First Lady. It says First Lady of Bad Boy.
Faith
Evans.
That's my girl.
She was a great interview.
She seems really
was
nice.
A really, really, really great interview.
Yeah, she seems really nice. When I was just a random, guy around the city. One of my buddies who like knew everybody somehow. I don't know how this dude, like he's, you ever have any of those friends that just like, you see him, he's always in pictures with like right now, he'd be in the picture with James Harden, or he'd be in a picture with Kyrie. I'm like, bro, how you get this picture, and how you get here, how you get this access? I don't know how he did, but somehow he would always have this access. And I saw him at the game. He was like, yo, it was Sixers and Kings. He's like, stick around, man. I'll get you a autograph with AI and a picture or whatever. I was like, all right, bet. So I stuck around, and it was like Arco had like completely cleared out, no fans at all. And I was still like waiting around, and I was waiting with him, and like we was kind of on the court. And at the time, like I had never been on the court before. I was like, yo, this is crazy. Like I'm on the court. T.O. was at the game. He was still a 49er. T.O. was at the game, and we started talking to T.O. a little bit. Then Bobby Jackson came out after, the game. He started talking to T.O. and my guy. And then Bibby came out. He started talking to T.O., Bobby, and my guy. And I probably was, I don't know, like 19, 20 years old. And I'm just sitting here like, this is great. Like in a circle like this, they're talking and they're just like letting me in the circle. They're not talking to me, but I'm just able to stand there and see their conversation. I'm like, yo, it's T.O. and Bobby Jackson. Like I was just bugging out. And then he's like, oh, AI still hasn't come out yet. I think like he asked me, he's like, where AI at? He's like, oh, he ain't come out yet. He's like, I think he's coming out this way. And then we go like to the tunnel, and he's like walking to the bus. And sure enough, AI walking down the tunnel or whatever. My homeboy daps him up or whatever. And he goes, it's my man Casey. No, not Kenny. He's like, my man Kenny or whatever. Hey, what's up, man? How you doing? And I was like, autograph picked. I didn't really know what to say. He just kept moving to
I
the bus.
feel like there's a better interaction though, because like maybe if you ask AI for autographs, like, oh, all right, whatever. Like you dapped up AI, said what's up, and kept it moving. Like that's cool.
That was it. AI, that was my guy. AI, man. That was my dude. He just like, oh, so all right. And he kept going to the bus. Like,
that's crazy.
man.
That's funny. Allen Deion Taylor brought AI out after a game for one of his parties. And I've never seen men for real. I'm dead serious. I've never seen brothers, black men react
love AI.
To a human being, to another dude, the way they did Allen Iverson. They reacted to Allen Iverson like he was the most beautiful woman they've ever seen. Like to that point in my life, to today, there's nothing that compares to that.
That's crazy.
Absolutely nothing. I've been around the situation, but I've been around Kobe a little bit, LeBron, like all of them. Nothing was ever like that. That was a one of one reaction. I think that might have been a one of one reaction in terms of athletes and stars. Wow. I have never seen anyone react to Allen Iverson the way the dudes did in the club.
They just got hyped. They was like, yo, AI's here. And like,
yo, when I tell you, like they were in awe. AI walks in, AI's, shorter.
Yeah.
But like it's not a work, like there's ice everywhere. The cornrows are tight.
Yeah.
You're in a club, it's 99.9% black. And everyone, of course, there's not like yo, there's none of that.
Yeah.
But there's a
buzz.
Bro, there's a feel in the air, and everyone, they're just staring like AI, and they start staring and following. So Deion's leading, AI, mind you, broke the rules for this one. It's like 1 o'clock in the morning. Follows him, takes him to where he's going, and just like it's like the whole area just shifts into the direction where Allen Iverson is. Again, never seen anything like it. I couldn't even begin to tell you. I know it was small. I know it was a small place. It wasn't like Avalon. It wasn't a club. It was a place Deion was throwing like a party. And he got AI to come through. Man. And it was wild. It was absolutely wild. And Deion, I'm sure don't remember me for nothing, but I'll always appreciate Deion because he was the first person who, when I was at KSFM, threw a party and asked me to host it. And I was nobody. And he asked me to do it. And I had never been more scared in my life. I was scared to death. When Deion handed me the microphone and told me to hype up that crowd, I was scared to death because I'm aware of what I look like.
Yeah.
And that crowd was a lot darker than me.
Deion
I didn't want them looking at me like they looking at Drake right now. I was scared to death. And he put that microphone in my hand. I did what he told me to do.
Yeah.
And he kind of gave me you got it. And left.
Deion a cool dude, man.
He left. And I was like, oh my God, this is what I got to do the rest of the night.
He's such a good dude, man. I gotta try and track him back down again, man. He's so busy, but he's such a good dude. Like I met Deion on the set of one of his movies. And I was literally an extra. Like Hits from the Streets was in it, Charlie Murphy, Tamala Jones. They were all like, it was a legit movie. And I was just an extra in this the scene. And I think I talked to him afterwards, just a quick second, like, hey man, I appreciate what you're doing here in Sacramento and having, doing this movie. He's like, oh, cool. Ever since then, if I see him, he always remembers me. Like, I don't want to make it like, oh, my brother, but he showed love every time. Like, ever since that moment. And like I said, I wasn't nobody but an extra. I don't even know if you know my name now, but he's still.
You a movie star and a TV star.
I'm not a movie star. I'm not a TV star.
I'm sorry. Did you or did you not just show us the TV show you were on earlier?
Yeah, I was on TV. Does that mean I'm a TV star? Not necessarily.
I'm sorry. What were you doing during March?
I was on the news.
TV star,
TV star, movie star,
radio star, podcast star. If you
podcast
ask
star.
some, yeah.
Knows everybody.
I'm sorry.
Champion, NBA champion.
Have you ever been in a video game?
No,
I haven't.
never
Have you?
been in a video.
Yeah, shout out NBA 2K.
Man,
shout out Tiburon.
Wow. Yeah, you're right. NBA champ. Yeah, no, that's crazy.
That was crazy. I wish I could do that forever. They would pay me $500 a day to come up there and.
Did you wear the green suit with the little electronic?
It was black
on
suit.
it?
Yeah,
a black suit.
Yeah, black suit with all the little dots.
Mm-hmm.
The funny thing is, I did that for like four straight NBA 2Ks, right? And I wasn't old by any means. This was probably like 10 years ago, but I was probably like 32 or something like that. And on the last one, because it's not hard work at all, but it's a lot of standing. It's like getting a defensive stance here. All right. Getting the defensive stance here.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And then half turn, getting the defensive stance. Like, so you're doing that like all day long. And the last time after the day was over, I was like, bro, I don't know if I can keep doing this. I was sore. I was tired. My knees were hurting. And then they would have like these 22-year-olds coming here and they were like doing all the dunk animations right there. It's like,
Father time even gets you in 2K, I guess.
It's crazy. I can't do all this. But yeah, that was and like they paid me and they flew everything up. So what I was getting paid was outside of them flying me up from LA to San Francisco, putting me up in this I forgot what type of hotel it was, but it was a nice little hotel for like 3 days. Like, this is all. I wish I could do this all the time.
What's the other game besides 2K?
Used to be NBA Live, but
Kara did the voiceovers for one of those.
Sounds about right.
And,
I think I remember in live.
And
now that you mentioned something.
She said it was a lot like that.
Yeah.
It was long ass days.
Yeah.
Of just
it's a legit 8 hours of, like I said, getting the defensive stance. Now move to the left. Good.
Move
Got
to the left.
Just
move to the right.
When you were selecting that all-time Bulls team at 2K15, that was Kenny Caraway, not Michael Jordan.
Yeah.
There were things that I could point to. I can't remember exactly who it was, but I did the free throw animations for like 5 people. It was like Steph. Because what they would do, because like I don't know. I feel like I'm okay with impressions, right? So when they found out like I was okay with something,
did they ask you to do, Doc?
they should have asked me to do that. When they because they did one time, they were like, "Hey, can you replicate this move?" And they had this big old movie screen, like in your house. They had a big old movie screen on the wall, and they would play the clip. And they're like, "Can you do that?" And I would do it. Right? They're like, "Oh, he's pretty good." He's like, "All right, well, can you do James Harden's free throw? We got his free throw up there. Can you repeat that?" I was like, "All right." And I'd do that. And it was probably like 6 or 7 players. It was Tim Duncan was one, because I remember he would bend his knees in and like drop his arms like this and do that. And Steph would do something specific. It was like 5 of them. So that was like the one time I could go to the game and be like, "No, you see that? That's definitely me right there. Like, that is Kenny right there doing that."
That's
All
dope.
the other stuff is just like random stuff.
That's dope. I've never been in a video game before.
Neither have I.
You will soon. Both of you guys will soon.
No, I'm just
Maybe
pointing out.
D'Lo and Casey, the video game where you can host your own radio show.
D'Lo Casey video.
You can play as Casey, Dame, and me.
Kimberly makes the run in with a puffy shirt on, just cussing up a storm.
That's your goal. Try to get Kim not to curse that day.
You win the game if Kimmy doesn't cuss.
Final mission is trying to hit the dump button.
No.
Final mission is
Kimber.
if you can get an endorsement.
Final mission is convincing salespeople not to schedule meetings at noon.
I guess we're never passing this game.
That's the final boss. Can you get a salesperson to not schedule a sales meeting at noon?
Level 5 is you trying to make it to the company Christmas party.
Oh man!
But you only have a minute to spare.
Level 4 is when they know who you are.
Well,
like, oh man, they know what show I'm on.
That's wild. It's the same account executive. How about that? Every day you just
Oh man, hey, we got to get that one. Get that game, man.
Oh man.
Get that game. I need to.
Sal says final mission is trying to be able to understand every word Mitch says on a call. Can you imagine Mitch calling in on the video game? A bonus. Julian says a bonus level is to try to have James Ham make it to practice on time.
Or maybe
now the bonus level would be to make James Ham sell a joke.
I was saying maybe we make James Ham the bad guy. You got to get everything in before James comes to attack you. That's the 3 p.m. hour of the game.
If you can make James Ham laugh or answer a question, you win.
Yo, this game is lit. On KC 2K24.
I'll get a PS5 if we can get this thing going.
Odyssey 2K24.
Level 10 is trying to book the guy who told us he was on vacation.
We've never said who that was, right?
No, I don't think so.
No, I don't throw his name because he always comes on still or whatever.
What role would Tribal Chief play in the game?
Level 2 is trying to save your boss from getting his ass kicked from Nate Diaz.
The Tribal Chief is only around when he calls me into a meeting and says, look, I don't want to upset you, but this is going to upset you.
Oh, man. And see, you wouldn't get this because you don't have the new games, but like when you play Madden, they have like you play as the game, but like you're the coach. So you go to a press conference, somebody asks you a question, and it says press A to respond this way, press B to respond this way. And whatever your response is has different, get you like it might boost the morale or it might lower the morale.
Press A, Casey is Doc Rivers. Press B, Shaquille O'Neal.
When you lose a life or whatever it is in the game, you have to sit through a 30-minute Monday meeting.
Oh, what about when old boy was here? Oh, snap.
That's what I'm saying. When you lose a life, you got to sit through a 9 o'clock Monday meeting for a half hour.
Oh. Matt, you're not playing a video game. We're trying to build a video game.
I'm trying to get KC's paycheck and D'Lo and KC. It's level 1.
Stop it.
You don't want that.
Yeah, you just bought a PS5 the other day.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Come on, courtside, Kenny. Spam Square to get courtside seats.
Oh no! See, that's a good little extra level of the show. Kenny down courtside, me and Matt sitting up at the top.
That's one of the side quests planned as KC.
I'm sitting next to Matt with his camera, and there's KC down there next to Mike Brown.
On, man.
All I gotta say is Kenny's eating at the Lexus Lounge, and Dame and I are having the media food. That's all I'm saying.
That's it. We're eating popcorn, and
the game says, "All right, Dame's left at halftime. It's time to go to courtside."
That's a shoot. That's a shoot.
Oh, this game.
You can play as Matt George, but you have to film the whole game.
No, we gotta. That's another level.
You gotta film
booking guests.
Yeah.
See, we got the many different faces of Matt George.
I was gonna say that's DLC content. You can just keep paying for different outfits that I've worn in the history of this show.
Oh, that's good stuff right there. That's good stuff right there. We got to make this happen.
Oh, this game goes crazy.
Yeah,
this
we got to
game
make it happen.
goes crazy. I can't wait.
This feels so fake.
Nah, yeah, we can talk about this. We can talk about it. We can talk about it.
Mike Budenholzer has emerged as the front runner to become the Phoenix Suns' next head coach. Frank Vogel was fired like an hour ago. We'll talk with Matt George about NBA stuff. And we'll talk about the picture heard around Sacramento.
Hey.
Anxious to get Matt George's thoughts on that when D'Lo and KC return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
That basically means they fired Frank because Mike said yes.
Yeah. Have there ever been a 2 days like the last two?
As far as the show or the NBA?
Yeah, no, the show.
Man, I don't know.
This show been running on vibes for 48 hours.
Yeah.
There has to be a level where you have to translate what Mitch is saying on a phone.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Get extra points.
Yeah, you get.
It's like a riddle. It's the puzzle part of the game. Just translate what Mitch is saying. You unlock the next level.
That's spectacular.
Oh, man. I just saw a commercial that reminds me. I need to get some skates. Can't be out there with the roller skates. Yeah. I can't be out there with the little brown skates.
Do people still roller skate?
Absolutely. It's about to go down.
Oh, yeah, skating is a thing. Yeah,
It's about to go down in
Doko.
The ice rink is going to be a roller rink over the summer.
Oh,
Shout out to HOF.
I thought
Yeah,
roller
this-
rinks were indoors.
Well, they're
isn't it
turning
like-
the ice rink into a roller rink outside.
Is it going to be hard? So it's going to be hardwood and not like
Yeah.
okay. So it's not going to be like a skate park.
No.
not that,
It'll be a surface.
I can barely balance on 2 feet, so I'll stay on feet.
They did a good amount of that in certain. I know they did it in LA, but in certain places when during the pandemic, they have like these outdoor. They're supposed to be like not hockey, but you know what I mean. Like you're not playing on ice, but you're the roller hockey.
Mm-hmm.
They have a lot of those places, and they would just like make that kind of like a skating rink. Like come out here during COVID, come skate, listen to music, stuff like that.
I can't ice skate, rollerblade, skateboard. Can't do none of that.
You know, I can't skateboard. It's kind of crazy.
Only thing I rode as a kid was a scooter, like the classic scooters, not the ones that y'all have motorized now.
Bro, these kids with these
lazy pieces of crap, like full motorized bicycle.
like,
What's the point of pedals?
Bicycles are crazy.
The bicycles are crazy.
Liar.
So the bikes fly, and there's this one girl, this one young lady who I walk by like 2 out of the 5 days a week, maybe. She is flying on that scooter.
Mm-hmm.
Like flying.
I don't know.
It's crazy how fast
they be moving.
No, because we have the middle school by where we live, D-Lo, and they're always riding their stuff to and from school. And there's a kid that I see every day. I don't know what this thing is called. It's literally a wheel with 2 like pedals on each side, and you like surf on the pedals and the wheel just goes. I've never. It's not like a hoverboard. It's like it's just a wheel and 2 pedals, like a unicycle, and they just ride it.
Yeah, I don't get how they do that. I've seen that too. I don't understand like how they're able to balance like that.
Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea. Have you guys ever done any of the stuff like downtown, like the jump bikes and the jump and the scooters and stuff like that? Done the scooter before. You done one, Justin?
I used to take the scooter just when I was at Sac State still and stuff like that.
Scooters are kind of fire.
It's like a walking insurance nightmare to me.
Yeah, I almost broke my ankle on one of them, but no, it was fun.
No thanks.
You guys see Big Baby got sentenced to 3.5 years?
The insurance thing?
Yeah.
Am I in your seat? My bad.
Is this your still, brother?
Cat won the Kareem Award. Right on, Cat.
Dang, Minnesota cleaned up.
They're the Kings of this year.
They are.
OG
Ain't gonna get nothing next year.
OG out for game 3.
Yeah. Yeah, we figured if they're ruling him out now, it's pretty bad. My guess, he probably didn't even leave New York. Right? Because if they play tomorrow and Sunday, he probably didn't even leave.
Yeah, he's probably not going to play, so you just
get ahead of
keep
it
him
now.
there.
Yeah. Yep. All right, Matt, here we go. Back here with our man Matt George, the Locked On Kings podcast. Of course, ABC 10 News as well, and there's definitely news buzzing around the NBA as Frank Vogel was fired as the head coach of the Phoenix Suns. Not really surprising there, and it appears they knew who his replacement would be. Adrian Wojnarowski has been feverishly tweeting, including this follow-up just a couple of moments ago. Budenholzer is the Suns' target, and talks are expected to move quickly, sources tell ESPN. He's been working to assemble a coaching staff for a return to a head coaching job, and that process is also gathering momentum. This clearly has been in the works for quite some time. It appears Mike Budenholzer will take the place of Frank Vogel as the Phoenix Suns assistant coach. My guess is as soon as tomorrow.
It seems like there's two stages of NBA head coach. You're either the really quote unquote good head coach that just bounces from team to team as soon as you get fired, or you're the coach that gets your one opportunity in a terrible spot, gets fired, and then never works in the league again. There's like no middle ground. It's either one and done, or you'll get 97 jobs and fail at all of them.
Do you think this is the last one for Frank Vogel?
Maybe, probably. I mean, he's failed with the Lakers. He's failed with the Suns. He's failed a lot of places.
No, he won a championship with the
Lakers. And asterisk
I mean,
bubble ring.
He did. Well, I mean, he did, but I don't. Frank Vogel, admittedly, Vogel is just a coach that I don't quite understand. Because that way, I said he wasn't the right hire for Phoenix. I didn't think he was the right hire for Los Angeles. So clearly, it's my problem. Like, I don't understand Frank Vogel.
Well, you probably sounds like you were right.
Well, yeah. Well, I think there's a lot more problems in Phoenix than Frank Vogel. Just as I think there's a lot more problems in Los Angeles than Frank Vogel, as evidenced by the fact they just fired Frank Vogel's replacement.
That's crazy. That is crazy. Like those two franchises. I mean, I think they're both kind of in tough spots moving forward. And you bring it to the Kings. I mean, the Kings should, another reason why I think this offseason they should really be looking to ramp up what they're able to do with this roster, because you got an opportunity with those two teams, and maybe even throw a third team in there with the Clippers. Hell, you might be the best team in that division if you like really get after it right now. If you're the Kings, so there's an opportunity right here. They need to pounce on it.
Yeah, it's you got a lot of the old guard that is kind of passing the torch to the new guard right now, which is perfectly represented by like the way Anthony Edwards has been playing in the playoffs. But it's really the Pacific Division is 4 teams that are latching on to yesterday's superstars and faces of the league, and then the Sacramento Kings, who are kind of in the middle of both. Like, I mean, it's crazy to talk about Fox and Sabonis in their prime as not being the next young stars, but that kind of ship has sailed for them now. Like, it's what Monty said at the end of season press conference, right? Like, this team is built to win right now. These guys are in their prime right now. So time to strike.
What did you think about the picture heard around Sacramento yesterday with Vivek and Monty, Mike, Malik, Keegan, Alvin, Wes, all out there golfing together?
First thing that jumped off the page to me is Vivek Ranadive wears 2 golf gloves, a golf glove on each hand. I mean, I don't know if hey, you won't get any blisters that way, Vivek. That was the first thing I saw. Second thing I saw was, or the second thing I thought about was, I mean, it's fun for people to kind of speculate and run with it. I talked about this on a recent podcast. To me, like, if there's anything from that photo that it has anything to do with negotiations or anything like that, to me, it's, hey, let's bring Malik Monk out on the golf course, have him spend quality time with members of the front office, the owner, one of his teammates in Keegan, and Malik and Keegan golfed together all last summer. So that's nothing new there. Mike Brown out there as well. Alvin Gentry too. Like, let's bring these, bring everybody together, have a good time. And at least, like, one of the biggest bargaining chips or arguments I think the Sacramento Kings have in their favor to convince Malik Monk to stay is, we know you, you know us, you know what you're trying to do here. You also know that you fit here. You know how much you're loved here in Sacramento. So if this golf trip or this golf round that they went out together just makes it even a little bit harder for Malik to intentionally walk away from the relationships and the people that he has here in Sacramento, then I guess it's successful. Other than that, to me, it's just a round of golf.
Yeah.
Nah.
Yeah. I'm trying to think if I had a really good idea that I was about to leave the franchise or place I'm working. I don't know if I'm going golfing with him, but maybe I am. Maybe my decision isn't it doesn't, affect whether or not I hang out with these guys or not.
I'm calling cap. You'd love to be wined and dined. Come on. You don't want to be wooed. Like, you get a free opportunity to play a round of golf. You're going to get probably a dinner from another general manager somewhere in the league who wants to talk to you. Or, I mean, Malik's in a position where he
would be legal, Matthew.
Sure. And we all know that that's not happening. air quotes, but tampering. Malik's in a position where, for lack of a better term, he's dating right now. Like he can kind of go out there and date, and he can just
he wants to be recruited.
But in this case, he's the catch, and he's the one that's going to get the free dinners and get flown out like an Instagram model to places. Like he's just doing his thing. So good for him. Like I would take every opportunity to enjoy this summer as much as I can and enjoy the process as much as I can.
Maybe so.
Yeah, I get it.
I mean, it wasn't like they were at. There ain't no Pebble Beach here in Sacramento. Like you can go to Hagen.
Oh, we don't know that they were in Sacramento.
Well, that's true. We did think they might be in Arkansas.
Well, I don't think that's exactly what we thought, but it certainly is possible. But I don't know that maybe. I mean, you could have gone to Pebble Beach. Wouldn't it have taken that long?
Now they want to give me. I don't know much about this, but a free round at Pebble Beach. Like,
oh yeah, I don't imagine that's
okay. Yeah, we can go. We can go have a round.
We also know that Malik is the type of personality, and I'm not ever reporting or speculating that this is happening, but Malik's also the type of personality that probably at one point during that round turned to every single person in that group and made a comment about, y'all going to pay me? Y'all going to bring me back? Like Malik is just the type of loudmouth that he's talking the entire time. Malik knows the position that he's in, and I think he's enjoying the hell out of the position that he's in. And what makes it easier is he knows, the Kings know, everybody knows what the dollar figure is. Now it's just, how can we make it as convincing for you to stay here as possible? And that's where I think the relationship side of things comes into play. It's like, Malik, if you choose to leave to take more money, we understand these are the people and this is the relationships and this is the family here in Sacramento that you're going to walk away from. Let's just try and pull on the heartstrings and make that as difficult as possible for you. That's the play for the Kings. I like it.
Yeah, do what you got to do. Yeah, you got the advantage. He's still a Sacramento King until the start of the new league year. That's so right. If he wants to golf every day till the start of the new league year, well, guess what, Monty? Guess what, Wes? Guess what, Keegan? Keegan, you were babysitting last year. This year you're golfing. Keegan is the ultimate off-season utility guy. If it's babysitting, if it's golfing, whatever we need done, Keegan's going to be right there.
And look, that's Alvin's job. Hey, he wants to golf every day. So I said, so go golf with him, Alvin. That's your job.
I'm waiting for the photo too of Malik and Sabonis sipping wine at his vineyard up in Napa and just continuing the off season of woo. That's pretty much what it is for Malik.
You think Domas makes the All-NBA team? We've seen the cursory third place vote and the MVP, fourth place vote, sorry. And I think it was the third place vote in Defensive Player of the Year. The next thing to be announced is the All-NBA teams. You're shaking your head no, huh?
What about this season? The away awards have gone through this season from the Sixth Man of the Year to the All-Star voting that suggests that's going to happen.
I hear you.
Like everything is pointing to no. I mean, De'Aaron Fox, there's no chance De'Aaron Fox makes it. I'm pretty like 100% confident in that. Domantas Sabonis would have a great chance if it were still position based, but this is the first year that they went away from positions, if I'm not mistaken, right? So I'm not going to be surprised at all when Domas doesn't make it, which is nuts when he leads the league in double doubles, triple doubles, breaks the double double streak, does things only Wilt Chamberlain does. But hey, we've gotten accustomed to it all season long. It would make, I mean, at least the NBA would be consistent by snubbing him with that award too. I'm expecting it completely.
What did you make of Domas receiving a vote and the MVP receiving a vote in the Defensive Player of the Year award? I mean, somebody just having fun with Sacramento and with Domas. Like, what did you make anything of that?
And naturally, your investigative journalism hat wants to go get put on and look around Sacramento and go, okay, who in Sacramento is voting? And I will say I have gotten a couple text messages. Was this you? It's like, no, I don't have a vote, but it would have been. No, I would.
We asked Bonte Hill if it was him, and he said no too.
Oh, that would have been a great troll job by Bonte Hill. Yeah, I don't think Domantas Sabonis deserved any recognition on Defensive Player of the Year. That's for sure. So whoever that vote was, good for you. And it could have been a troll vote by someone who's saying, "Oh, Sacramento thinks I don't pay attention to him. Here, I'll give Domas this vote in an award that he's never going to win."
Voting for Domas for Defensive Player of the Year shows you don't watch Sacramento.
That's very true. That's very true. But they've been showing that they don't watch the Kings all season long.
No, facts.
Or shows you're a jackass.
Well, that too. A lot of people have done that.
One and the same, really.
Hey, who's the best player who hasn't won an MVP? Like ever? So obviously Nikola Jokic won the MVP last night.
Yep.
And that led us down a dark path where we just started taking out legends one at a time. Great players, legends. We've destroyed Steve Nash for a little while. Rest in peace to Willis Reed. I pretty much kicked him to the curb. We had a Carmelo Anthony versus Dwayne Wade conversation. Didn't last long, but we had the conversation. And I think we settled on this, and you might not even know this. Jerry West never won an MVP award.
Really? I never
finished. What was the number? 4 times?
4 times.
Finished second 4 times. Including the Willis Reed, which, as Kenny did some more investigative work, that's probably the only one you make the argument he should have won, even though there's a very good argument for Willis Reed to win it. Jerry was nuts that year, but he finished second to like Kareem, Wilt. Yeah.
I didn't realize. I forgot Steve Nash won back-to-back MVPs in 04, 05, and 05, 06.
That was.
We determined he should have exactly 0. Between Shaq and Kobe, we've determined, this ain't it.
In like all of history, Dave was looking at the all the MVPs. Like his is like the most egregious. It's like what were we doing here? And I thought he had a fantastic season in both of those, at least the first one for sure. But he shouldn't have won either one of those MVPs.
So in true Kings fashion, I'm looking up. Tim Duncan won the NBA MVP award in 2002 when the Sacramento Kings were the best team in basketball. I'm comparing Duncan's numbers right now to that of Chris Webber's. Okay, Duncan averaged 23.3 points to Chris's 23. Duncan averaged, 12.9 rebounds to Chris's 10.5. 3.9 assists to Chris's 5.4. Chris had 67. Chris was on a 67 win team that season. Tim was on a. Wait, no, that was games played. Never mind. That's not games won. How many games did the Kings and
Kings
Spurs
won that year? I think the Kings won 61.
2002 NBA standings.
And that was one
radio,
right? So
yeah, Kings won 61. Spurs won 58. Okay, so Spurs were at least second place. I would have loved to see the voting from that year. How close Chris Webber was in MVP voting to Tim Duncan.
Oh, I can give you that. I don't think Chris was close.
Really?
Stand by. What year was this again?
2002.
I feel like Shaq was second. Chris might have been third or fourth.
It's the 2001-2002 season.
Stand by. We got it. We've been doing this all day.
Okay, good.
Let's see. Tim Duncan was number 1 with 954 points, 57 first place votes. Number 2,
Shaq,
the head coach of the Dallas Mavericks.
Jason
Kidd was number 2 with 45 first place votes, 897. Shaquille O'Neal finished 3rd. Tracy McGrady finished number 4.
Wow.
Kobe Bean Bryant finished number 5.
Wow.
Gary Payton.
All right, man. Come on.
Finished 6th.
Come on, bro.
And the best player on the best team, number 4 on your jersey and forever in your heart.
Crazy.
Chris Webber finished 7th.
That is crazy.
Oh, good to know the disrespect never really went away.
Because the whole look, maybe you can make an argument for those other guys. Gary Payton. And I love Gary Payton. What are we doing there? Come on now.
So to that point, what in the modern, if we're talking next season, what does De'Aaron Fox or Domantas Sabonis have to do to win an MVP award? If Chris Webber didn't win the MVP award for having like close to identical stats, maybe slightly less in scoring to Tim Duncan on a 61 win team as the best team in the NBA, what does Domantas Sabonis or De'Aaron Fox have to do next season to actually win an MVP award?
Average 33 points per game.
But that might not even be enough. Like, you got to average 33 and your team's got to be what, 60 plus wins minimum?
Yeah. I mean, my original answer was there's nothing they can do, but to give you an answer, I would say 33 points a game. Yeah.
Even that might not be enough, because if Shea didn't win it this year, I mean, come on.
Is that who you thought should have won? I thought
Shea's my MVP. I mean, he's a superstar on the best team, one of the best stories. I mean, he's fantastic on both sides of the ball. I know Nikola Jokic is undeniable, and the only reason Nikola Jokic didn't win the MVP last year, and this is not disrespect to Joel Embiid, because Joel had a fantastic season, but the only reason people didn't vote for Nikola Jokic last year is because they didn't want to give him 3 straight MVPs and put him in like the elitist of the elite class in the NBA that's done that before. Like that, I think that impacted people's votes more than what Jokic was actually doing on the floor. And then this year maybe kind of felt like a makeup for that, in my opinion. I mean, Shea would have gotten my vote.
Joel should have won last year.
I think he deserved it. I think he deserved it, but Jokic was phenomenal last year as well.
He was for sure. I mean, those two for the last 2 years or so.
Well, no, there's a third one.
Well, yeah, for sure.
We just don't talk about Giannis.
Yeah, because I'm talking about the people that actually have a chance to win.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? Because Giannis, for whatever reason, I'm not saying I agree with it, but he's just got no chance of ever winning an MVP.
Crazy. Absolutely crazy.
I think that was one of our discussions when one of the times when we were at home, I was like, yeah, Giannis should be the MVP. And then I think the voting came out and he was like nowhere near.
Mm-hmm.
He was like a distant third. At that point, I realized it's never going to happen.
The Kings got all of the acknowledgement they're going to get last year, because I guarantee you they all thought they got Executive of the Year, they got Coach of the Year, De'Aaron got his little Jerry West trophy. They got third team. Okay, that's it. We're off Sacramento now. The Kings might legit have to win a championship for them to ever get like attention again.
Just wait.
That might be the only way they could do it.
The Kings will win a championship, and the narrative will still be, hey, it's because this team was injured or
the league is weak.
Yeah. Transition year.
Missed 12 games this year. Like there was no way that the Timberwolves could sustain that.
Domas shouldered his way to a title.
Matt, it's shoulder.
3 times.
That's right. He shouldered his way to a title.
I will ask Matt this because I'm interested. Who do you think was better, Carmelo or D Wade?
Individually better, Carmelo. I think better overall team basketball player, D Wade. Is that fence sitting?
A little bit. I don't know.
If it's a game of one-on-one in their prime, I'm taking Melo. But I think D Wade was the more winning basketball player.
Well, that's only because he had better teammates around him.
I guess that's fair.
Carmelo never played with,
KC is very sensitive when it comes to Carmelo Anthony.
Well, because people talk crazy about Carmelo.
Well, some people do. I don't deny that. No one on this show was talking crazy about Carmelo Anthony.
No,
but I do agree. Some people talk crazy about Carmelo Anthony.
Well, do I get at least half a point for saying I'd take Melo over D Wade straight up, like one on?
Well, it's not around the horn.
I mean, Kenny still got. I still picked his guy, and Kenny still got mad at me.
I told you he's very sensitive about Carmelo.
I didn't get mad. I just said, "What she tell the whole story?"
No.
When you talk about winning players,
look at the roster. Look at Sir Allen Iverson was on that roster. I'm telling you. All right,
Allen Iverson had 1 foot into retirement.
Well, maybe.
Yeah, this is in retirement.
This is a level in the D'Lo and KC video game is you have to answer the question the way Kenny wants you to answer it.
Oh man.
We're gonna go back and forth forever.
I ain't even got to that level yet.
And if you're wrong, you start over at the very beginning. No save file, nothing. Back to level 1 with you. Learn again.
Brutal.
Hey,
Brutal.
Melo is better than D-Wade.
That's fine. Perfect.
D-Wade, with that being said, though, like I did say earlier, because I'm not a D-Wade fan, but
didn't notice.
The guy was one of the best shooting guards ever.
Yeah.
Ever. Probably top five. Some people would say top 3.
Okay. So it's okay. Wait a minute.
Some
so
people would say it's Jordan,
Harden, Wade.
Who?
Harden?
James Harden.
No.
He's not looked at as a shooting guard. But some people would say Jordan, Kobe, Wade.
We're putting James at the 1? Where are we putting James?
I think James is a point guard.
How about James not in the conversation? Let's start there.
Nah, James has some. Harden has some absurd numbers.
James is a point guard the way
absurd.
Steph Curry is.
Okay, that's fair. I don't look at Steph that
and
way
I don't
either. But you're right. You're right. I don't look at.
I don't
Steph
know.
that way.
I don't know if James. I don't know if it's Jordan, Kobe, and it might be Wade over James, man. If you put him as 2 guard. I can't deny what D Wade did, man.
Oh, okay. Wade over James. All right.
Can't deny it.
Well, you got it. So okay. Well, you got to put him somewhere. So if you say he's a 2 guard,
I'm putting James as a point.
Okay, you're putting him as a point guard. All right. Man, where's he rank on that list? Because I know you got Isaiah ahead of him. You got Steph ahead of him. You got to put Chris Paul ahead of him. You got to put Magic ahead of him.
Is that 4 or 5 people you just named?
I think I just named 4.
He's probably top 5. Probably number 5. Some people would put Stockton over him.
Some people would put Oscar Robertson above him too.
I don't know what to.
Why,
I don't even know what to label.
Take shots at Oscar.
No, I don't know what to label Oscar as. I don't know.
No, neither. Kings legend, I guess. Royals, Kings. I'm not sure. Has Oscar ever been here?
Didn't he come this year? Or
did he?
Or last year? He came to Sac recently.
Was he lost?
He was on his way to Napa with Alvin. That's what Alvin and Domas.
I feel like Oscar Robinson was in Sacramento not too long ago.
All right, I'll take it.
So when I did my interview with Chris Webber earlier this season when he was doing his book tour here in Sacramento, one of the ways he answered my question that I thought was intriguing. He goes, I'm here in Sacramento more than people know. I just don't tell people about it. I'm like, there's no chance that Chris Webber could be in Sacramento without somebody knowing that Chris Webber's in Sacramento. There's no way.
Yeah, that's tough.
That's like Chris, as soon as you land in Sacramento, the world flocks to you.
Yeah, you ain't getting past the rabbit, and I don't know if he's chartering in. So that's tough to believe.
Just for reference sake, I can't find a story.
Yeah, I think you're making that up. I absolutely think you're making that up. I don't know why you're lying about this. I don't know what.
I thought he had come to Sacramento recently.
No shot.
Yeah, I
Big O has never been anywhere
I was just
near
gonna let
Sacramento.
that die because I have no clue what you're talking about, but that's fine.
Yeah,
that's fine.
Big O had a connecting flight in Sacramento once. I went, what the hell? This place sucks.
A couple of game 2s tonight. You give the Mavericks any chance to pull this thing out? You think the Mavericks can make this a series?
Yeah, I think so. Because it's because of their defense that I believe that they're capable. Like defensively, they're good enough on the defensive end of the floor to be able to at least hold on or at least be a little more competitive than they were in game 1. That being said, I still expect the Thunder to win. I do not expect the Thunder to sweep. Maybe Thunder in 5 or 6, but I think the Mavericks will pick up at least a game.
I think so much centers on it's all Luka and Kyrie, like they have to be on.
Yeah.
There's no no like give there. Like they have to be, like every night. And like I think the team is good, but so much because of the way that those two play, particularly Luka, so much is centered on those two, particularly on the offensive end, that you can't have nights like they had in game 1.
I agree. Did you see that that report, that anonymous report that came out this morning?
Yes.
About Luka?
I don't think I did.
I'll read it for you.
Oh, go ahead, Matt. You got it, Matt.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry, Kenny. Did you have it in front of you?
No, I don't have it. You got it. I don't even have it in front of me.
An anonymous veteran assistant coach says you can almost sense a, quote, sigh of relief among Luka Doncic's teammates when he checks out of a game. Quote, it's a sense of, hey, now we get to play. It's difficult to have any rhythm if you're not touching the ball. That was the report that came out today. Which sounds like low-hanging fruit when the Mavs are down bad after one bad game. Luka is second in the NBA in total assists, averages damn near 10 assists a game. I know there are bad assists like what Rajon Rondo did in Sacramento, but Luka's not a ball hog that bad.
I know it's anonymous. Who was it attributed to?
Let me. So let's see.
A Dallas Mavericks assistant coach?
A anonymous veteran assistant coach.
Oh, get out of here! For who? The Orlando Magic? Get out of here! That's so.
I think that's a lot extra. Like I don't think that happens at all.
But to the point of the whatever that was, there's no give in the way he plays, and we've had this conversation for like 3 years. There's no give in the way Luka plays. So when he has nights like he did the other night, there's nothing you can do about it except lose. Like he has to be more productive on the offensive end because he's not going to pull like it. You know, there's a lot of talk about his knee and what he's dealing with injury wise. He's not going to pull back the way that he plays.
Yeah.
So if he's going to go 8 of 22, he's going to go 8 of 22. And I don't think Dallas can survive that because there's just no give in that game plan that they have. Yeah. Or maybe better stated, there's no give in the game plan that he has.
Well, go ahead, man.
No, go.
I was just gonna say, even on top of that, like let's just say, for instance, Kyrie and Luka go for 30 apiece, like you still need like another 40 points.
But when they're doing that, I think you can get it. I think I think PJ, all of those guys, they get in a flow when that happens. Again, I don't want to give that thing Matt just read any credence, but if it's down the court clank, down the court clank, down the court clank, PJ Washington can't get into a rhythm. And the clanks could be coming from Luka and Kyrie, one or the other, going back and forth. We could be talking about a total of like 4 or 5 missed shots, but when they're between those two, I do think it's difficult for the other guys to get involved. I think it's easier for them to get involved when, you know, that old line that the ball has energy.
I think the biggest criticism that I've had for Luka Doncic, really beyond pettiness and other than, of course, talking too much to the officials and crying to the officials every single time he touches the ball. It's a general criticism. Like, I don't know how you build around Luka Doncic. I don't know what type of player you put with Luka that feel like you're going to be on paper. Kristaps Porzingis should have worked to an absolute T. Now I know Kristaps in Boston probably was not the same as Kristaps in Dallas, and system has a lot to do with that. But like in theory, that is the type of player that works perfectly with a Luka, or like a Chet Holmgren type players that on paper, the guy that in theory you should be able to partner with Luka and it would work. But it was a disaster when it was in Dallas, and Kristaps wasn't plagued by injuries the entire time he was there. Kyrie on paper shouldn't work because it's another ball dominant guard, and somehow they've managed to kind of make it work this year, although they really made it work after they made some trades to kind of bolster their defense a little bit. I just don't know if I'm a general manager and if I'm Mark Cuban in Dallas, I'm still scratching my head going, if Kyrie doesn't work, what other direction do we go in? What do you put around Luka Doncic that you feel puts you in a different position other than where the Mavs are right now and where I feel they will always be with Luka, which is he has to carry us and he has to be damn near perfect every night in a deep playoff run, or we're not going to win anything.
I don't know. I mean, and you have years like this year, you have years like a couple years ago that I think to a certain degree are fool's gold. Like and what I mean by that is they got an opportunity to get to the Western Conference Finals this year. Mm-hmm. Like they can do that. They can beat the Thunder, get to the Western Conference Finals.
Yeah, everything Matt just said that has to happen for them to win, I think can happen.
Mm-hmm. But the thing about it is, I'm just nitpicking probably, to be honest with you. But like if they got to the Western Conference Finals and they lost to Minnesota in 6, like how close are they really to winning a championship? The Mavericks.
Mm-hmm.
Like you could say, well, they were one of the Final Four teams. They're very close. Like they have no shot of beating Boston. They got no shot. I don't think they would have beat Denver if Denver, got through, and they
but
played
you just
them.
play the teams that are in front of you. Like if you get to the Final Four, you get to the Final Four.
But they need a whole lot.
But
of
how
things
do they
to go
grow?
right.
Like
You know
how
what I
do they
mean?
get better?
And you need a whole lot of things to go right. Like Boston
Mm-hmm.
don't need a whole lot of things to go right. Boston's just a championship team.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like that's not what Dallas would be this year. So I'm not.
Dallas
saying,
has been here before. They've been in that position. They've been a Final Four team,
exactly.
and we all knew.
Exactly, and that's why getting there might shade a little bit. It might not give you a real sense of what that team really is.
I hear you.
But
I hear you.
I'm just talking. I'm not saying trade Luka. Just talking.
I just feel like a Dallas Mavericks path to an NBA championship features like 4 or 5 Luka Doncic either game winners or massive shots in the closing moments of games, or multiple games where he just goes absolutely supernova in the fourth quarter, which in theory could happen because we've seen him do it. But it's almost like, I just feel like building a team around Luka Doncic is just a gamble. You're hoping to gamble and get lucky to win a title. And I don't mean that in like a negative way towards Luka. I just think that's the way this team is built, is Luka just has to be superb in massive moments time and time again for them to actually win a title.
We got another game too, the Cavs and the Boston Celtics. Yeah, unlike Dallas, who I feel like can put some things together for, to have a really interesting series with Oklahoma City. I don't think that that's true for the Cleveland Cavaliers. And unlike Kenny, I like the Cleveland Cavaliers.
Whoa.
I like the Cavs. I like Donovan Mitchell. I don't. It's not.
Does Donovan Mitchell like the Cavs?
Well, okay, calm down, Matt Bontemps.
No.
Trying to get Donovan out of there.
I'm not trying to get Donovan out of there. I'm just reading what I'm reading.
I just I don't see this. Like, I can't come up with a single reason to why I think Cleveland could beat Boston. Not in this. I'm talking about like a game. And I said this to you the other day. Cleveland wins a game if Boston's bad. I don't think that Cleveland does anything to where they can beat Boston. Like, they're just not matched up well. It hurts them that Jared Allen is out. They could have a little bit of an edge there with Porzingis out. There might be a few things you'd be able to work and exploit and all that. It's just it's Donovan, and more Donovan, Matt.
I mean, you're 100% right. It's the Cleveland Donovans. That's really what they are. And I mean, they kind of rode that through the first round too. I don't think the Orlando Magic would have put up that much better of a fight than the Cleveland Cavs. I think both teams were destined to run into the buzzsaw that is the Boston Celtics. But the difference between, I would have liked to see the Mavericks versus seeing the Cavs, is I think the writing is on the wall with Cleveland of like a crossroads is coming for them. And more than likely, it just feels like the way the team is right now is not sustainable versus, hey, if the Magic had gotten to the next round and maybe they get swept by Boston, but they get that experience. And now they're going into an offseason where they're looking to add, and they got super young Paolo Banchero, super young Franz Wagner. Like, this team is on the up and up. I just think that would have been a lot more from a don't have a horse in the race, just NBA fan. That would have been a much more appetizing series to me. I don't think Cleveland has much of a chance at all.
I disagree. A little, not a lot, but a little. I do think Jared Allen's absence hurts, and I don't think the Cavs are quite at a crossroads until Donovan says no thanks to an extension. Then you're Bone Thugs and Harmony.
But if Donovan comes back, where do you go from there? And I'm not saying it's a bad. I mean, you got to get him back, but where do you go from there then?
But this is what I was going to ask both of you guys. I mean, what does this say about Darius Garland and Evan Mobley? Now we're just like, this is cooked if you don't have them.
Well,
or if you don't have Donovan, or you only have Donovan, because I think Darius can help in a win, and I think Evan Mobley can help in a win.
It's the Celtics though. Like, this isn't, to me, and I probably framed this poorly. This isn't an indictment on the Cleveland Cavaliers. It's an indictment on the Cleveland Cavaliers versus the Boston Celtics. The only team that I feel can truly compete with the Boston Celtics in the Eastern Conference is a healthy-ish version of the New York Knicks.
Mm.
It's not Indiana. It's not Orlando. I don't even think it would have been Milwaukee, to be honest with you.
Mm.
Like, it's Boston's conference to lose. And I don't even think this is about Cleveland. Now, how Cleveland takes the next step once this series I don't know. I don't know.
And we're on the same line of thinking. I'm just taking it a step further, D'Lo, because Casey, you bring up Garland, you bring up Mobley. And like I think of if that's your big three in Cleveland is Donovan Mitchell, who is an amazing player, Darius Garland and Evan Mobley, who are exciting players. And I look at the parity around the rest of the league, not just the Boston Celtics, who are the team that you have to get through this year and probably in the years to come as well. And we're not even just talking the Eastern Conference, we're talking about winning a title. Whatever team comes out of the West, I just look at that big three and I'm underwhelmed. And maybe that's just because I'm not as familiar with their game as I should be, but I don't know if Cleveland can feel like they have that big or long of a window, even with Donovan coming back, that big three can get them anywhere. And that they're not going to get leaped by the next, like the Indiana Pacers would be a team that I'm like, they're going to leapfrog me immediately. That's the concern I'd have if I were in Cleveland.
It sounds like you're talking about the Kings.
Yeah.
It's not fair.
I was thinking the exact same thing when I was saying it.
Yes and no. I mean, I don't know. Garland is an all-star player. He's made an all-star team. So is Jared Allen.
But I'm talking about like how you like where you go next.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like people are a little bit more down on the Kings. And
Cleveland. Oh no, 100%. No, I'm sorry. Oh, they're absolutely 100% more down on the Kings.
Yeah.
What I meant is, what's the next step that you take when you feel like you've got your group and you just don't know where they can get you? That's what I meant.
That's what Monty.
Y'all are ready to get Keegan out of here.
Well,
hold on.
Well, no, I'm sorry, not Matt George.
I don't know what you're talking about. Y'all don't even
look
at me either.
Well, we're going to leave this show on a cliffhanger because we got to go.
How dare you?
Next? Matt George would never. Subscribe to the Locked On Kings podcast and watch him on ABC 10. We're going to be doing some stuff with Matt George and Kevin John during the NBA Finals.
Yeah, can't wait.
And we're going to be doing some stuff here tomorrow on ESPN 1320, beginning at 10 a.m. with the Insiders.
Vamos Gigantes. Who lost?
I was going to say, isn't that over? Oh, good stuff. Thanks, Matt.
Thanks, guys.
Snuck up on us a little bit there.
All good.
All right, guys, we are shutting down, and you guys will never believe this. We're going to go do a radio show. We'll see you guys at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Appreciate you as always. And appreciate you. Thanks for a fun couple of days. Okay, bye.